beginning, there were only roads,
Lots of
people, machines, and the desire to go faster. These roads, these people, these machines are still here to share this passion, to echo through time, and to live on in the hands of those who still believe. Nothing has changed, and whatever happens, we will always keep classic motorsport alive. In 2026, all the legends unite under one name. Time is a curve. We take it flat out.
Good morning and welcome to Sunday, a slightly soggy Sunday here at the Circuit de la Sarthe for day 2 of the Le Mans Classic for 2025. The Le Mans Classic, for the last time in this format, we go to an annual bringing together of the brilliance of these cars from the more than 100 years of Le Mans 24-hour history. That starts next year, along with the new Le Mans Classic Series. We're just to the north central France at the top of the very beautiful Loire Valley, and some much needed rain for the gardens and vegetable patches around the 72nd department of the Republic of France. And here in the Sarthe region, it's been exceptionally dry. The classic 8.5 mile, 13.6 kilometre circuit split into 3 different sectors. Clockwise track, of course, that has such history down through the years. A massive thank you to all of our volunteers, including the marshals, the recovery crew, security, etc. We kick off Sunday with the cars that have the most experience, if you will, the oldest plateau, the oldest grid here. And it's a very good morning from me, John Hindhaugh, and to my immediate right, geographically if not politically, is Bruce Jones, and to my far right, see above comment probably, is Andrew Mariott. Good morning, Andrew, who's a little damp this morning, a little damp dog. You are.
Did a bit of beavering around the paddock, got very wet, and looking at a wonderful Alfa Romeo here of Fritz Burkhardt. He's going to start on the pole in this car. It's just one of the 70 cars that he owns, and this one was previously owned by Enzo Ferrari. It's a multi-million pound car. It took part in the Mille Miglia, the Targa Florio, and Fritz is another of these bosses of a big expensive watch company called Lang & Sohn. He owns something called the Pearl Collection, and something you didn't know about him. I've got 4 daughters, John. He's got 6.
That's going to be expensive.
He's 77 years old, yet he's won both the previous plateau races.
And that brings us nicely, Bruce Jones, into the format of the Le Mans Classic in terms of all of the 6 substantive plateaus spanning that 100-year plus history, because what we're looking at here is effectively the deciding races for the earliest 3 grids.
Yeah, the format is each of those 6 plateaus, again, as you say, according to age. They have 3 races, one in the day, one in the night, one in the day, and this is the last for Plateau 1, followed by Plateau 2, Plateau 3, whereas the younger classes from Plateau 4, which is 1949 to 56, backwards or towards us, have all been completed. We're still waiting for some of the aggregate results, because the results get added together to get the definitive result. We don't know why there are some delays, but anyhow, as we discover who has done what, we will let you know. But for a lot of the more modern cars, right up to the ones in Plateau 6 that go through to the mid-1960s, to actually early 1970s, isn't it, they go to. They're done. They're wet. They're back in the paddock.
And as we look at some of the cars, the nearly 80 cars that will be taking part in this final race, worthwhile mentioning, I did sort of have the bombshell earlier on, if you weren't with us yesterday, that Le Mans Classic becomes an annual event, but not an annual event, Bruce, for all of the grids of cars that we have here this weekend.
No, they're going to split them into the earlier set, effectively like Plateau 1, 2 and 3, and the later set, but they'll be adding other classes as they go, and other guest classes, Andrew, will come through, won't they?
Yes, I think this particular class is, 72 cars, and there's enough cars out there. It's quite a big time span. They can make this into 2 separate categories, you see. That's the thing they may well do.
I see.
Haven't heard that officially, but I think that's what they may do.
And they're extending and bringing up to date with some more cars. I talked about this early on. The first year that Radio Show Limited did Radio Le Mans was 2006, and we're going to have cars going up pretty much to that part of the Le Mans history when we come to 2027, I believe.
Yeah, well, I was thinking maybe they could have some cars earlier than 1923, but that doesn't work because Le Mans started in 1923. Well, they have races, a good one for earlier cars than that, but that doesn't work. It has to start in 23.
And the point of that is that what we're trying to show here, and what the ACO and Peter Auto are trying to show here, are cars of the type that raced, or indeed cars individually that raced here at Le Mans, that have a history.
Absolutely, and this race a couple of years ago was the Alfa Romeo, which had actually won here.
It's incredible,
the same one. The one that's on pole didn't race here, but it obviously raced at Mille and so on. But there's lots of cars that raced here, and some that raced at the back of the field, but some that raced at the front.
And also, although not in the 3 grids, the 3 plateaus that we're going to see this morning into this afternoon on this rather soggy Sunday, Bruce, drivers reunited with cars, drivers who have Le Mans history, some more contemporary drivers who'll be driving older cars from previous generations.
Yeah, and it's always wonderful when you see a driver who's driving something that is so far before their time, but quite often it can be something their father might have driven. We had the Westerman brothers in yesterday, 40 years their Porsche's been laid up. But I love this mixture. The more historic racing I do, the more I appreciate it, and I really love it when you can get the generations. You've got Martin Hindhaugh at the front end of this race. He has his sons Lucas and Nicholas driving various cars across various categories. It's an education, but it does give it a familial feel.
And the movement in classic racing has been, in the past, Andrew, to have single events, real blue ribbon events. What we're seeing with Peter Auto and with Le Mans Classic and the ACO is that is being broadened out. This year there is a cup, a championship, and next year that will be called the Le Mans Classic Championship. So encouraging people to bring their cars out more often and to do more of the events for the public as well as just for going out and enjoying the cars that are sitting in your collection.
Absolutely, John, but this still will remain the Big Daddy, of course.
Of course.
It has to. But just a quick thing of Bentley. I just got very wet talking to Jan Lammers out there. He's having a ball driving a Bentley.
There you go.
Your old boss, Ray Mallock. Remember, he didn't start the race, the first race. Apparently, the supercharger packed up. He's probably on the way back to Northamptonshire by now. Oh, what a shame that Ray couldn't start.
Yes, that's a very Le Mans start. I was reading something about the umpires at Wimbledon the other day having to make what probably is an announcement during play that could only happen at Wimbledon, which is, can you please refrain from opening your champagne when the players are about to serve?
Or crunching your strawberries.
So here is, I'm sorry the supercharger packed up. We weren't able to start the Bentley.
I just love a shot we're seeing on screen, a driver with his overalls, but a waterproof, see-through waterproof top.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking about how wet you'd be sitting in the Bugatti Type 35B, treaded tyres, all that water, when he turned into corner, fired into the cockpit. On the back of his helmet, he said paradise, and that is what it is. You don't have to have dry weather to enjoy your historic races.
I mean, even in contemporary race cars, and I've driven things like Radicals in the wet. Nobody tells you how wet and cold you get even in contemporary race cars, because they don't keep water out. Your feet get cold, your feet get wet. In one of these, you haven't even got cockpit sides up to your shoulders that you would have in a car. Yeah, exactly. You are going to get absolutely soaked.
Yeah, just talk about this plateau a little bit, because it has been the domain of British drivers for many years, and normally Gareth Burnett and Michael Birch, they won it last time out. They won it back in 18, they won it in 14, and they won it in 8 as well. But Michael Birch, well-known racer, man who's had a huge crane business, he's opted to race a McLaren in a modern race meeting this weekend. And Gareth, who runs Pace Racing, who prepare the Talbots, and it's been the Talbots that have been winning here, he's opted to drive a slower Lee Francis for a customer this time. So the favourites, the people that normally win, are not at the front.
Yeah, those Talbots, all of the Works team cars we got together the last time we were here 2 years ago.
Now we've got one of them here this time, and we've got one of the Alpine rally cars, but they're not driven. Gareth and Michael are both very quick. But anyway, it opens it up to other people. It opens up to Fritz Burkhardt, who really has just got to keep it on the road, but watch out for the Van der Lofts. I think it's a husband and wife in a beautiful blue Delahaye.
An original Bentley blower there, the number 8 for the Selecki team, and that's a 1929 car. However, there are, of course, about to be, there's some, but there are about to be 24 continuation Bentleys, 12 blowers and 12 Speed 6, Andrew.
Yeah, the 12 blowers, I believe, are all built. Some of them are racing here. Just spoke to a guy who's in this event and bought one. He's driving it home on the road.
Yeah, good man.
And then the Speed 6s, I think they've built half of them. This is the Mulliner part of Bentley, and they've built, Bruce knows a lot about this, I'll hand to him, but they've all been built from the original drawings, which Bentley had, of course.
Yeah.
No, I'm far more lightweight than that, Andrew. I was going to say, if you're doing it properly driving at home, you have to stop in Paris to go to a nightclub to celebrate, as they would have done in period.
Yes, absolutely. Bentley boys.
I suppose Rouen at a push might have some nightlife.
Yeah.
You've got to avoid that ring road.
Yeah, but magic names here with Alfa and BMW, and then French makes, and some very rare cars too.
That Lagonda, that is beautiful.
I have a particular soft spot for the Gondas. I think they're, I don't know why they're underrated, I just think they are. But it's the pleasure these cars give, not just to the drivers. I mean, semi-serious face on board there, but that's just contemplating what the track conditions are going to do. Worth pointing out, when they went practicing, it was very hot on Friday.
Yes.
Yesterday was still pretty warm, but it's been dry. Through the night it was dry, and then the rain came in, we think, at about 4 o'clock in the morning. But it's been raining consistently, so this is a very different playing field for them.
If you weren't watching it, I have to explain this is a 50-minute race, but there will be a pit stop. I think it will be 3 minutes.
Yeah, 43 minutes from when we cross the line. I'm interested to see whether we're going to do the Le Mans start today with it being wet. I suspect we are not going to do that.
Now, this is Stuart Morley, whose family has been involved in racing Bentleys through 3 generations, or maybe even 4 close to now. Stuart, just chatting to Stuart in the assembly area a couple of minutes ago, and he says you've got to be really careful in this. It's really difficult.
We think of contemporary Bentleys now, and a lot of people watching here, Bruce, as V8 engine cars, or W12s, of course. They're inherited from the Volkswagen AG concern. But back in the day, these engines would be straight 6s.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. That's why you needed such a long old hood. Just looking at the art underneath that car, there's an awful lot of oil being dropped, not necessarily by that one, but where Stuart Morley is sitting, rather artistic on the ground. But look at the controls, plenty to play with there.
The race logic boxes are not period, apparently.
You shock me.
Stuart just said to me, and I said I saw this car for the first time 2 years ago when it was just finished and made its debut, I think, at Donington. And he said, yes, he said, but now it's just getting a little bit of patina on it, and nice. I like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree.
Lee Francis, now there is an old British mark, Coventry-based firm, no longer with us.
Yeah, well, this is the car that Gareth Burnett will drive later. And I say Gareth, 4 times winner of this event. And Gareth's a quick guy, but I think it's his customer in the car at the moment.
And I think we were just talking about how when we go annually, each of these classes will actually, if they are going to be split, that leaves space for other people to come in and bring their cars to join each of those classes. So we could be adding, maybe 30 new cars in each of the classes.
And the reason we've got some of the lovely art, as Bruce rightly described it on the road, look at the suspension joints there with grease on them to lubricate them. Of course, that's been slightly washed off. It'll all be petroleum-based of some description. And this little number 81 sitting in 18th position, a T51 Bugatti for the Dumassard family outing. that is a continuation car as well. Allowed into these plateaux. Some of the original cars are quite simply priceless now, and great to see that some of them do come out, but these are cars, it's not fair to call them replicas. Continuation is right, Andrew, because they are built, as you said about those Bentleys, they are built to the original drawings and I think crucially with the original materials and metals and things like that. It's not like, oh well, we could upgrade that and put some titanium in it. Well, no, you can't.
You can't do that. But with a slightly more modern cutting equipment, I suggest the cars are better than they were in period.
Probably more in terms of repeatability of things like panels.
Yes, absolutely.
And things like that.
Well, I think there's still a lot of handcraft going into those Bentleys, but of course the car on the pole is very, very original. And I don't know how many millions it's worth, but an awful lot. He's got some most incredible cars, and his Bugatti T59 won the Pebble Beach Concours a couple of years ago, and it's got to be beautiful to win that. But meanwhile, this one is Insa Racer.
There's a 4.5 litre Tourer from 1929, another from the Bentley stable. I do notice a modern addition to all of these is the 80 kilometres an hour revs in which gear, because that's the slow zone. That's really interesting. That's the slow zone, and we will apply slow zone.
Little message on the dashboard. If you're wondering where these cars are, they're at the end of the Bugatti circuit on the infield, and they will go 2x2 out through a gate. You can see a white fence in the background. That will open. They'll come out just inside the final corner. Because if you've been thinking they're not on the grid, where are they? Looks like you're about to dial the butler by pressing one of those bells in the middle.
I think for this, I think this is Tom Wood, who's raced an Aston Martin GT4, hasn't he, recently?
He's good.
So it's a bit different for him. And in that zone down there, there's posts for each row, and they hang the number of the car that has to park there. It's lovely little
with a
detail.
bulldog clip.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
You might just see
the round signs.
They see the round signs, and then behind, can you see the number hanging down?
Yeah, they're not actually there. They were yesterday.
Just to make my point, they're not there.
Weather stops play, but I mean, it's a great place when you come down to the Le Mans Classic to take a look at the cars and the drivers together. They're there for quite some while before they go through. And again, the warning for what revs you need for the right limiter.
And the
you are the limiter.
And the string steering wheel, of course. Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful. You really drove these cars and very much exposed to the elements. When you think about these cars, mildly modified or in some cases unmodified road cars, why were they here? Why were they racing them? Because back in 1923, the motor car was still fairly newfangled, and all of the manufacturers from Aston Martin through Bentley all the way to something beginning with Z, which I can't think of at the moment, back in those days, were trying to prove the reliability and the worth of their technology. And that is where the 24-hour race of Le Mans started in 1923. And fast forward to right now, and over 100 years, it's still doing that. You've got manufacturers who want to be at Le Mans, who want to show off their technology, who want to show off their reliability, and proving new technology with the ACO, pressing forward with hydrogen technology, both in burning hydrogen in internal combustion engines, and indeed with fuel cell technology. And even with these cars, all the cars that are able to are running on fully sustainable Aramco fuel.
Andy Priaulx is not the only racing driver from Guernsey. This man here, David Ozan, also comes from Guernsey.
David Thomas Ozan, you can see the little white flag with the red-yellow cross in the middle. But yes, I mean, Andy Priaulx's the one who really made it famous in motor racing circles.
Yeah.
Third generation racing driver, Andy, and his son Sebastian doing very nicely in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship as a Ford driver with the Mustang. And congratulations to Joanne, to Joe Priaulx as well, who picked up a very well-deserved honour in the King's Birthday Honours List for her tireless work for a variety of charities, not least some children and premature baby charities, not just in the Channel Islands but across the UK. Well done, Joe.
John, just a quick thought. You were talking about back then, but it was back then. Win today, sell tomorrow, it still is today.
Win on Sunday, sell on Monday was the American idiom, and But this is where it started, because it was people saying, and let's not forget, the rules of Le Mans in these days, if you had a car with a hood, you had to start the car with the hood up and do a certain amount of laps. You weren't allowed to put fuel, or more critically for this era of cars, oil or water in for a certain number of laps. And that went on for the first half of Le Mans history.
Well, an example, actually, William Medcalf in this race, Bentley 3 litre, 1925, so right at the front end, number 10. They were saying that it was, they were caught out by the rule. You had to do the first 20 laps before any refuelling. Yes. You had to do the first 20 laps with the roof up, and they hadn't calculated the different consumption
the aero
with the roof up.
It was more drag.
There you go. Imagine that dawning realisation you hadn't quite put all the parameters into the equation. It seems crazy, because we like to think back that 100 years ago they basically just went out and raced, but it was difficult at the start.
So nowadays we'd be looking at fuel mileage and consumption and energy, stint energy nowadays is what we talk about. This wasn't being done for balance of performance. This was being done so that the man on the street, who would probably be the lord of the manor on the street, who could afford cars back in the 1920s, not quite with the masses in the early days of Le Mans, but would be able to say, oh, that car's just driven X thousands of kilometres, and look at that. It did, and let's not forget, the original lap distance was 30 miles around. It wasn't even in this part of Le Mans, it was slightly further north and west. And they go, yes, I probably will put my £500, 14 shilling, oh no, sorry, it wouldn't have been pounds in those days, it would have been guineas, wouldn't it?
Guineas, yes.
For the purchasing of things, yes.
Yes.
So the Alfa Romeo 8C 2300 LM on the pole, that is a sporty version of the Alfa Romeo 8C 2300, so it was a road-going version, but this was the racer. That was built especially for Le Mans in 1931. So
the road often and of course often in those days, and sort of still carried on a little bit, but the road going in some sport manufacturers, the road going cars and the sale of last year's race cars went into the development of the next car.
Well, take Porsche GT3.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Road car, race car.
Yeah, absolutely.
So French blue.
Look at the Delahaye.
Yeah.
Now look at that. We've even on these old cars, they have taped up the brake ducts.
Yeah.
Those are drum brakes for those of you who've started your driving in the last 30 years. You probably don't know what they are.
It's a very interesting Bentley coupe behind it that I've never seen before.
The reason those ducts are taped up is because it'll be very chilly out there. And is that a rudimentary form of hand control on there? Is that a hand throttle on that car? That's interesting.
Yeah, not sure what that is.
On the number 19 car, that's the Bugatti from 1932. That's the three-driver lineup, Cointreau, Vignon, Benoit. And they have had 3 races, so it could be 1 driver per race, but this is the 3rd of the 3 races. But there is a pit stop here, so you can swap 2 drivers in the race, or you can drive it on your own.
Yeah, lots of different permutations here.
Look at the patina on that.
Wonderful. And it's great though just to see the Aramco sticker on there, that they are running on the sustainable fuel, these old engines. It proves a lot, doesn't it? And they do that at Goodwood as well, I believe.
I talked to 1 or 2 of the engine guys when we were at the Peter Auto Spa Classic earlier in the year, and they said they had been really impressed at how little or indeed nothing they'd had to do to the engine.
Now this is a car run by the Cointreau family, and there is a fantastic cartoon on the side of someone having a little glug. But I love that presumably was their marketing tool back in the 1930s.
Absolutely brilliant. Running on the same tyres probably they would run in the dry. They are treaded tyres, very narrow. These cars would move around a little bit. Now at the front of this green monster is a 4.5 litre. This is the coupe that Andrea was talking about, fully faired wheel arches on the front and the rear.
And it's called the Portu for everything, so with that enclosed bodywork, you can go out anywhere, but it was designed for the Imbirikos family, famous for an awful lot of coach-built cars, Greek shipping magnates.
Do we know who the coach builders were for this? Because that was an industry in itself back in these days.
Well, I mean, people basically, particularly with Bentleys, would get the base chassis and then have it clad however they wanted. And I, to an extent, some of the top supercar manufacturers are doing that now.
That's very true.
You're a very special client. You can have something special. There is a certain Jan Lammers. If you see him without his helmet, he hasn't had the decency to age one iota since he won the Le Mans 24 Hours in 1988 with Jaguar. And anyone who knows Jan, he is the most enthusiastic person, and his car control is sensational. But he used to work at the skid school at Zandvoort when he was probably pretending to be 16, but may have been rather less.
Yeah, and a couple of cars that he was heavily involved in, we've seen earlier this weekend. There's the 80-kilometre sign with his revolutions per minute on there. Just going back to the coach build thing, you mentioned the Bentley continuations being built by Mullner. That Mullner Part Ward MPWs, they were originally a private coach building company brought into the Bentley empire. The two doors, the T1s and T2s, even in my lifetime with MPW bodywork, very much sought after and brought into the Bentley empire, now have for quite some time been wholly owned by Bentley.
But the whole point, you've already revealed it, there is coach builders. Before cars came along, what were they building? They were building the coach that you required for your state visit, your whatever, your personal usage, but they carried on through. They were the ones with the design skills.
And where did we get all of the early nomenclature of cars? Cabriolet, Landau, etc., etc. That all came from horse-drawn carriages. And then again, going back to this early 1923 onwards, this was trying to persuade people that motor cars could be used for longer distances and for people of a certain amount of wherewithal to be able to get somewhere. Now, that was a bit of a priming of the fuel pump, I believe.
It certainly was. I was just going to say, we were talking earlier about cars being run by families. This is the Getley family's 3-litre speed Bentley. Anna Getley and Louisa sharing with Ewan, all having a go. And that's the thing with the 3 races, plus the pit stops, you can mix and match through all of those. But and just to point this out, 43-minute races and a pit window for 10 minutes in the middle. But before then, they're going to have an awful lot to think about. Could see a GoPro on there to pick up the action on this side of the cockpit.
Yeah, surely that should be a cine camera of about 16 times as big as that. Nowadays, a lot of people like to get, if they're restoring more modern classics, they like to get the window stickers or the number plates from the original supplying dealer. Note on that Bentley there, there was an etched plaque on the beautiful dashboard from Jack Barclay of London.
Well, absolutely so. And actually, I just
still a Bentley dealer, by the way.
These cars. This is Alexander Boller's car he shares with Herbert Aunig, and it's on 2 number plates, the original British road plate and the Swiss plate. So this is a car that is driven on the road. And Bentleys, you can do that. The Gondas, most of these cars you can. And I think that's a beauty, because they don't... Oh, dear, it expired at the end of 29.
1929, the tax disc has gone.
That is fantastic.
That is absolute. I don't care whether that's original or not. I absolutely love that. One of
did
my
say expiring as opposed to expired, so who knows?
Yeah, yes.
Right, for grief, we've got back to row 32. Only one more to go, so that means we have minimum of, maximum of 66 cars going to play. Inevitably, between the first of the races of the 3 and the second, we have lost a few of the runners for mechanical impropriety, just failures, and maybe some have decided not to end their event in the wet. Some people certainly would protect. But what a field of cars.
That's the Ulster Aston Martin.
Yeah, it gets my vote every single
1936. Time. People thinking of Aston Martin as GT cars. Well, this was a GT car back in the day. A Grand Tourer, perhaps not quite as Grand a Tourer as one of the Bentleys, not much luggage capacity on that one. But when we talk about the Grand Tour, going out across the continent and possibly having your luggage sent ahead for you to the next spot, look at the little Brooklands air screen on that car. Even in those days, the manufacturers of the optional extras were building a brand.
They certainly were, and everyone had go faster parts even then. You know, as competition became more and more popular, but right now the car's starting to, at the front end of this formation area. They're going to go out through the fence. But it's this mixture at the front. We've got that unbelievable. If you weren't with us at the start of the broadcast, the car on pole position, Fritz Burkhardt. Only one person has owned his Alfa Romeo HC 2300 LM before, a certain Enzo Ferrari. I believe he went on to some success in motor racing, but this grid, Bentleys galore, but the Delage, the Delahaye, the Bugattis, it's such a rich mixture.
So that was an Alfa Romeo from when Ferrari was only buying and racing cars and not building them yet. I mean, so in a world before the name Ferrari was known at this place, and when you think that, that's when you realise the rich history of Le Mans. I think it was Charles Dressing, one of our erstwhile colleagues, who said, and I'm Charles B still up, or has he got up early this morning in Florida? I know he was watching and listening yesterday. Hello, Charles and Jan, if you are. But everything comes back to Le Mans, is what he used to say. And whether it was corporate hospitality, the whole essence of homologation and making cars legal to race, the fact that we were proving technology, windscreen wipers, disc brakes, you name it, they were all here first, both in road cars and in racing terms. It all comes back to Le Mans. That's what Charles said many years ago to me, and it's stuck in my mind, and I have parroted that and repeated that down through the years, because I strongly believe that this race has done as much, if not more, than any other motorsport and motorsport event in its last 100 years to promote and to take forward the whole of the automotive industry.
Yeah, I mean, there have been periods where it's been on a downward descent. Well, descent does only take you downwards, but it's been biding time until the manufacturers come back to play, a class is invented, a technology is invented, and we step forward. Over a century, still going and going strong.
Now, because of the conditions, we're not doing the Le Mans start, and in fact, as we've rolled out across the start line, this race time has begun. So we are counting down the 43 minutes. I think this is entirely sensible. Because I haven't got the full programme next to me, I can't tell you what the last time of day that these cars raced, but it was in the early hours of the morning when the rain started falling. It was trying very hard when we left at about 9:30 yesterday evening, but it's become much heavier later on in the overnight period, and therefore perhaps some of these drivers have not seen a wet track yet this weekend.
Yeah, they went to their race start was just before 2:30 in the morning.
So it might have been drizzling.
So I think they probably just got through, but anyhow, it's definitely wet now, and it's going to be something super special. Bear in mind, the drivers are sitting on these cars largely rather than in them.
So Bruce Jones and John Hindhaugh. Andrew Mariott is calculating some bits and pieces at the moment.
I am, and it's quite complicated. And I found out that one of the races in the night was stopped, but we have a guest.
Well, we'll let, whilst you keep doing that, if you hand over your headset, Andrew, that'd be really good, and we'll get this race started and bring in our guest. Hello, how are you? Excellent. Let's grab with the car still effectively on there. In fact, actually, there's a safety car out, so we're starting, I think, intensely sensibly behind the safety car in slightly inauspicious conditions, Bruce.
Yes, I mean, once they get going a little faster with these treaded tires, they're going to put up a lot of spray. Now, Frederick Wakeman has just joined us in the studio. Do you want us to be called Fred or Frederick?
Let's go with Fred. Good morning.
What would your mother prefer?
When I'm doing something wrong, it's Frederick.
Okay.
Yeah, and all the middle names as well, as we used to call it in our house, that you got your Sunday name only when you'd been particularly mischievous.
Precisely.
How are you?
I'm well. I mean, unfortunately, I'm not continuing on because I had an issue last night.
And that was?
Oil pickup. Lost oil pressure.
And which of the cars was that in, sorry?
Cooper T38 and Plateau de.
Yeah.
How was it going before that? Because you go really well with that, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, I've had that car now for 12 years, and we've done a lot of work on it, and it's a brilliant car. So it's going really, really well.
when you say you've done a lot of work on it, of course, the thing is that you still have to comply to the original homologation. So what does that involve, bringing the car back to its original specification?
Yes, when I bought it, it didn't have a limited slip differential, for example, so we put one of those in.
Which would have had in period, or this would have been available?
It would have been in period, but
right.
For whatever reason, the previous owner didn't have one. And then it's just suspension, and with the leaf springs, they're not very adjustable. So you have to experiment with different leaf pressures or weights.
Yeah.
And that's an iterative process. And over time, it just gets better and better. We had to dial out understeer in the car, and we've done that now, and it's just a fantastic
So even
car.
from a car at that era, you are talking about engineering the car for racing.
Precisely.
I find that in equal measure incredible, but also actually I quite like that, the fact that you're still trying to improve it, but it has to be done within the bounds of what could have been done in period.
I think that's why a lot of people like historic motorsport, because if you look at new GT3 cars or whatever, they're pretty much set up.
Yeah.
There's a computer that tells you different settings. It's not much down to interpretation and the engineering of how you put these cars together. And I think that's why historic motorsport is so fun, and that's why there's so many people out here enjoying Le Mans.
But, you had fourth in that first race. Alas, oil pressure problems. But look at these cars. They go around behind the safety car. These are the very earliest ones, but you've dabbled with these as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the wet, these are probably the most fun, because you're going at lower speeds. The tires are a little bit skinnier, so the cars move around quite predictably. It always feels like when you're going 90, you're going 180.
Yeah.
Because you're sat so high in the car,
Yeah.
there's no rollover protection, the wind is rushing by you.
And you're getting a full face of rain as well here,
Exactly.
aren't you?
And if we'd been commentating in period, we would have been saying that Fritz Burkhardt is on the Alfa Romeo, not in it. That was the correct way of describing it that way, exactly for what you're saying. What is it about Peter Auto, the series, and in particular Le Mans, that's the Le Mans Classic, that brings so many people? Look, 80 cars per the 6 plateaus plus the invitation classes.
Well, in my view, Le Mans is the greatest race in the world. It's been going on for more than 100 years. And I think what brings people back is the atmosphere in the paddock is great. There are a lot of people. There are so many different things to see. As a driver, that experience at night going down the Mulsanne and thinking about everyone else in history that's been down this road,
wow. Yes,
in this light, with these conditions, it's magic.
When did you first come to Le Mans? Did you come as a spectator before you came to start doing the Le Mans Classic?
No, I've never been to Le Mans. I've seen it on television, but no, the first visit to Le Mans for me was the historic Le Mans Classic.
So what was it like? I've only driven round the full circuit a couple of times, and I've never raced here yet. But what was it like driving out of the pit lane or around the first corner and seeing the Dunlop Bridge for the first time?
Fantastic. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like a pinch me moment. You've seen it on television, the history of, and there's so many photos of that start with the Dunlop Bridge. So yeah, it's a great experience, and you feel a little bit like you're part of history.
Yes.
Well,
the history continues. The history, and we've started the race, by the way. As you can see, the Alfa from pole position, that beautiful dark blood red car, pulling away from the Delahaye in second place, which actually it overtook before the start line and might get a penalty for that. So it should have been the BMW that went through in second place, and it wasn't. I just checked the timing there, and if you want to follow along with timing, if you search Al Kamel and Peter Auto on the World Wide Web, you can see the same live timing screens and the tracker, and all the results are there from the previous races as well. So you can follow along. Get in touch with us, by the way, at RSL_studio. Fred Wakeman with us in the studio. Big gap between the top three breaking away here. Fred, I'll ask you this. I think I know what the answer's going to be. We've talked about the history, the more than 100-year history of Le Mans. Where's the relevance for what we're seeing now, and why is it important that we continue to do this? And in fact, of course, we're expanding it to an annual event from next year. There will be some people out there, probably not people who are watching this, who will wonder why we do this. Why do we do this?
I think we do this to celebrate the cars and the people associated with the cars in period. And I think the great thing about the Classic is it spans so many decades. There's something for everyone. And I think any hobby is a voyage of exploration. And I think you come here for a reason to see maybe what you like in terms of the era, and then you're wandering through the paddock and you see something else and it just piques your interest to learn more.
Okay,
it's like a living museum.
Yeah.
Well, it is, but you're walking through, you've got your focus on your Cooper Jaguar. What else would you want to drive? You must look at each of those plateaus and go, oh, I'd quite like to try that or that or that. Has anything really caught your eye this weekend?
Oh, yeah.
Own up.
GT40.
There you go.
Well, but that's an age thing as well, though, isn't it?
I think it is an age thing.
Yeah.
I'm getting more turned on to the more modern machinery.
Yeah.
The GT1 cars, the GTE, the GT3, the LMP1, LMP2. You're seeing a shift in historical motorsports to more modern. And I've now been in one. I know why people get so excited about them. So being part of that, and a GT1 car around here would just be fantastic, I suspect.
Well, with the extension and the breaking up of the two eras to pre-76 and post-76, and extending and having room to put some more classes in, the Peter Auto have got the Classic now, the Classic GT3s as well. And having seen the first ever GT3 race at Silverstone, I can't quite believe that something that is so far into my career is now considered classic, but I understand why it is. And that, again, you were talking about turning people onto it. We're broadcasting around the world here. There will be some people here, Fred, for whom that was their first experience of motoring, and history doesn't stop. It continues to extend.
Exactly. It is amazing that GT3 is now a historic category.
Stop it, you're making it up, honestly. One thing I just want to interject is Will Nuttall. I watched him fall to third at the start in that BMW 328. I was about to say, watch him come forward. He moved into second almost immediately, then around the outside of Fritz Burkhardt to take the lead into the Forest S's, and he's pulling clear with that straight six BMW. Look, he's gained about 2 or 3 seconds. The Delahaye has come through as well, the Van der Lof car, and then, as John pointed out, the first three really have made the getaway, but just Will Nuttall prepares cars to an exquisite level, and also is, look at that, the slide, but Fred, that was just supremely controlled. A little further on the painted curbs, and then you start getting into trouble. Not so much trouble in these early cars, though.
Yeah, Will's quite good. He's quite handy. That BMW / Fraser Nash is really a sophisticated car for this era.
1938 that car is. If you added 10, 15, possibly even 20 years onto that and said that was a 58 car, you'd go, yeah, kind of. That is an extraordinary piece of design and engineering, that car.
Yeah.
Well, you wonder how much faster motor racing and the motor industry would have developed if there hadn't been that interlude between 1939 and 45.
And that unfortunate incident. Yeah. You're absolutely right. But then again, what came out of that was some phenomenal engineering, particularly on engine technology and carburation and things like that. There's a great book, actually, which is about aero engines and motorsport and how they were absolutely linked together. It's called Supercharging the Quest for Speed. And it's absolutely stunning. Thank you to Fran Bleasdale for buying that for my birthday last year. Working my way through that one. It's just the sheer variety of what we're seeing here in terms of the styling from the very early cars. And those Bentleys, they look big on our cameras, Fred, but they are a big old beast, and they're long in the wheelbase as well.
Yeah, they're quite stable cars. They have a lot of power. Obviously, they've done quite well historically here. I drive a Fraser Nash. They're a bit of a rival, very different to a Nash, which is chain-driven and very light. But the great thing about this era of cars is the people that drive them. This is one of the strongest communities out there.
Well, I think particularly because a lot of them have been passed down through families, through generations. So even the youngest ones that could be the third generation coming, they've grown up around them. So it's it's what they do, but what lucky people they are.
But a lot of the cars that we'll see here, dare I say all of the cars that we've seen here over the weekend, even some of the more modern of the guest classes, these are cars that are seen, particularly by the people who own them, as not just a means of transport. This is an emotion that you are tapping into here, Fred.
Yeah, and unlike maybe more of the modern sections of the paddock, if someone has an issue with one of their cars, everyone in the paddock is chipping in and making sure that car gets back on the grid to race.
How difficult or not nowadays is it to maintain these cars, and because obviously getting parts gets harder and harder, you have to manufacture things yourselves, but does things like 3D printing and stuff like that, does that help now rather than having to find someone who can still work a lathe?
Yeah, it definitely helps.
Interesting.
And there will be 3D printed parts on some of these cars.
And I think that's okay.
Yeah, it's just a manufacturing methodology. It's not, you have to have the same metallurgy used. You can't go with a magnesium when it was originally alloy, but you can manufacture it in a different way.
Yeah. Across the line then for the 328 Roadster, the BMW.
7 seconds was the margin he's built. Started second.
What's interesting in that car is, and particularly with the controversy around what BMWs have looked like in the more recent past, but you can see the start of the kidney grille even on that car, even though it's a elongated version of it. Quite a lot of the more modern BMWs that we've got here this weekend as course cars, etc., going back to the more recognisable kidney grille of BMWs, and then you've got the big Bentley grille as well, when grills were actually still required for cooling purposes. That big straight six, everybody playing very, very carefully.
Well, Jan Lammers isn't, but he doesn't have to, does he? So he's rocketing up the order. He started a long way down the grid. He's up to about 19th place, but every time you catch sight of him, there he is with that famous blue, red and white helmet round the outside of someone else. He'll be
right on track limits. Did you notice that?
Yeah, no, totally. But, you know, here's a guy who was an absolute star in time. You know, Formula One didn't quite work for him, didn't have the money. Do you remember that Samson shag livery he had on that first Shadow, sort of having a big lion down the nose, but just picking his way up. But he's absolutely famous for his car control, and you can see that. Sitting high, but that doesn't affect him. He's got that sort of innate balance, I think, within him.
So these cars, particularly Fred Wakeman with us in the Global Broadcast Centre at the moment, racing these cars, driving these cars, never mind racing them in these kind of conditions, you're much more a rally driver than a racing driver, because every time you put in a control input, whether it's accelerating, brake or steering, you are having to react to the grip that you're finding there. It's not like current Formula One racing in particular, where if you brake and turn in at the same time, you will get the same result. That's not what's happening here.
No, it's a very different driving style. And you need to spend much more time looking at the road ahead of you and seeing where it looks drier or wetter.
Yeah.
And racing off of the racing line where more tire debris and things have accumulated, that's grippier. So you do see a lot of people not racing on the racing line. And yes, you're probably one gear up higher so that
that's your traction control.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So you're using the torque rather than the very peaky power at the top end of whatever you're driving.
Yeah, and then weight transfer being very, very important.
Even on these cars?
Even on these cars.
Wow, that's very...
There's more suspension travel.
Yes, good point. Yeah, you don't think of that, I suppose, when you're watching this, but it's a very... It looks like a very precise way of driving, but you're reacting. I mean, as a motorcyclist, I can see that there's something sitting in the middle of the road, because you can see the difference there, and that would pique my interest. Sitting in an open-top car or on a motorcycle, you can probably smell that as well, and that would be, right, I need to stay off that, and that's the sort of thing you're talking about.
Exactly.
Also, one other element, of course, it's a very long lap, 8.5 miles around, and what lap pace they're doing, the fastest ones just north of 7 minutes. So I know the weather's been quite consistent in drizzling today, but on those times where you get these sudden, we were talking about them yesterday, the summer storms that come through Le Mans, you know, you could be in for a whole new world of surprises.
Yeah, I take it, for those who don't know, I'll ask you this question. I think I know the answer. You don't have different wet weather tyres to dry weather tyres in these cars. The same treaded tyres are wet and dry. These are effectively fast road tyres, perhaps.
Yeah, they're the same tyres, and they're really, really bad in the wet.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's
Because they're hard.
not much grip.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
So it's even more of a challenge.
So I think the time between a dry run and a wet run is going to be pretty significant with these older cars.
Yeah, minutes. Where do we see you next, Fred?
I am off to Peter Auto at Imola.
Oh, so I'll see you there. Yeah.
Which is the first time that I've been there.
Yes.
And I think, based on watching the F1 recently, it looks like a really fast, superb, ballsy circuit.
Yeah, it has flow, it has topography, it's fabulous. Enjoy the track walk, first of all, and watch out for the peacocks in the park round the back. Not many people know they're there.
Oh, right. And you drive the Jaguar again, the Cooper Jaguar again, or you're taking something else?
I'm taking a Cobra. Oh. I did buy a GT3 car, so I'll be participating in the Peter Auto.
What did you buy?
An R8 LMS Ultra.
Did you buy it before the series was announced, therefore get it at a reasonable price, or was it after, when the great gold rush?
It's one of the few clever things I've done.
Well done.
I'll have that. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Maybe a few tracks. Oh, wait. It's just become a good investment. Oh, so that's one of the very later cars, if it's one of the Ultras. And of course, its near siblings are still racing and still winning races, of course.
I think that's why they're pretty attractive, because there's lots of parts availability.
Yeah, and Audi Sport Customer Racing, although not fielding old cars, are still supporting all of those cars. I think they built over 200 of them to start with. Fred, thank you very much indeed for joining us as much as you can. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Sorry not to see you out in the next race.
Thanks for having me.
No, it's always a pleasure. Come and see
the rest of your day.
Come and see me at Imola as well, if you don't mind. Fred Wakeman joining us. We'll call him Freddie. We don't have to call him Frederick because he didn't do anything wrong while he was here. Sunday morning, slightly soggy, halfway through this race. Let's head down to the pit lane, and Emil Brettmeyer is one of our winners from the earlier plateaus.
On the podium of the Le Mans 24 Hours here for Le Mans Classic, and one of the winners of the weekend, Emil Breitmeyer, winner of the grid number 4. On se retrouve sur le podium des 24 heures du Mans, le podium du circuit des 24 heures, Le Mans Classic. Plateau numéro 4, Emile, c'est une victoire à laquelle vous courriez depuis un certain temps. Eh bien, c'est fait.
Oui, on est vraiment content. J'ai fait 3e, 2e et maintenant enfin 1er. Donc voilà, au bout de 6 ans, on est vraiment content d'avoir accompli ça.
He was third, he was second, and now he's first winner of this grid number 4. On se rappelle de la course numéro 1 hier, elle était juste extraordinaire. Il y a un respect entre les pilotes, on le sait, mais là vous avez tout donné. Hein.
Oui, c'était vraiment une très belle course. Je pense qu'on est resté fair play, mais on a vraiment tout donné. Et même au début de la course, d'avoir un pilote comme Pirot derrière moi, c'était juste magique. Donc je pense qu'on a fait honneur aux voitures et qu'on a attaqué avec.
Oui, c'était au culot, effectivement. Comment ça s'est passé pendant la nuit avec des conditions qui s'étaient un peu gâtées?
Oui, au début ça se passait très bien, mais bon, avec les différentes safety cars, il a fallu être patient et malheureusement on a eu un petit peu moins de roulage, mais ça restait des conditions très difficiles et franchement très dur pour tout le monde, donc chapeau à tout le monde qui a déjà pu finir.
Il a fait résonner l'hymne belge ici sur la Sarthe. Merci Emil Breitmeyer, winner of grid number 4. There was a race one for grid number 4 yesterday. It was simply wonderful, simply magic with Emmanuel Pirot and Emil Breitmeyer and the GT40. He's the winner of grid number 4.
So our first result then, third, second and first, and exactly what we were talking about earlier on, that is not actually about those positions, it's about the aggregated time, the addition of those 3 race times together, and the one with the fewest minutes and seconds after the 3 races is you winner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Provided you've done all the laps.
Yes, in a Lola T70, and I think maybe the Chris Ward car has finished second. We haven't seen the full result. In this race, interesting, the car that's leading, and Will Nuttall, who we saw actually winning at Dijon, if you remember, but driving a guest race there in the Cooper, 1959 ex-Bruce McLaren Cooper. So Will wins a lot of races, but he didn't take part in one of these earlier ones, so he can't win it overall. So the overall winner...
So the car didn't, at least, because it's about the car rather than the driver, yes.
Yeah, that car didn't start one of the races. Right. But so basically in this, Fritz Burkhardt, the watchman, is in the overall lead from the Delahaye of the Van der Hoffs, with Hickert third and Skipworth Armstrong fourth. That'll probably be the overall order at the end.
What's the time difference then between the Alpha and the Delahaye? Because the Delahaye's ahead by 32 seconds at the moment.
A bit more than that, fortunately, for Fritz Burkhardt.
Right, because there could be some quite big gaps here because of the weather. That's the one thing I think we've got to be careful about, haven't we?
Here Burkhardt's now 9 seconds behind his nearest ahead of his nearest. He's 9 seconds behind here.
Yeah.
But you add it all up, he's still in the lead of the thing overall.
Okay.
Well, it's quite a nice cushion to have going into a race with a less certain surface, but also Will Nuttall, the wetter it gets, the better he would go, but also he's then handing over to Miles Griffiths, who could do an equally good job.
Now there's the Mulliner Classic brand on the Bentley Motorsport overalls there in the pit lane of the number 7 car, very famous number there. That's the Morley 1930 4.5 litre blower.
As I said, that family's got lots of Bentleys, but he's driving one of the modern continuity cars. He looks like a modern racing driver, doesn't he? Got a modern suit, so, but I don't think you could really drive one of these.
Well, you're not allowed to.
Well, you'd have to have your hat backwards, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Your cap backwards, yeah.
And a riding mechanic.
Yeah.
Obviously.
And obviously, if you were Rob Walker of Whiskey Family fame, you'd come in the morning to change into a day suit.
Oh, yes.
Not the pinstripe you started off in. I admire that. I think it should return to
Well, it's what we always do in
championships.
the studio, isn't it? Let's be quite... If we'd had to work beyond 7:30 last night, we would have been in dinner attire, obviously.
I brought mine, but...
Hasn't come out of the Louis Vuitton travel trunk that Mr. Mariott brought with him.
No, but unfortunately, when we saw the red dot in the bursar's office window, we were allowed to change into Airtex shirts and short trousers.
That never happened at Farringdon Comprehensive for me.
just to finalise the discussion about the overall battle, so Fritz Burkhardt won the first race by over a minute, you see, so he's got plenty of buffer.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and he beat the Van der Lofts in that. They were the ones who were closest, and they're still at the sharp end of the field. But I think the interesting factor is going to be just how well Griffiths and Nuttall can go. But I think they're out of the equation full stop because of not getting result. Right, Jan Lammers out of that Bentley. He'll have loved that. He'll be imparting his knowledge. There he is. How wet was it? Jan will say, I didn't notice.
Wet? Has it rained? Yeah, a couple of Racing for Holland cars in one of the races yesterday, those black and white machines. But for a little more grey in the hair, whereas it used to be blonder, he's changed very little. Very slippery, he's just said.
You think you're going slow, you're still going too fast. It's a lot of sliding, but it's lots of fun too.
There we are, an eternal racer.
Go slower than you think. No. Yeah, and still wearing the Racing for Holland overalls as well. Very good. Just waiting. Now, you'll see a lot of people sitting around in the pit lane. That's not necessarily anything wrong with the number 43 Speed 6. Would have carried the number 3. In fact, it's still got the number 3 on the painted onto the front of the radiator grille. I did like that when the Bentley GT3s came back, the M Sport run cars, that they painted the radiator grills on the GT3 car with their racing numbers. I thought that was a very nice nod back to the history. But it is it's a time pit stop, and you can see the countdown timer. That's not to tell him when his pasta is ready. He's got 21 seconds to get to the end of the pit lane. That's lovely. That's one of the Talbots that we were talking about.
A winner here in 1931 in class, and then I love the diversity. Of course, then the following year it won on the Brooklands 1000.
Yeah.
And you think about the difference of those circuits, but at the time you think of how few other circuits there were. Lots of temporary road race courses, particularly in France. Every coastal town wanted to get a top race in, and so if you were a driver with a Bugatti, you could take absolutely anywhere. That's why the Type 35 won over 1,000 races. Get that.
Motor racing was as ubiquitous then as, say, GT3 is as a class around the world now. If you've got a GT3 car, you can pretty much take it somewhere every week and find somewhere to have a go. And some of these car owners and drivers would have been doing exactly the same in the 20s and the 30s. Well, we saw Jan Lammers driving the Bentley. He's out the car and talking to Vincent.
Back in the pits of Le Mans circuit, Mr. Yann Lamers, former Formula One driver, former Le Mans winner, of course, with the Bentley from the early years. Yann, how was it?
It was lots of fun. I mean, the start is crazy because I've never driven one of these cars in the wet. And it's funny, when you really think you're going slow, you're still going too fast. But once you get the feel for it, it's lovely to slide around and everything. So you're like dancing on the track. No, lots of fun. Very much enjoyed it.
Is it possible to attack with this kind of car?
Oh yes, yeah. It's quick on the straight. That's a nice start, and brakes are very good. And I think I can use a little bit of my experience with the rain lines because there was an oil track. But if you drive around it and use the track, there's okay grip.
We can see it's totally different of the cars you drove before.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 1928 or 1988 with the Jaguars is still substantial difference. But it's great, you know. I did the Mille Miglia with a Bugatti once, and now this also. It's from the same time era, and I think it really adds to my in-depth knowledge of racing, so I like it.
Today in Le Mans, Yann Lamers was a Bentley boy.
He would have been a perfect Bentley boy back in the day, wouldn't he, Bruce?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, he had the right attitude, but bear in mind, if you think about the Bentley boys back then, they were all terribly well-heeled when they came into the game,
well,
and so
point,
they
yes.
were used to having the right suits, wearing in the right place at the right time. But in terms of his driving ability, straight up top.
Now, interesting, Miles Griffiths has now got into the leading BMW.
It won't start.
And it won't start.
He's got time.
Miles runs a preparation company called High-Tech. There's two High-Techs. They're the High-Tech from Worcestershire. And see, Will Nuttall pushing the car. He runs a rival preparation company, yet they're driving together. And that shows what a community this is.
That was just a starter issue there. I think either the starter was stuck or it was the battery wasn't turning it over. Let's just note that, by the way, that's a 1928 car with the self-starter.
Yeah, but Will's a quick boy. We talked about him winning at Dijon the other day.
1938 car.
And Miles Griffiths had a lot of success at Goodwood, another place, another very quick driver.
Yeah, and again, but though, for some of them, you know, they get invited very late on to drive here. You know, a lot of deals are done here and there. Someone wants to drive, they pull out. But it's just familiarity with the cockpit. And when things go wrong, that's when you need it. It's like drivers who get into a car at night in a 24-hour race and suddenly think, oh, hold on, and when something goes wrong, the car has gone off, something has failed. Where's the switch gear? You know, so you can never have too much time preparing yourself. But it's those moments where things go wrong, suddenly everything gets tipped on its head.
I think it was Sir Sterling. Mark Moss who told us in one of the very early, I was talking to Joe Bradley, and when we did it, one of the very early versions of Le Mans Classic for on-site English language radio on FM, and talking about cars that didn't have the same pedal arrangement. So the accelerator was in the middle.
Oh yeah, I mean famously the Maserati 250F. I remember in my Allsport days we put our then young driver, which was David Coulthard, on board a 250F. His father, Duncan, was beside himself because that was his favourite car, but he did say at the last minute before David arrived, he said, you do know the pedal's the wrong way around. And David said he drove the circuit completely freaked out, and then he thought about the value of the car. But once he started going, having the pedals in the wrong arrangement, that was fine.
Whilst everything's going all right. And then when when something gets sideways or you have to brake a bit more or whatever, you know, it's like the difference between riding a motorcycle where all your gears are up, 1 down and 5 up, or rather 1 up and 5 down, or as I have done once, driving a car with the steering rack reversed.
Oh, what fun.
That's difficult.
Reverse steering auto test I did once in a mini Metro, and Tiffany Dell was there for this, and he reminds me of it once in a while. I put my hand on the bottom of the steering wheel and used it as a joystick rather than so it was turn left to go left and turn right to go right from the bottom of the steering.
That's good technique for that. Just want to touch on something. We've just seen the number 44 Aston Martin Ulster, glorious lifting car coming in, and it's shared by Philippe Lanternier and Jean-Laurent Bellou. The driver coming in couldn't find his crew because they're not holding up lollipops. He stopped in one place, then he went up and saw someone in roughly the right suit.
There's a famous Le Mans story about Alain de Cadenet coming into the pits and there was no one there when he went to the pit stop. Well, it might have been Chris Craft and none of the Cadenet crew were there. But look at this Delahaye, it's absolutely gorgeous. Now, trying to work out, we talked about the Talbots, the most convoluted history of any motor company in the world, Talbot. It started as an Anglo-French outfit, then they split. And the same cars were basically built by Talbot and Delahaye. So in France they were sold as Delahayes. Then they joined, then the Roots troop took them over, and it's just... I read an article about it the other day. I couldn't take into my head all the different machinations of Talbot over the years.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at the sort of ownership of a company like Aston Martin, it's bounced here and there. Scratch the surface on Maserati, same sort of sketch, and so we go. And now, of course, you've got these marques being revived after decades, of which I'm not a big fan. If there's no bloodline, there is no bloodline. Anyhow, off the high horse I get.
Particularly for some of the old British marques that are now owned by... so that was hand controls on one of the cars that we were looking at. And one of the things I love about motorsport is its inclusivity. Sometimes that's seen as a dirty word, and yet, particularly here at Le Mans, of course, down through the years, Fred Saucet, who came here as a quadriplegic and raced in the 24-hour race with the Saw 24 cars. So that is exactly the car we were looking at earlier on, the number 19. Hand control to the driver's left. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And let's not forget Robert Wiggins as well, who completed one of his bucket list races, the Nürburgring 24, earlier on this year, and he's racing in GT Daytona in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship with a Bosch system that he's helped develop. Now that looks like that's got a pre-selected gearbox on that, Bruce.
Yeah, it would have, and it's a shame the camera's not on the other side. Vincent Turner is leaning across, and that is how he's going to be changing gear. Just now, he's just simply waiting for the signal to take. That's a sorry, I've said pre-selected. There'll be people who don't understand what that is in the 117 car. That's effectively a semi-automatic, isn't it, Andrew?
Yeah. I had a scooter with a pre-selected gearbox.
Of course you did.
And it was kind of... There was a little window, and you selected a number, and then you pressed the pedal down. No clutch, you just pressed the pedal and it changed. Now, Fritz and Ashes had pre-selected.
They do.
There was a lever, and then you pressed the lever down, but there's no clutch. Very good technology, actually, back in the day.
The only time I've ever driven anything with a pre-selected was a double-decker bus.
Oh, yes.
Oh, get you.
I think they nearly all have pre-selected. Yeah, that's absolutely... Yeah, I've never driven a double-decker bus. I've driven the Maxwell Charabang, which is part of the Montague collection.
I can't believe, finally, after all these years of working with you, I've found something I've got one up on you, Andrew.
Is that William Metcalf there?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Good call. Bentley
Good
number 10 from period. So this raced here just a century ago. This is a very special. So it's a bit of a shame he's having a mechanical problem, but actually it's the taking part that really, at an event like this. But 100 years, an amazing story for William Metcalf with that car. First engine built to super sport spec. Oh, hello.
Get the saw out.
Fantastic stuff. Whilst that goes on, let's go down to the driver who's just got out of the Delahaye number 19. That's Mr. Cavalosa down in the pit lane with Vincent.
In the pits of Le Mans here with José Carvalhosa, car number 19. It's a Delahaye competition. First of all, José, how was it the first pass of the wet?
Well, the wet is very, very slippery everywhere, so we do our best not to turn the car around. That was a very, very good experience. The cars are wonderful. Even when you are being passed, you enjoy the cars that pass you, so it's wonderful to be here.
Let's speak about your teammate, Vincent Tourneur. Is there a special item for him, a special system in the car, so that he can drive this Delahaye on this track?
Yes, there is special. The car is specially adapted for his limitations, but he uses it very well. We do almost the same time, so it's very used to drive the car. He's a wonderful driver, so
take advantage of it. She's an example for what we can do if we have the will to.
It's a kind of legends also. Vincent Tourneur and José Carvalhosa under the delay competition.
A little golf clap from us here in the booth for what was said there. I talked about the inclusivity, and particularly here at Le Mans we have Paul Lord Drayson, who fought really hard to get his licence, lost the sight of an eye and raced in the States, and then eventually fulfilled his dream here. I think still holds a electric land speed record that I saw him set up in Yorkshire at Elvington straight after Le Mans 1 year in a lull. It's great, and it's absolutely correct, I think, Bruce, that the adaptations, use your words, are allowed in this car. That wasn't period, of course not, but it makes sure that everybody can enjoy our sport.
Well, you've encapsulated all of it there, John. I don't need to add any more, simply because I wholeheartedly appreciate it. What happens if you've had a car passing down through your family and someone said, no, you can't adapt it to your disability? It's wrong. Everyone should be able to enjoy these cars, and the fact that technology is there, and in fact, you scratch the surface of way more than we've mentioned. The number of people all around the world who race with disabilities, whether it's a hearing disability, a sight disability, a mobility disability. And here, you know, this is the absolute sign that you can get it right. Here we are, wet surface, cars with very little grip.
Yeah.
And the fact that we heard there from José Carvalhosa, they think they pretty much do the same time, says it all.
Bravo.
Fastest man out of it, had a spinner in the white Bugatti there now.
That is the Bodas Monnier car, the T51 from 1930. Well, that's one of the continuation cars. It's sort of a vanilla cream colour. I do like those sort of off-white shades that you
Crème
get.
anglaise, perhaps. Avec
Yes.
Avec il flottant.
Il flottant.
So just before, 30 seconds ago, we had some great shots of the Alfa Romeo of the Halusa family.
With
but
Alex
now,
Ames on board.
Alex Ames is the racing manager for the Halusas. He's a fine driver, has had a lot of success this season in Formula 3, old Formula 3 that is, and with Formula Ford, and he is really making that car fly.
Remotely adjustable.
There he is on cue. That's Alex.
Remotely adjustable mirrors there. I lean over and put it right yourself.
Well, the good news, it looks though that the battle of the hacksaw has been completed, and William Metcalfe is about to go back into the race. So a
precision
delay.
engineering, I'll have you
sorry,
know that, Bruce.
I will stand outside in the rain for 5 minutes to repent.
I think Fritz Burkhardt is going to have to watch out now, because look, he's 50 seconds behind his nearest challenger in the overall picture.
Just remember, though, he had that victory in the first race by 1 minute and 4 seconds or so that's a buffer. But it's
not sure what he did in the second.
I was going to say,
but what's left on the clock? Under 2 minutes, we're on to the final lap of the race. So this could be very, very close indeed. All the challengers can do is press on. Certainly, Miles Griffiths there he is in the BMW 328. You're quite right, John. It looks like it should be a car from the next plateau.
Yes. It never ceases to amaze me. And funny enough, just echoing what Fred Wakeman was saying earlier on, I didn't know how interested I would be and become in these earlier cars. If you'd asked me a few years ago, or certainly if you'd asked me in 1989, the first year I came to Le Mans to work, the first year I came to Le Mans. So, you know, pre-war cars, no. Not at all. And then you come and watch them and you look at them and you see how much we owe to them in terms of the ideas. There's very little that's been invented. It's been refined in the last century.
Yeah, and one thing I'd say to that, I was maybe slightly sniffy at Goodwood when we started introducing the Edwardian cars. I thought, really, they're going to be slow. But the rule in motor racing, doesn't matter what the pace of the car is. If you've got one of a similar pace, you can have a good race. If they look different, deliver their performance differently, better still. And then, also, when you've got a car with a 26-litre engine, I didn't just make that up. That is what we had, an aero engine.
Was that in the Voiturette category, was it?
No, the Voiturette would only be the little baby category, of course. But, you know, I go aside. But they are endlessly interesting. If you don't know about them, go and look at them, and I defy you not to be interested. But now what we're seeing on screen is some real press on driving there from Alex Ames.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race.
Is there a drying line just starting to appear? I will not say dry. By the way, the Voiturette reference was Grand Prix of Gibraltar.
Yes. Grand Prix du Roc.
Grand Prix du Roc.
I'm just having a quick check. We don't have in our timing system the result of the second race.
Oh,
no,
okay.
I know.
All right.
So
that Bentley Coupe is just tremendous, isn't it?
do you think so, John? I think it looks a bit like an afterthought, isn't
Well,
it?
I mean, yes.
I was going to quip earlier, and I would be, oh, dearie me, well saved. That the shake of the head, nice Ukrainian flag on there, but...
oh, that's brilliant. Here's the 0-1 and the number 1 Itzy 2300 Mille. And look, that's the way. Just feeling for the grip, just overcoming the grip with the back wheels, tiny little movements on the steering wheel. It'll be fingertips even on those big steering wheels. The steering wheel's big, of course, because you needed the purchase on the steering wheels. You had to be able to haul them round at slow speed, but now it's all about movement. Comes through, and this is the first race on Sunday morning. The final opportunity for these drivers to celebrate the earliest years. Brilliant, right onto almost the lock stops there. A little bit of understeer, ooh, take it steady. And now dialing into oversteer, steering it with the throttle. And here comes that beautiful Alpha across the line.
Yeah, looked at that flag, didn't he? Alex Ames.
Loves
Two
it.
arms in the air.
Loves it.
Well done.
Third in the opening race, no results for the second race, so that could be very
That could be
handy
close,
indeed.
couldn't it? Yes, because it had a 22-second lead over the BMW. We know didn't start one of them. 33 over, yeah. It'll all come out in the wash. Alex,
That's the BMW going through, just putting a lap on one of the Bentleys as he goes across the line. Now, the Delahaye, which should be next up, number 65, the 135S from 1935, crosses the line now. Now, it's the gap between this car and the Burkhardt car, I think, that is going to be the most interesting, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, if we do get the result later on, I'm sure we will. We'll bring it to you. And Morley done an excellent job to get up to 6th in the penalty as well. Alex Ames owns a very important Formula Junior car. He owns it, it's not part of the... And it's the car when the great motorcycle racer, Mike Hailwood, who later raced at Brands, we talked about yesterday, the first racing car he ever owned or raced was a Brabham Formula Junior that was run by Parnell Racing, actually. And he races that race successfully.
Coming through to finish now with a little bit of a lock-up on the left front there as he came through the Ford chicane. That was the number 69 car, I think, which would have made it the Morgan 44 Goddard Smith car. But where is this Alpha? There it is, and that's 1 minute and 1 second back from its nearest rival. So the result of race 2 is going to be absolutely crucial.
I'm afraid it is. We
Yeah.
just don't have it at the moment.
No, absolutely. Here's the Bentley 4.5 litre blower, the number 7 car. Morley driving that car and leading its class. The Delahaye, by the way, the Van der Lof car won its class as well. We're talking about the overall in this plateau, which is the aggregated times from the 3 races spread over the last 24 hours, or just under for these guys.
But I have to say, Martin Halusa, who owns the car and owns lots of cars, and his son's racing, of course, here, did an excellent job to put the car in a position where Alex Ames could really wring its neck and take it to the front.
Yeah, and obviously he did it when the track conditions were up there worse. It had been drying out, but we could have the bizarre... Well, you'd normally think if you finished first, fourth across races, as Fritz Burkhardt has done with that car, that should be good enough for victory. But especially as the first one had a margin to the second place car of over a minute.
Yes.
But on this one, he's over a minute down on the... You know, you wouldn't expect that level of swing, but consistency ought to pay out.
I'm sure later in the day we'll be able to bring you that overall result. But, you know, what's important here is not that. It's just about all these guys displaying these marvellous cars and throwing them sideways. John?
I love the mix of old and new that we're seeing. So the car coming through now, which is the Guernsey car, has got its original Guernsey plate on it, which is just numbers, in pressed aluminium, which is absolutely period correct. But it's got the modern sticker down the side that has GBG on it, and the Guernsey flag, which tells you that it's driven regularly on the road and they're not expecting any exemptions from any of the road traffic laws. I think that's absolutely brilliant.
Indulge me for a second, please. My Turner's got similar plates like that. And a shout out for the 6 guys that have driven here in Turner's, but part of the Fairthorpe Club, and they're part with thousands of others. All the wonderful car clubs that are here, John. I think we're just heading towards an interview, aren't we?
Yeah, just as the rest of the field is coming through, here comes the number 66. That's a little bit further down the field, and I saw that a moment or two ago, and now I've lost it.
It's the HRG.
It is, yes. So let's head back down to Vincent, who is now in what is dry conditions in the pit lane.
This car is a Delay 134-35 with a Gauthier Rossignol at the wheel. Gauthier, end of the race here. I heard some drivers saying it's very wet, it's very difficult on the track. How was it?
Yeah, honestly, it was fantastic. The car is really complicated to drive when it's wet, but you have to stay focused, and it's very funny because it's really slippery everywhere. But at the S-Porsche, you have the impression that it's sunshine. So you don't understand why, but it's sunshine over there. So that's why 13 kilometers, it's fantastic.
The first aim is to have fun, to make some result. What's the feeling?
I was there with my team, Avec. We were 4 drivers, so honestly, we were looking for, the best result we could do. It's completely at the end of the list. And we are completely at the end of the list, so that's fantastic. But we are at the end, so the only objective was to have fun, and we had.
And about this event here, Le Mans Classic is just as magic as usual.
As you maybe know, I used to work there doing 9 years, so it's a lot of emotion to be back. It's a lot of emotion to be part of the entry list in grid number 1, the first time for us. Thank you very much to the owner of the car, Hugo. He's a member of our team. And the event is really fantastic. And you can say whatever you want. It's a competition, so you can't say to the organization, you quit grid number 6 and grid number 1 in the night. That's normal. It's part of the risk. It's a competition. It is not a demonstration, but it's gentleman driver competition.
4 drivers with 1 car. This Delay 135.
Oh, here to everything that's just been said. And by the way, they didn't finish last there. They finished 60th out of 61 cars that started. So there you go. They weren't last in the aggregates. Who knows at the moment? Quite a few non-starters in the almost 80 cars. I think, as I said, we only started 61 there. Only, yes. But isn't that fantastic that we can say that, Bruce? Only 61 cars.
Yeah, and I think it's also fantastic that car, you know, we heard from Gauthier Rossignol that he'd worked on this event.
Yeah.
But not for 9 years. So he already sees it from the other side of the fence and can only imagine how good it is for the drivers to be here with a bunch of people having fun. In fact, he finished the race in the pit, so he would have been slightly higher had he completed that last lap. But it's about having fun. It's about getting these cars out. It's about, and we heard from Fred Wakeman, this is the group of cars that has the most fantastic feeling between all the people in the paddock, how tightly they're involved with each other, and the playing field just gets better and better for them. And the fact that now we're going to have the Le Mans Classic every year rather than every second year means a lot of these, they will be here only second year because it's split.
Yes, exactly.
But then their field will be enlarged. So some of their friends that they race with other times will more likely get an entry to join them, which makes it better and better still for all involved.
And you might be watching and thinking, hang on, you've got nearly 80 cars in each plateau. How many more cars can there be? Well, the answer is actually a surprisingly large number. There are many more cars. This is a very sought-after invitation, much as the Le Mans 24 Hours is for the main race in June. Good morning. If you are just joining us, here's the result of the second race, of Plateau 1. So did they not get a race overnight? That would answer our questions, Mr. Mariott. Me being a paid observer, I hadn't noticed that on all of the timing screens.
Well,
so
it doesn't say it, does it? But I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
So
now,
what does that do for our result?
Right, start calculating your base 60. Some 10 or so different classes.
Burkhardt wins.
You reckon Burkhardt wins? Okay. So the number 2 Alfa Romeo, unofficially by Andrew Marriott's calculations, but he was a pretty tidy rally co-driver, so doing base 60 arithmetic is second nature to him.
Yeah, won a couple of internationals.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
One in South Africa, actually.
That's why he has 5 stopwatches around his neck at all times.
At
just
all
in case.
times. All on different time zones. The hardy spectators are out on the bankside and enjoying themselves. Inevitably today, it was going to be a bit quieter, with people perhaps having stayed up all night and watched the outstanding racing during the darkness hours, maybe taking a more leisurely breakfast before heading off back to their home bases. But I think the rain has kept 1 or 2 people away, unfortunately, this morning.
But their Mark affiliation brings them here, so a couple of Marcos fans sitting in the grandstand. You talk to different people we know who've come down to this event, people we've bumped into. They split it differently. Some do the daytime races. Each of the groups has of the 6 groups, the 6 plateau have 3 races. They might just do the daytime ones. A lot of people I spoke to were doing the day and a few hours of night, and then they'd go off to their accommodation in Arge or wherever, and then come back today. But the sheer enthusiasm, but John, you know this from talking to people around here, when people arrive, they come with an era they want to watch.
Yeah.
That is their favourite. They'd be happy to watch the others, and they go away with new favourites. And every time you'll be seeing different cars. And that, to me, is part of the magic of this event.
And just to note the little visual clues as to how the weather is changing, there is a bit of a breeze, which is actually drying things off at the moment. Normally comes from the southwest here, but people are sitting on the concrete of the tribunes now in between the races. They would not have been wanting to do that earlier on because it was absolutely throwing it down. And yes, it's probably a top coat colder than it was in the earlier part of the rig. Right, we've got some, thanks to Al Kamel and our timekeepers, we've got the overall classifications of the plateau of Grid 1 that have been put together, and we must compliment the guys. So the Halusa, now you see, because we hadn't realised, Andrew, that middle race had been scratched. It is the Halusa 8C then, with that victory by 20 odd seconds, and over a minute on the Burkhardt Alpha, that has taken the victory there.
Well, I didn't get it right.
No, I tell you why.
But that was because the second race didn't happen.
No, but I'll tell you another thing. It was also because looking at the timing screen, it said that the Halusa car the Burkhardt car had been down by 1 minute and 1. That was the interval to the car in 3rd place. It was 1 minute and 35 seconds.
Yeah,
the race
that
winning
made
car.
a
That was a mistake. I was doing my sums here, and I suddenly realised just as we were cutting away.
And of course, it didn't say on the graphic, but Alex Ames had a lot to do with that as well.
Yeah, and so these are that is only 2 races from these cars, because the second race obviously didn't happen. So if they'd effectively, what you're looking at here is the times that if the cars had been running contiguously through the 2 races, as they were for this one, it'll be 3 for grid number 2, plateau number 2. Then it'll be the 3 race times added together.
Great that I don't have to try and do my sums anymore now, because we know they can do it.
We had a production meeting earlier in the week when we were discussing this with our fabulous crew here and whether we might be able to do this. And I suddenly remembered that Al Kamel are involved with the Pete Auto organisation, and I said, it is Al Kamel here? Yeah, I said, fine. And had a chat with 2 of the team who are super enthusiastic about all the motor racing that they do. And on Friday night, as we as we were leaving, just had a quick chat in the evening sunshine, and they said, yeah, we'll get the details from the timekeepers, and even if we can't display it graphically, which now we've seen that they can, we'll send you a piece of paper.
Yes.
So that was absolutely mega. Thank you very much indeed. And you can follow along if you just put into your search engine Peter Auto or Le Mans Classic and Al Kamel, the timing screens will pop up. And there's a tracker as well that you can follow around, race control as well. We have got some contemporary cars here. These are the BMW Fast Lap. Those are going to be entertaining this morning for those lucky enough to have the golden ticket with the BMW M4 and M4 Tourings.
Yeah, I wonder what the deal is here, how you get to do that. I'm sure a lot of listeners and viewers would be...
Oh, look, there's a police car chasing that one.
Interesting, just going back to the result, I did notice that the Miles Griffith BMW Fraser Nash that was going so well, he actually finished 49th overall because he didn't finish the first race, he stopped early on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So these are hot laps for guests of BMW enjoying the Le Mans circuit in the wet as much as, possibly even more than in the dry. The CS version of the M4s with all-wheel drive, of course, so they'll be demonstrating that pretty well. Right, let's pick up some more atmosphere. Here's a name to conjure with here at Le Mans, Christophe Tanso in the pit lane.
He's not a Le Mans Classic driver, but he's a former 24th Le Mans driver on the podium of the LMP2 category. Next to the podium in the LMP1 category. Christophe Tanso, on va le faire en français, on traduira en anglais juste après. Alors Christophe, votre présence ici au Mans Classic, vous faites quoi ici? Vous n'êtes pas pilote?
Non, pour une fois, je ne suis pas pilote, mais je suis organisateur d'un team. Et on a deux belles voitures, hein, une Porsche 550 Speeder et puis une BMW 328 à avant-guerre.
Alors quel regard vous avez sur ces compétitions historiques, vous qui avez roulé en moderne avec des protos hyper rapides bien évidemment, c'est un autre monde ici?
C'est clair, c'est un autre monde. Maintenant, il y a quand même une petite rivalité entre les différentes voitures, ce qui fait un show magnifique. On revoit des voitures qui ont eu une histoire de dingue aux 24 heures du Mans. C'est génial aussi de voir ça. Enfin, je veux dire, c'est magnifique, hein, les 917, 918. On pourrait donner énormément de voitures sur lesquelles on a passé notre enfance. Que même malgré tout, avant de faire Le Mans, j'étais spectateur. Et pour arriver à faire 12 fois les 24 heures du Mans.
Bien évidemment, ces voitures, les voitures modernes, on sait, elles ont pas mal d'assistance électronique, etc. Back to the roots, ici, retourne aux racines, bien sûr. Ça ne vous étonne pas, ce succès populaire d'un événement comme Le Mans Classique?
Non, ça ne me surprend pas parce qu'il y a des gens, quand on croise des personnes qui ça fait 30 ans qui viennent voir les 24 heures du Mans, bah, toute cette histoire, elle est revit grâce à cet événement. Et c'est beau de revoir ça. Alors évidemment, comme tu disais, la tenue de route des voitures, là en l'occurrence sous la pluie, on a des belles images parce que ça glisse beaucoup. Il n'y a pas évidemment du tout les mêmes pneus. Là, on est sur du pneu sec, pluie, c'est les mêmes. Ça tient pas la route, ça freine pas. Donc on revient dans l'histoire en fin de compte. Et c'est ce qui fait aussi la beauté de cet événement. Les pilotes s'adaptent. Il faut s'adapter, même si on a des pilotes qui ont couru sur des voitures récentes, il faut bien revenir en arrière et penser qu'il n'y a pas de frein et qu'il n'y a pas de grippe.
Bon, quand est-ce qu'on vous voit au volant de votre 550 Speeder ou une autre?
Alors aujourd'hui, je suis simplement organisateur et assistance. Peut-être qu'un jour, je roulerai sur cette voiture-là, c'est possible.
He's not a driver of Le Mans Classic, but he's not surprised at all about this popularity, the success, huge success of this Le Mans Classic, because all those drivers were first children and they were alongside the track watching those cars, and those cars are here today in Le Mans.
Brilliant stuff from Vincent, one of two reporters that we have with splitting their time between the PA and the international and French feeds. For the world feeds, Vincent and of course Bruno Vandestick. We could not possibly be at Le Mans and the circuit of Le Mans without Bruno being around. BMW's piling back into the pit lane.
Yeah, 3 police cars there. They've rounded up those reprobates and brought them back in. But you were mentioning, John, probably more fun for the passengers with these pro drivers taking them around with the track being wet and looking at the angles that some of those cars are put out of the chicane. That would have been a huge thrill, those super quick BMWs.
So the flashing blue light is obviously top 30 at the Nürburgring then as well, isn't it? That's the thing that they get through the top qualifying. Those BMW M4 Tourings, the estate car, their latest version of the fast wagon, was only a relatively new addition to the M fleet, but fast estate cars, very good indeed. The Club Sport launched at Maguire's Bath at 12 hours earlier this year, the first time that BMW have launched an M car in Australia.
Bruce, you'd like one of those, wouldn't you? Was it your idea?
Oh, very much. You know, I've always had my eye on sort of, yeah, exactly. They're the 2 different types of cars out there. The smaller grille on the M2. Oh, yeah, and I'm a big fan of powerful estate cars. Just got to convince other people in the family, but and then find their money. But I've always had an eye, you know, looking at the BMW Alpina range and things. Certain Ben Edwards arrives in one occasionally.
A nice little
proper tool.
A B3 or something like that, estate car. There's been a couple that have been for sale recently. I do like that that blue-purple colour. Sunday morning, coming up to midday here at Le Mans. Nestling just outside the city of Le Mans is the famous racetrack of Les Arts. I just couldn't help myself with that, with the Pathé News type jingle. Good morning, everybody, for the last couple of minutes of Sunday morning. Track drying off, and we're into the final races for the final 3 races today. We've already seen the first of the older group, Plateau 1. We move on now to Plateau number 2, and keen-eyed amongst you will be seeing we've moved on a little bit down through the years, and on the front row of the grid, 2 great Le Mans marks, Jaguar and Mercedes-Benz. Andrew Murray along with Bruce Jones, with me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth, and we've moved up into the late 40s and into the early 1950s, some of the real glory years, Andrew, for Le Mans, when it really came to international recognition.
Yeah, well, there we see Nigel Webb, who owns that ex-Duncan Hamilton C-Type, and his professional driver Chris Ward, and they'll be looking to win this one. They've won race 1, they've won race 2. We do have those results. And last year, well, not 2 years ago, John, they won 2 of the 3 races, but they had a problem in the 3rd. So actually, the Halusas won the race overall. But you just see those Mercedes-Benz up there. There's Nigel.
Chris Ward on the right.
I managed to get to word with Chris Ward when I went out from my little watery trip into the paddock, and he's pretty confident the car's going very well indeed. But you know, these are old cars,
And just before we move across the other car, I just want to point out there are 2 victories, one by 30 seconds, the other by 3. So they've got a 34-second advantage. That's a comfortable cushion for that pairing.
On which car, though? Not the car that they're sharing the front row with, the lovely SLC.
We haven't quite got our head around how the grids are worked out, but they're not worked out on the previous results. No. I think it's something to do with, This is
it not fastest laps from the previous race?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Now, this is a car, this Mercedes, I think Jochen Mass I saw racing. Late Jochen Mass, how we miss him.
Yeah, gosh, it's Ricky.
Is that one of the Carrera Panamericana cars?
Yeah, it has that logo down the side. Yeah. Of course, famous stories then with vulture strikes and other things in those amazing road races in the 50s. And good to see now that the gull wings stand up. It just such a great design of car, but also the performance those 300 SLs had. Astonishing.
That car went very well in the night.
Yeah.
Came second in the night race, so just 3.5 seconds down on the Webb Ward C-Type. But take a look on board, and I must say, whenever you look at anything from the Mercedes sort of historic collection, they are prepared to the tip top.
But I love the old analog dials. I really do. SL obviously is the light version, Sport Light.
HK Engineering are the #1 people that look after Mercedes Gullwings. If you've got a Gullwing, HK, which is a German outfit, probably seen it at some stage.
They look after all of mine.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure they do.
Triumph used to have factory teams here. You know, they race Spitfires here, they race TRs here.
Yeah, it's worthwhile reminding everybody that is tuning in today that Le Mans has always been a multi-class race, and it was very inclusive because they were promoting the automotive industry as a whole, and generally speaking, the cars were based on or were indeed road cars, and so different engine capacities made up the grid. So there's always been a multi-class portion of this. DB3S from 1955.
Yeah, my brother-in-law has got a replica of one of those. I drove
very
it recently.
pretty car.
Yeah. Unfortunately, his car had a modern BMW engine in it.
You will forgive
and
me.
it was a replica.
But that was a straight 6 as well. So
Yes, it was a straight 6.
I kind of forgive that.
Yeah, I drove it on an airfield. I'm happy not to drive it again.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Well, that's the Silecki family car.
Yes.
Looking forward onto the second of those two
famous
Gullwings.
62 EMU, famous number plate, famous car.
Yeah, in that California sage green colour, which is so fantastic. I had the opportunity to buy HOT 250 as a number plate many years ago for a ridiculously small amount of money, but it was a ridiculously too much amount of money. It was hundreds, not thousands, and I still regret that.
Now we're looking at an Argentinian. We've got a lot of Argentinian crews here this weekend. Manuel Elitab and Claudio Scalise in this. It's a Coupe C38. Alas, one of the other C38s will not be out, and that's Fred Wakeman's. We had him in the studio earlier, but oil pressure problems have cost him. There we are, the Argentinian gaucho hat.
Yes, he looks the business, doesn't he? Absolutely looks the business.
Horse is tethered in the paddock and talking to rival competitor, Goddard family car. I'm trying to see where that is on the grid, but clearly somewhere around.
Very high up. They had a top 3.
They came second in the first race and third in the second. So yeah, the answer to my own question.
Run for the Goddard car. Frank Goddard there.
The C-Type was the first racing car had disc brakes, I think.
Yeah, 19.
Developed by Dunlop, but not by a braking company.
Yeah. Won both the Rheem, the RAS 12 hours and the Le Mans 24 hours with those in 1953.
Yeah. Now, most of these cars in this period, of course, are front engine, but look to the right was the cameraman's just pulled into the Jaguar steering wheel. But we do have rear engine cars here, and that's what Fred Wakeman was going to drive, and this was driving a similar. They called it the bobtail.
Yeah.
So central seater car, very much based on a Formula 2 design.
Yeah, that is the T39 from 1955. Very minimalist design, bodywork. You could almost have sort of looked at this and seen a single seater underneath it. And tell you what, let's throw a tarpaulin over the top of it, and then we'll make the bodywork molds out of that and sort around it. Not quite like that, but you can see what I'm talking about there.
Now, one crew, Will Nuttall and Miles Griffiths, have just jumped from Plateau 1 to Plateau 2, so you can see how busy we're in the little Kieft Sport. And again, these smaller players, but of course, so many of them made little sports cars and then single-seaters as well. To see, they needed the money. So Will Nuttall on board, he's had at least half the previous race to recover.
But and what sort of that? What, a 1.5 litre engine or something?
They've probably got a Climax in it. They had lots of different.
Okay.
I've seen Will Nuttall winning at Goodwood in a Kieft.
And where were Kieft from then? Was that another
Birmingham? I think.
Yeah, I was going to say it was the Midlands somewhere, wasn't it? Yeah.
Cyril Kieft was the man. There was so many of these garages that built these cars.
They didn't come in, and then they went mental on the pit wall. They were like waving at me, shouting.
We're just pitching up some audio from.
Describing what was going on in the last race.
His dad,
Guy's helmet there, sitting on the sideboard.
He's driving with Ollie Webb.
Yeah, Ollie Webb. So it's good to see Ollie in some historic stuff as well.
The T39.
Yeah, he's a man.
They are tiny, aren't they, those T39s? Yeah. And again, these cars, the Aramco decal, yes, it's a sponsor of the event, but they are supplying the fuels, the sustainable fuels that are run throughout the Peter Auto Series.
I suppose we should just add that Ollie Webb has experience in WEC and has been
Yes,
he
we
was
should.
a European ELMS champion, wasn't he? Yeah. So Ollie Webb, and he's also done a lot of development driving, I think, for various sort of strange manufacturers.
Yeah, but he also does a lot of development with drivers as
Yeah,
well.
he does.
That's another factor. So
750 Monza, 1955. Road-going plates on it, and look at that. Front-engine Ferraris don't come very much better than that, do they?
Now, one of these cars has got, one of these cars got Horatio Fitzsimon in it, who's a young charging driver out of Formula Ford and Formula Junior, and races both sides of the Atlantic, doesn't he? There's Horatio.
Now that colour is that is the colour for me.
Well, Will Nuttall, maybe Will's going to jump from one car to another. There's the AC Ace. We talked earlier about the Tejero. And John Tejero, originally born in Portugal, had a lot of input into the original AC Ace. Lovely car.
But you can see with that, though, how that car developed for AC into the arguably more famous Cobra.
Yeah, it got steroids.
Yeah, particularly around the rear end, though.
Podium look.
Let's have a look at the Grid 1 podium ceremony, and Vincent is our master of ceremonies. Let's listen in.
Plaisir d'accueillir Madame Véronique Rivron, première vice-présidente, et Monsieur Olivier Sasso, vice-président de la commission sport de la Sarthe pour la remise des trophées à l'occasion de ce podium numéro 1. Alex et Shirley Vanderlof qui sont les premiers célébrés. Second place coming from Switzerland, it's an Alfa Romeo 8C 2300. Car number 2, Mr. Fritz Burkhardt. Fritz Burkhardt.
So this was quite tight on the aggregates.
If you can go on the podium, great. Fritz Burkhardt coming from Switzerland. La deuxième place pour Fritz Burkhardt avec l'Alfa Romeo 8C 2300 LM numéro 2. Voilà, qui salue et qui remercie l'équipe. Fritz Burkhardt, félicitations. Et toujours Véronique Rivron et Olivier Sasso à la remise de ces trophées pour la commission sport de la Sarthe. And the winners with another Alfa Romeo 8C 2300 Spider Zagato, car number 1, coming from Austria for him. Martin Aluza, coming from Great Britain. Alexander Ames on the podium. Congrats, guys, and that's the victory. Et c'est la victoire pour une autre Alfa Romeo 8C, la 2300 Spider Zagato numéro 1. Martin Aluza, propriétaire de l'auto, nous vient d'Autriche, et Alexander Ames nous vient
11 seconds across 3 races and just 13 seconds back to third place. It was close in the wet.
2 races.
2 races, sorry, yes.
Alexander Ames, on écoute l'hymne national autrichien.
Austrian national anthem for the owner of the car.
La victoire de Martin Aluza et d'Alexander Ames avec l'Alfa Romeo 8C 2300 mpm Spider Zagato. Deuxième place pour Fritz Burkhardt avec une autre Alfa Romeo 8C 2300. Alex et Shirley Vanderlof avec une Delahaye 135 Ace. On va les faire monter sur la plus haute marche du podium tous les trois. Et puis il y aura un prix supplémentaire sur le podium. Stay on the podium please a few minutes. On a un prix supplémentaire et c'est un hommage à Ralph Emmerling qui était un participant au Mont Classique à ce plateau numéro 1 depuis 2002. Figurez-vous, il nous a malheureusement quitté il y a quelques mois d'ici, et donc c'est un prix hommage qui sera remis, et j'aimerais accueillir Émile Pralès, président du collège ici, pour remettre ce trophée, et ce trophée il sera décerné à la Riley 9 Book Mates numéro 71 Benoît Dauchin et Clément Dauchin. Cette Riley Brooklands 9 sur ce podium 1932. Voilà, cet hommage à Ralph Emmerling et je pense que c'est quelque chose d'assez prenant. Et merci à Émile Prades d'avoir pensé à cela et ça va parfaitement compléter bien évidemment cette cérémonie protocolaire réservée au plateau numéro 1. C'est une Riley 9 Brooklands que l'on retrouve ici. Benoît Dauchin et Clément Dauchin, la numéro 71. Merci bien. Congrats to everybody. It was a really, really great race, a great weekend for everybody. Congrats, top 3 and this special prize for Ralph Emmerling, distributed to Benoît and Clément Dauchin. Thank you very much.
Très bel hommage. Merci à vous et bravo messieurs. Merci à Vincent Franssen.
Well, great to be able to honour the winners in the first plateau. Just the 2 races to count for that one after the issues overnight. We'll have a quick look at some of the cars coming up next, Andrew. This is the second plateau, and this is the third race for
this
one.
The third race, and the Nigel Webb car has won both of them. So he's never won this before. He's tried a lot. So the 1952 C-Type.
So before we get into this, we've got a guest, so we'll have a quick chat with Mike Newton, who's joined us, racing in one of the guest classes this weekend, but a staple of the Peter Auto series in the Endurance Legends, effectively, the prototypes, and a car that I saw quite a lot when it was in Period, because it was right outside my offices at RML. How have you enjoyed this? You've got one more race to go this afternoon, haven't you?
That's right, yes. We're the last race after the last plateau. So yes, we've still got one to go. We had a somewhat chaotic race yesterday with lots of slow zones and things, but we persevered and got a reasonable result, so we're happy with that.
He won the class. He won the car. Come on, Mike.
Yeah, and also got in. I mean, tickling the top 10 at most of the.
Yeah, well, we finished 10th. Yeah, which is where we start today. So it's nice to be mixing in the back of the LMP ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Just stay there for a moment, Mike, will you? We're going to go back down to the pit lane and rejoin our pit lane reporters for some more atmosphere here at Le Mans Classic 2025.
On the podium here in Le Mans with the winners of this grid number 1, Martin Aluza and Alexander Ames. Martin, it's a great end for this weekend for you.
It's wonderful. We are here with 6 cars, and I think we were on the podium with 4 of them.
That's a great result.
Yes, but I have 2 sons as works drivers who are very fast.
Yes, I should say it's a family affair for Aluza. You are with Peter Otto, the historic racing by Peter Otto, the whole year. Of course, it's a real pleasure for you.
It's a great pleasure, and it's a great opportunity for the family to come together. Alex is part of the family, and so that's the main fun of this racing.
Alexander Ames, explain us driving such an Alfa Romeo on such a tracks with the rain. How was it?
It's a privilege to be here to start here and a privilege to drive the car. It was, she was very, very slippery. There was, I think it was an oil trail all the way around the circuit, and you were trying to choose your lines where you can brake. Had a few moments of locking up, but I knew I needed to get a bit of a gap to close up the time to Fritz. So I was trying to push on as hard as possible.
Great, congratulations guys, and with the Aluza family, it's a question of happy people on this podium.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Fantastic stuff. Mike Newton with us in the booth here. And Mike, your LMP2 car run by the same company who runs one of the Haluza cars as well.
That's correct. It's being run by Front Row. They're running the other Nicholas Lucer in the Audi R8, and they're running my LMP and the Porsche 962. So they're having a busy weekend.
Colin Bennett's sons.
Yeah, I know. Well, Colin was, a staple of British motorsport. Worked with him at Rockingham as well, of course, down through the years. How easy or difficult is it then for cars of that era? We've been talking to people of the earlier era, and you know, having a lathe in the workshop and doing a bit of 3D printing is one thing. But what about cars from your era into the 2000s? How easy or difficult is it to keep them going?
It's not too bad. I've got an awful lot of the moulds now from the Lola LMP2 era, and everything else can be fabricated, because a lot of it was fabricated anyway, and with 3D printing and 3D machining nowadays, you know, it's getting easier, to be quite honest.
Well, and you ran the car and raced the car in period. So how does it feel now compared to how it felt then? And I mean, you must know the car inside out by now.
Sure, and this particular car was out of our hands for about 5 years. We sold it to Barry Gates in 2013, but it came back into the family a couple of years ago. So this is the first time we've run the LMP2 car here at the Classic. Previously, we've run the earlier car, the EX257 LMP675. And it's taken us a little while because although it all feels the same, there's just all those little subtle differences, and we're just getting it dialed back in now. So we decided that it would be competitive, more competitive than the 257 Bullet.
Yes, absolutely.
Mike, there's a lot of entrepreneurs here that have retired. You're an entrepreneur with a wonderful business, but you're still doing it, aren't you? You just celebrated an anniversary of your company.
Sure. Well, I mean, you see people retire and stop, and they don't last long afterwards. So I'm just keeping going. So and the racing helps to keep me in the right condition.
And, is that the reason that you keep employing Phil Barker as well? Then are you just doing that as a sort of care in the community? Is it?
Oh, if I if I put half a stone on, he'll be all over my case.
Some things never change, Mike. Some things never change.
You were in the very early days of video surveillance and so on. I think you're still at the cutting edge of that, aren't you?
That's right, yes. Yeah, and although we're actually running on this car, one of our mobile recorders from period, so we are running the 2005 recorder on the 2005 car.
Fantastic.
Yeah, but that was such a big thing in those days. You were running with Tommy Erdos, and people. I would have to explain what was going on when I was doing the TV, because Tommy would go out and do 2 or 3 laps and then park up, and then the car would go stationary. You would go out for 4 or 5 laps in an hour session, and then it would. And you guys were looking at the video, and Tommy was looking at where you could improve, and that's how you learned, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very steep learning curve. I had a 5-year plan to come to Le Mans, and found myself in a car only 18 months later, and 6 months after that in a prototype. So it was always going to be a steep learning curve.
and then won the class.
Oh yeah,
right. Yeah.
I remember having a conversation with Tommy about you once. He said, it's interesting with Mike, he said, at the start of a new season, if he's been doing a lot of business dinners and so on, he starts the season not so quick. He said, the thing about Mike is, he's meant to be a gentleman driver, but he's almost as quick as me.
Well, but that was, a lot of that was down to your belief in looking at the data and looking at the video combined with the data, which in 2000 we accept that nowadays. People have it on their track day cars, but that was absolutely cutting edge in 2005.
And of course we had very, very rudimentary simulators that were definitely more games than simulators. So when we went to a new track at the start, it was always very challenging. There was a funny moment at Monza, where I was asking Tommy where the braking points were before my first session. At that point, we didn't have any video because it was the start of the day. He said, "Yeah, into the second chicane, it's there's a fireboard just under the bridge."
Right.
And I arrived there, braked at the fireboard just under the bridge, and sailed straight on into the gravel. And so I don't know what went wrong. I braked away. He said, "Yeah, I meant to tell you, it's the fireboard before the bridge."
Bit like the story of the old cow at the Osterreich ring. Guy told me his braking point was where the cow stood. Well, the cow was munching towards the apex of the corner.
I got a story out of Ollie Gavin here a few years ago when he joined us on Radio Le Mans, where they used to feed back to the Corvette engineers what revs they were pulling as they went past the big horse outside the bricolage on the middle part of the Mulsanne Straight. And at that point, I sort of looked at him, thought he was joking, and he looked at me quizzically, and he went, "What?" I went, they take that in every night and put it back in every day, so it's never in exactly the same place. He went, "Oh my God, that means that we've got 8 years of data that's just gone out the window." Mike, we see you a lot in the Peter Auto series, and we'll see you again at Monza. That's going to be fantastic.
Absolutely.
Are you looking forward to that?
Imola.
Sorry, at Internet.
Absolutely, it's the circuit I like, and it's where the historic series restarted there back in 2017-18. It's our first race back officially historic. So yeah, no, it's a great track.
But your career goes back to being a kid doing Formula 4, doesn't it? Am I right?
Yeah, all the way back to '84. So yeah,
that's a long career.
What have you seen this week? We've been talking to a number of people about, right, you're looking at your class and all of that. Anything else that you've seen that might be added to the Newton stable to come back and do one of the more substantive plateaus rather than the guest categories?
Well, of course, there's this new format over the next 2 years. So hopefully, on the modern half of the classic on the alternate years, there'll be the 3 races for the ERL.
Yeah.
And the ERL 1 and the ERL 2 will be racing separately. So there'll be 2 separate plateaus in the modern era.
Excellent.
So we will be doing the plateaus.
And get to drive at night.
Unfortunately, yeah, because I'm not a big fan of that. But,
hang on, Tommy Erdos, get off the beach, son. We need you back to do the night stint. Surely that's the answer to that, isn't
like
it?
That, yeah.
What else is obviously your business keeping you busy as well? But talking about the changes there, it'll be next year. It will be the Le Mans Classic Series as well. How important do you think that is in terms of developing? Also, we're covering the Le Mans Classic Series this year on streaming video. How important is that for the growth of this part of the sport?
Well, I mean, the growth in Peter Auto has been magnificent anyway. ERL was getting to the stage at every circuit we're at. There was 50, 60, 65 cars.
Incredible.
76 cars around here is pretty crazy. It's frankly too many.
Right.
No one, everyone in the LMPs were all 8-10 seconds down from the times we'd expect to be doing because we just cannot get a clear lap.
Yeah.
A clearish lap gives you a high 350 something, whereas a clear lap, a properly clear lap, we should be 349s. And such like.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult with that many cars. And for the rest of the Peter Auto series this year, they've split us into ERL 1 and ERL 2.
And that's really sensible.
And it's been a lot more sensible. We're now, at Spa, we're doing the times we used to do. We're back to the same times we're doing in period, whereas we were again 6, 7, 8 seconds down.
Will you give our best to the team?
Absolutely.
Particularly Philip Blue, who I know helping you out.
Well, he's scraping tyres as usual.
See, you've just dropped me back 20 odd years, haven't you? It's just gone in an instant. You still enjoying it though, Mike?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
totally.
Good. And I'll see you in Italy then.
Marvellous.
Yeah. And
can you bring better weather, please?
And keep doing the post. We love following you on the internet.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah. Mike Newton joining us. He'll be out in the last race of the weekend for the Legends, Endurance Racing Legends, and great to see him part of my formative years as well.
Just looking at the grid, a fantastic performance by a Jawak Jupiter from Bradford, 15th overall, the little Jupiter sports car version of the Javelin, twin 4-cylinder, flat 4, right in the front of the engine, right in front of the chassis. Jawak came here in the day from Bradford with a factory team, and they won their class 3 years running. We saw the car a little earlier, but fantastic. My father had a Javelin. The first car I remember him having was a Jawak Javelin, and I still got fond memories. I did buy one, but I bought it in the dark. Don't ever buy an old car in the dark. It was very, very rusty, and in fact it became parts in the end.
Lancia Aurelia there, the number 47 car, another beautiful looking car. We're talking about this. We talk about this every time we come to these classic meetings, but it bears repeating for people just joining us here on the final race of the weekend for Plateau number 2, for grid number 2, Bruce. The styling of the cars, that dark red Jaguar, undoubtedly a Jaguar, and you can tell that by the lines, the grille, the headlamp placement, and the Lancia Aurelia that we saw a moment or two ago as a road car could not be anything other than a Lancia, and certainly nothing. It had to be Italian. It had to be Italian. Yeah. It has that joy. Sorry, that's French. It has that verve, but it has that Italianate look to it.
It did, and we bumped into some people at the Peter Auto event. Massive car fans. That was up at Dijon-Prenois. They've come down here, once come down here, and he's already sent me photos of Lancia Aurelias. So he'll be delighted that Lancia are talking about bringing back a modern equivalent to the HF Delta Integrale. But yeah, no, everyone has their fans. But for Lancia, absolutely superb. And now, Andrew, you're in a world of American race liveries there. It's a Cunningham.
Well, that is the official American race livery, of course, white with the blue stripe. But marvellous to have this Cunningham Alan Rueda driving the car. He's a huge enthusiast.
Original American livery, of course, was red, but they couldn't take.
Correct.
They couldn't take. But
Correct, yes.
ultimately, they had to give red up because that would be the Italians.
Yes,
then.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And of course, we've got the monsters in this race. The monster, or the replica that David Drinkwater so brilliantly built.
And the transporters here as well.
Yeah, it was a fantastic picture. And he's got a second car, hasn't he?
Which is the same chassis.
Same chassis, different.
Yeah, which is effectively the car on which the monster was based.
Yeah.
And they have been painstakingly recreating
fantastic,
that car. Yeah. And as I say, the period transporter as well. Yeah. Got some photographs from some of the Radio Show Limited collective on the Facebook group of those cars coming over on the ferry, driving down as they did in period. Oh my goodness me. Now this is slightly before my time in terms of I was born in 1962, but these are the cars, of course, that were still racing in the sort of races that I was seeing when I went down to Crofton. They popped up in various different places because they were. There's the monster.
So for me, of course, being older than you two guys, these were the first sort of cars I saw racing when I first went to Mallory Park, pre-teenage, I suppose.
Just looking down at this field of car, of course, you've got this enormous discrepancy between the Jaguar C-Types, the Mercedes 300 SLs at the very front, and the performance of some further back. But to me, if I was out in this race, I would want to be out in a Lotus 11. Because I think on a greasy track, power is an embarrassment.
I'd like to be out in a Lotus 15 with a 2-litre engine in.
Okay,
John,
still.
Not the last classic at Spa, the one before. In the dark, Johnny Morlam in a 15 in the pouring rain.
Well, I don't.
Absolutely incredible drive from Morlam.
He developed that car really well. So at the Goodwood members meeting, Barnaby Grimes, of course, who is trained, won the race outright.
Yeah.
Fantastic drive. And Johnny's going to be driving the car at the revival.
Yeah. Jaguar, Mercedes, Triumph, Cooper in the top 6 names to conjure with. That Keith Sport down in 9th position, and then that beautiful 750 Monza Ferrari from 1955. AC Ace, Austin Healey, Fraser Lash, Jowett Jupiter, Triumph TR2, Porsche 356, a Prie, that's a 1500cc car, and the Jowett Jupiter as well. Lots of names that sadly we don't have anymore. Maserati, DB Renault further down as well, and then that Lotus 11 down in 36th position.
I think the Triumph Register is going to be on the phone. Fantastic, a TR4, a TR2 in 4th place.
I agree. I think it's
that's an extraordinary drive, that is.
Yeah.
And I'm interested to see if you can keep it up. But I mean, the TR2 should not be in front of a Cooper Bobtail.
I think these grids are set on the best lap time from the last race. So if it was wet overnight,
good shout.
Then the car, as Bruce was saying, a perfect opportunity to use the car and use its advantages, which is nimble and predictable. The time has started. We're not doing the Le Mans start for this one. We're going to try and get a Le Mans start for the last of our televised races of the day, which is the next one out, effectively behind the safety car at the moment. So the 42 minutes has started. We'll burn about 8 or 10 minutes of that, getting the cars round to form up to come to the start, and with a bit of luck and a fair wind, and the wind will help, because I think it has started drizzling again outside. Unfortunately, we were getting a bit of a drying line, but I think the safety car will come in at the end of that. Now, there is the other Cadillac just going through behind our caption. That is the full-size car. Now, that was considered a small, that was a town car. That was just the compact version, but under that is the same chassis as that of Le Monster.
Talking about size, we've got 2 tiny little Renaults in here. Is it the 4CV?
4CV, it
4
should
CVs,
be.
yeah.
It'll be down towards the back.
2 years ago, Rennie Arnoux raced.
That's right.
But no Rennie this weekend. But I say, watch out for the number 27 car, the Kieft, that Nuttall and Griffiths will be sharing, because I think that's going to finish higher than 20th.
I think so. Just looking at shots on screen, we have the wind starting to pick up, so maybe your suggestion that more rain is coming. I've just nipped out of the studio, and it was windscreen wipers are on for some. It's light drizzle. It was heavier when we arrived at the circuit this morning. Some cars don't have full array of headlights working, alas, but conditions may be about to change. The wind was supposed to bring the rain through and out of here by 2 o'clock. It's not going to affect these drivers, but the track, when you look at it, is greasy rather than wet.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So, because of the way they work the grid, the car that's won the 2 previous races is actually starting 12th. And I was talking to Chris Ward about this. He said, we can't really understand why we're starting 12th, but we are. So what can you do about it?
Okay.
But they're going to come right through.
Well, in fact, you talked about a little Renault 4CV by the reckoning on our
sorry,
screen.
I'm talking rubbish, aren't I? Because they, this is the current order. So obviously they're still, yes, this is the current order. That's why I thought we're still looking at the grid. So apologies for that. But anyway, even so, he wasn't sure why they were starting, where they were starting.
Well, with their performance by winning the first race by just over half a minute,
And the
Webb and
second
Ward,
race.
and the second race by 3.5 seconds, so they've got the performance
Yeah.
to do it, and
There's
they've got
my-
the driver experience to do it as well.
And then who's in? Just a second, Andrew. Who are they 34 seconds ahead of? So who's the other guy?
No, that's their margin across the races. But in the first race, it's against the Cooper T39 of the Goddards.
Right.
The second race, it was the kind of Sokolowski
Mercedes
Gullwing.
Right.
So
they'll take a lot of beating.
And the Goddards were second and third, so that's the crew they're competing against effectively. So the Jaguar C-Type, Nigel Webber's owned that car forever and a day, and Chris Ward has raced it before, but he also just goes so well in everything you put him in. So you have to say they're clear favourites. And there they go. Just so Mercedes SLs following the C-Type, and this is the ex-Duncan Hamilton car. How long ago do you reckon Nigel Webb picked that up?
I don't know.
Some time.
Yeah.
Decades.
It's chassis number 4, I think, isn't it?
And the Aston Martin DB3S tucked in behind, and that's a car that's been going very well in the hands of the Sileckis on these family crews as well. So they picked up a 3rd place and a 4th place. So they're in the mix as well.
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
There you go. Oh dear, one of the Coopers is pulling off in the background of shot. No, will they rejoin? Maybe
I wonder they were just getting back into grid position there.
But I did notice that there's a bit of damage on the Ward C-Type.
Yeah, they've taped over the front and then written the number plate back on.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah,
Magnificent.
Yeah, that's great.
Are you sure it wasn't writing the number plate of the car that hit them? Just as a
that,
reminder.
Yes, ouch.
Well, in mirror writing.
Yeah,
of course.
Yes, absolutely, ouch. Safety car will be withdrawn at the end of this lap. The lights are out on that very lovely bottle green metallic. That was one of the launch colours of the touring version of the BMW M4, with the responsible adult who not normally drawn to that particular mark, but professed her great liking for that and for the 5 series, the M5 touring as well. Sorry, Bruce, that was your foot.
It was.
Just to say that the C-Type would not have raced with that big roll hoop on it in period. It wouldn't have had a roll hoop at all.
No.
There it is.
I don't have a problem with that.
Good place to put the GoPro on, though.
I honestly don't have a problem with that, given that, you know, we're racing at high speeds. And a simple rollover bar doesn't really spoil the lines of those cars, does it?
No, but look, if the choice is race or no race, you put the roll hoop on.
Yeah, absolutely right. And see above comment for the flashing red rain light as well, which is...
indeed.
Yeah.
What I'm sensing towards the end of the lap, you can see from the lens on this camera, is where it's wetter, and this has blown in quite recently. When they were around the far side, around Tete Rouge, it was okay, but the bottom part of the circuit, basically from Arnage up to the start-finish line, where the cars are now, very close, couple of corners to go, it's blowing through.
Southwesterly is normally where you get the rain from here at Le Mans. So we should go green here. It's a bit of a ragtag and Cooper bobtail start. As they come to the green light, or indeed it will be a green flag now, because we're already down to 37 minutes and the two Bens go side by side as they go across the line, just waiting for the timing to update as they come through.
Yeah, the car that finished second last night, the
big
Sokolowski car. Well, that was Nigel Webb getting it very wrong and somehow by the skin of his teeth getting it back to turn in at the first time of asking, and up the hill under Dunlop Bridge he'll go. But that was quite a moment from the race leader, sitting on that tidy advantage too.
I think
if you're looking online at the timing at the moment, the first 11 cars have been credited, I think, a lap that they shouldn't have. So just be aware. Now, reset, and you see, the moment I even noticed that, the guys at Alcamel have noticed it as well. And we do indeed have the correct timing. So thank you very much indeed to our ever hard-working and vigilant
And it does mean that
timing.
number 40 Mercedes has got through to the front. That little slip out from Nigel Webb just before he went through the first corner. He clearly lost momentum going out the hill, and great acceleration from the Kleisel Sokolowski 300 SLR, SL, beg your pardon, not SLR, what am I talking about? But as they go through Tete Rouge and down onto the Mulsanne straight, they're already pulling clear of the rest.
You know, when you look at that Mercedes-Benz, gentlemen, and you think about their more recent history in GT3, and by the way, absolutely right that they were included to come back in GT3 here at Le Mans, and it would have been a travesty had they not been allowed to race in the World Championship as well. But you look at their current GT3 cars, and particularly the last couple of models, there were gull-wing door versions of those cars, but the basic premise of their GT cars and their road cars has not changed. Long bonnet, big engine, comfortable but compact driver and passenger area, but then a boot at the back of it as well. And you look at that now and you look at the current car and you go, yeah, see that?
No, very, very well made point there.
Yeah. Just seen that shot of them all coming out of Tete Rouge as we see the monster. I've got a suggestion for the organisers. Paint the trees white at the bottom like they used to be.
Oh, the white bands. Yes, absolutely. This
is extraordinary. Who thought of that?
And then to put a little Lotus in front of it. I mean, talk about two different classes of racing.
It literally looks like an aircraft carrier, doesn't it? If
you could land on it.
Yes, exactly. We need some RC planes just to drop onto the right-hand side of it. A labour of love for David Drinkwater to lovingly put that car and build that replica and that of its stablemate and the transporters as well from that era. They were lauded when they came here in period. There's some great newsreel footage of the cars being unloaded at the docks at Cannes, I think, or Le Havre, and then driven down on the roads.
Right, we're having things changing quite importantly. Little Cooper T39 of the Goddard has moved into second place. It's moved ahead.
That's a blue one.
Oh, that's the little blue one with the orange lips around its nose, but the car that's won the first two races is on the right-hand side of the screen. It's a C-Type Jaguar with a little bit of damage on its front right-hand corner, and that is now being passed by the second of the 300 SLs. Its number is coming off the door. The important one to watch, though, is that Cooper, because the Goddard's finished second in the opening race, 30 seconds down, mind, on the Webb Ward C-Type, and third in the second race. So when we combine all three race results, this could suddenly look quite good. And for the crew, we thought had such an enormous lead. The number 15 Jaguar, suddenly as more and more cars come past, this could be a problem. Allard goes for a rotation.
I think Nigel's not very happy in these conditions, actually.
Yeah, he'll probably come in at the earliest opportunity when the pit stop window opens. The Allard J2 is the Grossfilier car from 1951. Did it get a little help from Lancia? Oh, no, I think just
they were
on the
together,
curb.
But not together.
Yeah, it looked like there was a bit of axle tramp at both ends, actually, of that car. So I just wonder if it was on the curb and being very careful not to rejoin in a less than safe and secure way. Fantastic run by the Cooper here, the 55 car. Yeah. So the slightly younger car with the in the lead, rather, the slightly younger car, the Mercedes. I mean, can you imagine pulling up somewhere in 1956 or 57 in one of those Mercedes? It must have looked like it was dropped from another planet.
Yeah, rocket ships of the day, but it's also just, you scratch the surface, there's just so much more to them. But before the race, I said I'd want to be if I was competing, in a little Lotus 11, 15, whatever, small and nimble, and that's exactly what you've got with that Cooper.
Totally agree.
So the way they're going about it at the front, and there was a fabulous shot as the cars came down from Tete Rouge, you couldn't see behind the SL that anybody was there. Then as the track slightly changed its angle, you could suddenly see the roll hoop just over the roof, and that was little Cooper tucked in behind. They're just a quarter of a second apart now.
And bearing in mind that those Mercedes 300 SLs, the Sport Light cars, they are not big cars by today's standards. So the Cooper is absolutely tiny. The Triumph, by the way, that started so well, is still sitting in the top 10, having a bit of a battle at the moment with the Keith Sport, both 1954 cars, and first and second in their respective classes. Top 5, so the Cooper T39, the Mercedes, the Aston, the Mercedes-Benz, and the Jaguar C-Type, the Webb and Ward car, they are all leaders in their class. But now the 6th place car is another C-Type from 52, and that is the 2nd place car in the TRSC 6A class, which is battling with the car that we believe is the aggregate leader of this plateau at the moment. That's the battle for 5th and 6th at the moment.
Yeah, and Nigel Webb is all over the tail of Ricky Klaus's 300 SL, but catching definitely is Nicolas Baer, and the Aston Martin making its way further up the order, the Silecki family, and fabulous rear shot. A correction one way, a correction the other, and it's just, you know, you get a wet surface with these cars, and it just makes them even more spectacular because they're tiptoeing, they're finding grip.
They sold one of these Mercedes recently, the lightweight aluminium versions, Goldwing, for £7.2 million.
Wow.
I bought 2, just in case.
Andrew Marriott's just going to step out for a wee moment as we bring in another guest who I haven't seen for quite a long time. Sit over on the far side, and whilst our guest gets comfortable, remind you that we've got one more race after this. Bruce Jones, you can have the first question.
Having a lovely day, are you?
I'm having a lovely day in this wet weather. It's a little bit different to the start of the weekend with the beautiful sunshine, but Le Mans has brought some rain for us, which makes the racing very exciting indeed.
And then, of course, you run in, you know, when people in these plateaus are running daytime race, nighttime race, daytime race, that's something. And for all of them, just being at Le Mans is the thing, though.
I think that it's the spirit of this weekend, the constant racing over the course of the weekend in, as you say, day and night. It really is fantastic to see all these plateaus and different grids and fantastic cars, and getting involved in it all throughout the weekend.
I did not see your name on the entry list. Who are you racing with? So was this a late gig that came together?
Not at all, no. We've had the entry in for many months, and we've been exciting to bring our new Nissan RC90 to the Group C grid this season.
And how's that been going?
The car is incredible to drive. So we were in the Silk Cut Jag last season.
Yeah.
We actually won the championship. We won our category at Le Mans 2 years ago, which was absolutely amazing. But we fancied the upgrade for 2025 and tried to win the outright race this weekend. But for other reasons, the car had other plans, and we had gearbox problems in race 1, which put us out of the race for race 2 as well. It's been not the best of weekends.
Just a quick note, we've got yellows underneath the Dunlop Bridge, as I think that's going to be just done with local yellows
that's a
at the
push
moment. Those Nissans, the R90, the R90 CK?
RC90.
Right, RC90, right.
Hold on, one thing we ought to do is actually say, hello, Phil Quaife.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just
Sorry,
didn't
Quaife.
introduce
I've been
you.
thrown
I know
in.
who you are.
Sorry, Quaife.
It's good to see you all.
Yeah,
whoever we are.
What was the choice then? What was the thinking behind choosing the RC, the Nissan for the Group C?
So the Silk Cut is such an iconic car.
None of them here this year, after a phalanx of them 2 years ago.
I said that myself when I arrived on Thursday. Really disappointing not to see any of the Silk Cuts, especially at Le Mans this weekend. But the reason for us to upgrade, like I was saying, is that the friend that I race with, he wants to go for the outright win.
Right.
And unfortunately, the Silk Cut just hasn't got that performance. So we upgraded, we retired the Silk Cut. We've got the Nissan, which can do the job. And we've had some great success at the beginning of the season. We've been showing some front-running pace, but this weekend the gearbox is let go. So it wasn't meant to be.
That's an irony, considering your name, isn't it?
I know. If only we had a Quaife gearbox in the back.
There you go. They give you the chance to have the plug, Quaife. Give you the chance.
How much horsepower does that gearbox have to handle?
Oh, well, that's a good point.
750 brake horsepower. So.
Really?
And I believe we can get a little bit more.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Our little boost button that we have on our steering wheel.
And how are they this is a question I've asked everybody from all of the different plateaus we've had in. How easy or difficult is it to keep those cars running now? They were never very cheap to run those cars, nothing in motorsport is, but as they get older, is it getting harder, more expensive to run those Group C cars?
I think also in the 80s, 90s, they were obviously doing long-distance racing, but I think they were driving them in a different way to manage the cars over the long distance. And when we get behind the wheel, it's hugely competitive, and you really do have to push the cars to the limit.
Well, it's a sprint race, isn't it? It's a 50-minute race normally, something like that.
Absolutely. So, yes, the preparation, a huge amount goes into it. Motor Historics run our car, and it isn't cheap to run them, but usually the reliability has been pretty good. But with any old car, you do have those issues of having the odd occasion where it does cause some problems.
What's the difference between the Jaguar and the Nissan then, in terms of driving style, etc.?
Yeah, you have the V12 with the Silka, and you have the V8 twin turbo with the Nissan. So different engines is the biggest thing, but also
so different power delivery.
Absolutely. Right. You go from 88 to the early 90s, so a huge amount more aero, which really does help us, of course, in the high-speed corners and braking. But also the weight of the V12 is so high, so in the slow speed, it's so nervous.
Yeah.
And with the obviously later cars, that centre of gravity was really dropped down, which makes them so much easier to drive in all speeds. And yeah, a huge pleasure to drive the Nissan.
Are you coming down to the rest of the Peter Auto races?
Absolutely, I'll be there.
Imola next time out?
Imola is there. Obviously no Group C, so I will be there in a 2-litre cup with Tut Hill.
What a series that is, by the way.
I know, fantastic.
How many did we have at Spa? Like about 1 million?
Yes. And again, hugely competitive. All the same category of car, and the racing is unbelievable. I absolutely really love that.
So is it Ricard for the next Group C, or is that all the way till Estoril before we see those again?
I think that's it now, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Right,
that's
so
it.
this one is the last one.
Yeah.
How do you feel? You're absolutely embroiled in this life and this motor racing world now of classics. How do you feel about the changes? We're going to get an annual Le Mans Classic with more time to explore the different categories as we've split them in half effectively.
Well, someone from my side, I'll be biased because I'm very, very lucky to drive the older cars and the later cars.
Yeah.
So for me, I get Le Mans now every year.
Yeah.
So I'm all for it. I think racing at Le Mans is a huge privilege, and I never actually got the chance to do Le Mans when I was racing Le Mans Series. So to be able to race around this iconic circuit, more the merrier.
And also that does mean that for things like Group C, which is one of the invitational categories, there's an opportunity, we talked to Mike Newton, to get a darkness race for some of those cars as well. Now, I wish we had a camera here, because Phil Quaife...
Sage nod with a smile.
Sage nod and a Cheshire Cat smile. That is just so evocative, isn't it?
Well, there's a lot of people talking about it this weekend.
Positively?
Yeah, some are a little bit nervous, some people are super excited, but I think the biggest thing is just making sure that we have good lights. You know, we clocked 210 miles an hour this weekend in the Group C, so that's obviously...
Are you allowed to change the bulbs and things like that?
Well, this is all of the conversation. So I wouldn't like to say now, I need to read the regulations.
Yeah.
But I think really from my side is if we have good lights, I'm for it.
Right. Phil, stay with us. Phil Quaife is with us in the studio. We're about halfway through this race. Let's head down to the pit lane and hear from Nigel Webb.
And with the heavy rain here in Le Mans, we decided to go inside the box to see Nigel Webb. He jumped out of this C-type Jag, car number 15. Nigel, how was it? Was it quite slippery on the track?
No, it was frightfully slippery. It was immensely slippery. Even down the Mulsanne, if I put my foot down in fourth, I nearly did a wheel spin. I nearly lost it. That was being relatively gentle coming into top gear. There's a plateau that obviously just must sit, probably not oil, but water. And the grip was just gone, Very, very interesting, incredibly interesting. A lot of hard work. The concentration is immense, absolutely immense. But, braking and so on is pretty easy because we're not flying, obviously, at those speeds. But and other guys are just braver than other guys. That's how you can overdo it and you can try and block somebody, but that's all very well. The strategy of our race was for me to get it to this point, and being brave for one place, two places is not the object of the exercise.
Driving such a car here in Le Mans, it's something unique, something magic.
No, it's magic plus one. Plus, I mean, Le Mans is my favorite circuit, and I'm lucky enough to do Monaco, Goodwood, and all the English, and the majority of the French circuits as well. But this is, as we say, the dog's something in English,
The conclusion of this is driving a C-type Jag is magic plus one.
Yeah. Well, plus two of the dog's danglies, clearly, from Nigel Webb. Phil Quiff alongside us. Phil, I'll let you go in a minute. We're coming down in the last 20 minutes here, and we'll pick up the positions, particularly for the overalls here. Talking about some of the new innovations coming into Peter Auto and Le Mans Classic. Le Mans Classic Series from next year. That adds a little bit to an already very rich recipe that Peter Auto brings. And a GT3 Legends. Now, you never got to the top of where you should have. It was a criminal that you never got a race here in your substantive career. But GT3 Legends around some of the circuits. Again, some of the early GT3 cars. Is there a little passion? Is there a little appetite?
Absolutely. So for me, I love the GT3 cars. That's kind of my career.
Yes, absolutely.
So we have with BMW Z4, so the guy that I've been racing in the Group C this weekend, he has purchased a Z4, and we have done some testing, and we will be doing our first weekend at the Silverstone Festival later this year in August. Good. So we are hugely involved and super excited to get our first race under our belts later this year.
Z4 with a V8. It was never produced with a V8 as a road car, but it was allowed it under the Group C regulations. They got a little bit of a waiver. That must be fantastic.
It's a great car. Obviously, I had a huge involvement in McLaren as well, helped develop the 12C and going into the 650, and did my career in an array of all of those GT cars, from Ferrari, Porsche, and even the Ascaris back in the early 2000s. Yeah. So, as you say, that was my career, starting in British GT in 2005 in a 996 Cup car. So
he was only 11 then, dear viewer.
Yeah, but now 2005 is almost the intro to historic racing, isn't it? That's
2000,
that's the freak thing.
So I really do now start to feel quite old, because I even seen this weekend that the car that I raced in the Le Mans series in 2011 is now here, racing in the RL. So with my name on it, so I generally do feel like I'm getting a little bit older, and but very much enjoying the Peter Auto series. It's fantastic. The people, the competition, the cars, I'm really enjoying it.
And you get to go home and review your races now as we're streaming them all as well.
Thanks to you guys.
So we've got the old and the new coming together perfect. I mean, I can't imagine anybody who was racing in 1920s, 30s, 40s or 50s thinking, oh yeah, in 2025 my car's going to be going round and people can watch it anywhere without having to go to a movie theatre and wait for the cine rails. I'll see you down in Italy then.
Absolutely.
Phil Quiff, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Good luck, mate. I can't wait to see that Z4. Which one? Whose was it originally?
It was the Sherbert Works car, driven by Müller and Adolf. So very nice car indeed.
Right. Well, I'm looking forward to see that next year. when we go back to back with all of that content in what will be called the Le Mans Classic Series next year. Phil Quiff, thank you.
Thank you,
Enjoy
guys.
the rest of your weekend. Joining us here, Phil will make way for Andy to get back in. And down into the last quarter of an hour or so there, Bruce. You've been watching what's going on. It's starting to get interesting. Chris Webb is on his outlap. He's taken over the Jaguar that came into this weekend with the best times. Into this race, rather, with the best times.
Yeah, so Nigel Webb got out. Chris Ward is absolutely on a charge, but the Goddards have changed. And they came in with the lead of it was about a quarter of a second as they were being caught very roundly by the number 40 BMW, the Mercedes 300 SL. But I think the wetter it gets, the more likely Chris Ward is going to reduce that gap. But that little Cooper from the Goddards is sitting, I said, before the start of the race, you want something small and nimble, even more so now that it's getting wetter and wetter, but driven beautifully down through the Forest S's, and it just looks so balanced, that little Cooper. But is it going to be enough? Because Chris Ward is going to be on a massive charge in the C-Type.
Yeah, a real pro driver, Chris Ward, and taking the car back to third. Interesting to hear Nigel Webb. Obviously, it's his car, it's worth a lot of money. He knows his limitations, and he's handed it over to Chris, probably in a position to take the lead. Or certainly win overall. I mean, they probably don't have to.
Yeah, but if you have a hard chance of getting the full sweep in the pits, the giant Cadillac waiting for the moment to go. Actually, having a bright orange helmet is probably not a bad idea right now. It stands out. Lance Aurelia going all over again.
I'm staggered by how well the Gullwing Mercedes is going, though. It's sort of circuit racing like this. You think of Gullwings, doing incredible events in South America or something, don't you? Really?
Yeah, exactly. But also, it's when you look at a handful of cars in this field that have pro racers. I mean, there aren't that many in this field, but Chris Ward is one of them. But for the Goddards, they race absolutely beautifully. But I don't really know a great deal about Kleisel and Sokolovsky, but they're sitting at the front. Here we are. How close would you like it? This is first and second in the race. But on aggregate, of course, that's a different story.
Yeah.
But we're waiting to see how quickly into the background of the shot. It should be he's about 7 seconds down, almost the background of the shot. We're looking for a Jaguar C-Type. There it is, coming out just behind a second one. So he's closing all the time.
He's going to frighten the guy in the 4CV. I think he's going past him 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, go 4CV.
The number. Look where they painted the number on the nose of that.
And the little windscreen wipers going in opposite directions. He's off to get a baguette and the newspaper, the Figaro perhaps.
I think the weather, I mean, we're in a box, so we can't see, but I think the rain's coming down more heavily now than it's been most of the morning.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, whatever near expletives that Nigel Webb was coming out with, where he said, what's he? Absolutely interesting as the weather on the straight. It's got far worse. This number, little Cooper, we saw it spin very early in the race, unfortunately, a little bit. In fact, it went off on the, remember we saw it going off at Indianapolis when they were going around behind the safety car. Car number 71, so that's the Manuel Elisab, Claudio Scalise, one of the all-Argentinian crews, but a bit of the bodywork is missing. How did this happen? Are we about to see a replay? But certainly... Now, this is a car coming up, of course, a little
Keith.
The Keith being driven so well. Oh, that's hang the tail out there.
Miles with the M on his crash helmet, and he's taken over the company from his stepfather, Mick Mobley now. Mick goes back so far that he was a mechanic for the Midland Racing Partnership.
Oh, was he?
Sat next to him at a dinner a few years ago, yes. But,
obviously the Midland Racing Partnership around people like Richard Atwood.
David Hobbs. Yeah. Bill Bradley, who's still with us in his 90s.
Right, 40, okay, just a message on screen. The Keisel Sokolowski car is under investigation in the race for crossing the white pit exit white line. That's a real, when you've fought against the circumstances, the weather, it's actually clearing a little bit down, but all the top three in shot now, with C-Type coming closer and closer.
Chris Ward just again going purple, going faster. This C-Type being pushed away, the 77 car. It wasn't really in the top half of the field. And
well, I tell you what, let's go and catch up with someone driving a little Peugeot. His name is Dominic Leroux. He's down in the pits right now for an interview. Well, I'm afraid we're not quite catching that interview. When it comes in, we'll let you have it, but you can guarantee some of the words that will come out. It's been scary out there.
That's the first one we haven't.
Yeah, no, it's been fabulous so far.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, heavy rain on electrical equipment doesn't always work. The previous interview with Nigel Webb was tucked away in a garage for good reason.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you're tucked back in the garage, it's very hard for the signal to come out. There's an awful lot of concrete above them here at Le Mans.
David Drinkwater doing a lot of situation there, waving his arms about or massaging his fingers.
Well, I think the fact he's in the pit lane after I think the pit window would have closed by now, so that's
I think that's
something being sorted out.
That's the longest car here, I think.
Yes, just do a walk around of the car. That'll get the mileage in.
And I think Chris Ward has taken the lead, actually, when we go back to the racetrack.
The proof has happened. It's just taken the lead. Jaguar C-Type, we thought Chris Ward would be hunting down. He certainly gathered back the seconds that Nigel Webb had shed in the first part of the race, but Nigel's plan was to pit as soon as the pit window was open. The conditions have got worse, but at half the track it seems to be improving. But that is the nature of the day. We had quite a lot of wind. We could see it when the cars were on the formation lap, and it's blowing some weather through. So some cars still in the pits, but at the moment we have a Jaguar C-Type. That's the Nigel Webb Chris Ward car. There it is with Chris, red and yellow helmet, coming round the final corner. The Mercedes in second place, the Clydesdale Sokolowski car, is the one under investigation for going across the white pit lane exit, but the car third will probably come second on aggregate because it's the little Goddard and Goddard Cooper. It's had a second and a third, and it's right in. Let's take a look. Look for the Gullwing Mercedes now trying to go past the Lancia Aurelia. Did it go over the white lines? Not just with 2 wheels or 4 wheels, and I'm afraid that is fairly immutable. So there will be a penalty coming their way.
No question. So
now we're going to have another bite and go back. Car number 43, Dominique Leroux, has been driving that little Peugeot 203 Constantin, just a 2-litre engine. Let's find out what his life was like out on the track.
And the second try here in the grid, number 2, there are Jaguars, there are Coopers, there are Cadillacs fighting for the lead. And there is also a Peugeot 203 Constantin. On va faire l'interview en français, on traduira après. Dominique Leroux, cette Peugeot 203 Constantin, c'est avant tout un projet avant d'être une course.
Alors moi je suis pas le propriétaire, je suis le deuxième pilote, mais effectivement pour le propriétaire c'est une aventure de 10 ans. 10 ans avec l'idée de reconstruire une voiture incroyable. Donc je crois que lui il est amoureux de la 203, il s'est dit on va faire une 203 Constantin. Donc il y a eu un gros travail de préparation de la voiture, à la fois sur la tôlerie, etc. Et puis pour finir, une mécanique avec un compresseur et une équipe de la cheletterie incroyable qui nous a préparé ça aux petits oignons.
Comment se passe finalement votre week-end pour l'instant?
Bah, c'est pas mal, hein, on va finir, donc on est bien, on est au-delà de nos espérances dans la vitesse de pointe, ça marche, on est hyper heureux.
Et sur ce circuit du Mans qui est détrempé ce dimanche matin?
Ah là on s'est fait quelques frayeurs, déjà hier soir on a conduit de nuit sous la pluie, c'était la première fois qu'on roulait de nuit et la première fois qu'on roulait sous la pluie. On a raté la manche d'essai parce que la voiture avait un problème, donc là hier soir on avait peur mais on était dingue, et là je crois que ce midi ça va être encore ça, quoi. C'est un truc de fou.
Look at the passion in the eyes, of course, this Peugeot 203 Constantin. It's not simply a race, it's just a project, it's just a project of a man in love with this car. It took 10 years to do it, and they are on the start, they are nearly at the finish of Le Mans Classic, and that's a huge success.
Well, thank you very much. I love hearing not just from the people at the front, the people further back. In fact, the good news is he's actually leading his class, 43rd overall, but great to hear there.
Great fun. I noticed with the car stranded under the Dunlop Bridge, and also I have to say that the 4th place car of Nicholas Baer, the C-Type, is going really well. That might finish in the top 3, I think, in the overall.
Yeah, it picked up a 5th place in both of the first 2 races. Yes. So that could be. It's all about combining your 3 races. If you're driving that Peugeot 403 Constantin, oh dear, more people spinning. Oh. Shoot me in the foot. I said anybody driving a small nimble Lotus should be okay. That Lotus 11's just had a little rotation. We're talking early in the race about the pace of the Triumph TR2, Maestro de Rocha. You know, they're still just going really, really well in the wet conditions, but they are definitely getting wetter out there. Everybody's sliding. It's the degree of adjustment, though, the drivers can produce to stay in, and Maestro de Rosa doing a good job. Car number 40, this is the Mercedes in 2nd place overall, but it's got the 30-second penalty to be applied, and that at the moment will push them down to 4th place this race from the 2nd they are now. You know, it's hurting them, but It was an absolutely crystal clear error, driving out beyond the white lines, beyond the pit exit, before they'd reached the mark where they should be back on the circuit. So it's a clear penalty. There can be no protest.
We pointed out some British sports cars that we thought were higher up the field than you would think they might be. And the Keith I mentioned, Nuttall and Griffiths, the two race car preparation bosses, that is in 7th place. Must be leading its class, yes it is. And that TR2 we thought were going ridiculously quickly with those two French drivers, Mestro and Rocca. That is in 8th overall. And my favourite, the Jowett Jupiter Roadster, the Crossleys, I think they're brothers, that is in 16th place. And that is also, it must be leading its class too.
Right, so yeah, some giant killing performances there, but nobody's going to topple surely at this point in the race. 5 and a bit minutes remain, and Chris Ward absolutely charging down as he exits one part of the circuit. That's Arnage. It's not as wet, but coming north up towards the start-finish line, it's far wetter. But the Cooper still giving chase for the Goddards, and they appear to be being caught by Nicolas Baer. You're quite right.
Yeah.
He's closing right in 4th place.
I think that Chris has lifted off now. I noticed that he wasn't that quick in the sector 2. Indeed, the Mercedes caught him up a bit. Chris knows he doesn't even have to win this race to win it overall, but he's going to win the race unless he has some disaster. But he's a pro driver. He knows the situation. He's pacing himself now. Let's not tax the C-Type 2 and the ex-Duncan Hamilton car. We mentioned Duncan Hamilton. Some of our younger viewers won't know his name, but he was a Le Mans winner, but he was a huge character. And there's lots of stories we haven't got chance to tell them. And his then family business was selling cars, and that business still runs today under his name.
He was a person who had more adventures by the age of 10 than most of us have in a lifetime. And if ever you find the book, it's Touch Wood, isn't it? The Duncan Hamilton book?
Touch Wood is, and it's been reprinted quite recently. His late son, Adrian, gave me a copy just a couple of years before he died, sadly, at an early age. And it's a terrific read.
It's phenomenal.
You laugh out loud. You laugh out loud, and it really puts a focus on that period of racing where guys had a lot of fun. I mean, there was a suggestion that when he won, they weren't expected to drive the car, and he drove the car having consumed quite a lot of red wine. But I think that was apocryphal. I don't think it was true.
Yeah, because
drank a lot of wine afterwards.
Yeah, I'm quite sure. Probably bathed in it. But I mean, the car they thought had been disqualified wasn't allowed to start the race, and then at short notice they found out they were. Yeah. And some exquisite cars in this field. May not be at the sharp, but this is a Ferrari 121 LM Scaglietti Spider. Absolutely stunning for Jerome Bruce.
That is exquisite. Would you call that Peugeot exquisite?
In its own way, in the eyes of its mother, it was exquisite. A sit-up and beg family saloon. But bear in mind, that would have been a prestigious family saloon in the 50s when the whole industry was going through. And another little Renault 4 CVs. Looks like it's got onto the wrong circuit. Fraser Nash going past it, Jaguar coming past, Ferrari coming past. None of the marks would have associated themselves with Renault. They came at motorsport from different angles. Sad to see a car in the pits later on. Yet another of the Argentinian entries. That's a little Oscar, with a couple of Dutch drivers on board.
Oh, that's a lady driver.
Yeah.
We didn't mention the little Aero Miners, just 750cc that I saw. Trying to remember the story of those. It might be Czech.
Yeah, there's a pair of Czech drivers on that one. In fact, we've got a couple of cars in this field with Czech lineups.
I thought I saw a Skoda as well.
There is a Skoda.
And there's a DKW. And I remember people racing DKWs in the 60s in the UK.
Yes.
Yeah, and in fact, a friend of mine who raced a Turner then switched to a DKW.
Turncoat.
Yeah, a Turner plug. Just trying to see what else we've got going on further down the field. The Cunningham C4R, Alain Rueda, who I've seen racing out in the States, he's down in 44th place. And I'm surprised he's that far down, actually.
Well, we've had a few cars having spins and things. That certainly doesn't help.
And Le Monster is 37th with David Drinkwater. People just love to see that car.
And just to say that 37th, you think, oh, it must be last. But we started this field with about 78 cars, too many even to get on 2 timing screens. And we have to understand these plateaus are fully stocked, and lots of horse trading at the last minute. People decide whether to drive. Well, there you go. Thumbs up. I've had my little rotation, and I'm going all over again. That's the car we just saw in the pits, the little Oscar. And the MT4 was a car that Stirling Moss still reckoned it was one of the best cars he ever drove, and he raced it until his final race here in a support race, the 24 hours, what, about 10 years ago?
Yeah, and he won the Sebring 12 hours in one, of course,
exactly.
which was in that Collier collection. Well, we are on the last lap now, just ticking away the last 40-odd seconds with looks as if it's going to be a win for the Webb Ward Jaguar C-Type. They've been trying to win this for a while, this particular category, and they've come close, so they're going to be very happy with this. So after this, one more race to go here at the rainy Le Mans, sadly.
One more race for the regular plateaus, and another race beyond.
But one more race for our telecast. Anyway.
Right, the number 40 Mercedes 300 SL, windscreen wipers flashing away furiously, second on the track behind the Ward Webb C-Type, but there is a 30-second penalty coming their way. So effectively, that means, of course, the Goddard Cooper, this lovely nimble little car, will take second in this race and therefore second overall. The clock has got to the end of its 43 minutes, so when Chris Ward comes flashing over the start-finish line, he will add to the race victory in race 1, victory in race 2. We don't have to do the maths. We know as long as that gets the finish line, overall victory in Plateau 2 will go their way. Nigel Webb will be delighted.
Kind of wondering why that Austin Healey's got 2 massive roll hoops. The Cooper designed by a man called Owen Maddox, very much part of the Cooper family there. The race team was based in Surbiton in the London suburbs, of course.
Yeah, in sort of southwest London, Owen, you know. But also, you just had to realise the design team was effectively one with suggestions from John Cooper.
Yes.
You know, whereas now, a Formula 1 team, you have phalanxes of people designing minor parts.
But now, the Keith got up to 6th place with Miles Griffith at the wheel.
Yeah, it's gone as high as it will, because it's 95 seconds behind the car in front. The car in 5th now is Nicola Baird, because the Siletskis are rising up again to 4th place in the Aston Martin DB3S.
And the Salik is the Argentine father and son, I think that is. I think that's an ex-factory car. That's a car with a great history, as are so many of these. So, now heading through the gloom and the spray here at the south, the ex-Duncan Hamilton Jaguar C-Type coming towards the line now.
Again, he's able in these as the conditions suddenly become a little bit worse on the run back from Arnage up through the Porsche curves, and he's hanging the tail up because he can. But if that wasn't intended, he'll have his heart in his mouth. But Chris Ward knew once he took it over, once he started cutting back the disadvantage he'd inherited, he hit the front and needed to do no more. So maybe showboating, or maybe he just relaxed a little bit early. But it should be that C-Type to make it 3 wins out of 3. 104s out there on the track as well. Austin Healey's, he'll knit his way between the pair of them. And then he's only got a couple of corners to negotiate to take outright victory number 3, and therefore aggregate victory in Plateau. Saves us doing the hard work.
Absolutely, into the Ford chicane. And been busy this weekend in 3 of the plateaus, Chris Ward. Lots of stickers on his helmet and lots of stickers on the car as it accelerates now nice and straight towards the checkered flag, and Chris Ward just raises his hand out of the cockpit, acknowledgement of the flag, acknowledgement of a job well done.
Entirely so. So the number 40 300 SL comes across the line in 2nd place for Kleisel and Sokolowski, but already with that 30-second penalty for crossing the pit exit line too early, he's falling down the order. So Goddard will take the 2nd place overall. Still a few moments happening at Arnage for people on the final lap, but turn it round, point it the right way. But for Chris Ward and Nigel Webb, who's probably just very, very happy in that pit garage at the moment, the job is done.
Fraser Nash goes round.
Fraser Nash, but that's a nice nimble car, quite easy to get it back facing the right. That's Jan Dubber and Alex von Moser. But right now, here is the driver who's taken the checkered flag. He'll be wet in the cockpit. Probably one more race to go in the world of Chris Ward, jumps from car to car. But if he doesn't, he'll have certainly ended on a high by taking a third consecutive win in Plateau 2. You add them together, aggregate victory for him and for Nigel Webb. But that flamboyant moment on the final lap, he'll take that in his stride.
Well, we'll hope to see them up on the podium. There's the TR coming home.
Yeah.
There's a lot of these French enthusiasts that love British sports cars like this. And on Thursday afternoon, they staged a picture. I think there's 3 of these TRs and a couple of Healey's, and they all stood by them and had a 5-car picture.
Well, it's great. Yeah. And also, bear in mind an earlier Peter Auto Classic event at Dijon-Prenois. We went round a corner in the paddock, and there were a host of French-entered minis as well.
Yes.
So it's good. You know, much the same. You don't have to be bound by your nationality. Just find cars that for which you have a passion.
Yeah, but I don't think that many English people have got passions for French cars so much.
Not so much for racing them, but for owning them.
And it's strange these days that the French only have one sports car manufacturer in Alpine, where of course pre-war they had many.
10 a penny, or
a
10 a centime.
So if you're going to buy a French sports car, it's got to be an Alpine these days.
Certainly seems to be the way. So the last few cars coming through, and the Triumph TR2 we're seeing right now is running in 6th place overall, but the little Kieft is catching because Miles Griffiths is on board and he's closing. The weather horrible through the Porsche curves. That's why we saw that little slip and a slide from the C-Type of Chris Ward. But I think as hard as Griffiths push, he's not going to be able to catch the Maestro de Rocha TR2. That in turn is right on the tail of the little Oscar.
Yeah, Chris Ward having a great win, but still some action out here on the track. And the 27 Kieft, 1954 sports car.
7th position for that one, coming across the line. Oh, spin.
Oh dear,
after
the Cunningham has almost made it to the end of the race. The little Triumph TR2 comes through just in front of the little bunch of cars coming in behind him. So that was a really good run. That
TR2 finished in 6th there, so the Triumph register, hello Triumph register, feature on that car, I think.
So Alan Raider getting away with that one. He'll be a little frustrated, but it didn't come to anything. Don't think it even cost him more than a position on the circuit. Car 27,
wow.
Looking at that on the screen. That's the
41st.
Kieft and Nuttall Griffiths. They got within 4 seconds of the Triumph TR2. That was a real charge.
Now I've got to correct something. I said Kieft came from Birmingham. Where was I born? Wolverhampton. Where'd they come from? Kieft was a Wolverhampton car manufacturer.
I
should have known that.
I did see at the time. I thought it was somewhere in the Midlands. So I was kind of
hedging your bets.
Yeah, I was a bit. Yeah, I sort of knew it was wrong, and it was from Wolverhampton.
We will forgive
anyway,
you.
So we can say it's a Wolfrunian car, of course.
Absolutely.
We'll get you.
I've been to Molineux, John.
Yeah.
I watched football at Molineux in my, pre-teenage days. Anyway, a great victory for the Webb Ward. They've been trying to do it for a number of years, and the Godards were impressive in that Cooper because I'm not aware of them.
6:11.4 for the last lap. I presume they put the fastest lap in with
it was
Chris
about
as well.
a 6 minutes 4 second
Wow.
lap. I seem to recall. Yes, so it is 6 minutes 4.828 seconds.
Yeah.
Listed as Nigel Webb on the result screens, but it would have been Chris Ward. The weather sort of blew in and blew out. They started on a damp track and it became a whole lot wetter. Then it started drying, and then another shower came through, but nothing stopped Nigel Webb in the first part of the race, and certainly Chris Ward in the second. And as the last few cars coming home in their own sort of wall of spray, the race is done and dusted. We know the winners across all 3 of the races for Plateau 2, and it was the same crew each time. Webb and Ward, Jaguar C-Type.
That makes that one easy to calculate.
Well, we're
then,
delighted, but cock-a-hoop in the commentary box.
Because the next one isn't. Because the results are all over the place between the first and second races.
I think only... No, actually, I'm going to take that back. So the first 4 across the line were all class winners. The Triumph TR2 in 6th with the class winner. The DBS in 8th, and the 81 car was a class winner, as was the Mercedes in 9th. That was the number 25 car that we saw right at the start. The Pre-Air 1500, number 65 Porsche, the Curadon car, was a class winner. as was the 12th placed version Nash Le Mans replica.
Okay, John, I'm having
More
trouble.
wards to the General Hospital out there today, wasn't there?
I'm having problem getting my head around these classes because the Jowett Jupiter was in the same class as the Cooper Bobtail. One's an out-and-out race car just built for racing, and the other was a regular road sports car. So
and there's only 12 seconds between them at the end of that. That was TSRC 3A for those of you keeping score. There was a Jaguar XK 120 in 26, the number 33 car that won its class. The ACS won its class, the 57 car. The number 48 Maserati, the lovely A6.
Look at this Maserati coming home.
Yeah, they won their class. And so it goes on. The Allard, the Grosfilier Allard J2 won its class. The little DB Renault won its class as well. And I'm sure I'm missing some out.
Well, when you've got to deal with 78 cars, that's fair enough, really.
Well, I do like, and there'll be people who sort of go, Hindhaugh, what are you talking about all the classes for? But I do like the fact that, you know, if you've got it and it fits into the time and something, and it raced, or it's, you know, one of its friends raced at Le Mans, then please bring it and we will put it into the plateau for the age group and we'll put you in a class where you can be competitive and have a race against something. I don't have a problem. I really don't have a problem with that. We're just waiting for the Renault 4 CV to come in 55th position. This is the number 60 coming through. The second of the cars coming to the line now. And that is a class winner as it comes through right now. Oh, and just ahead, early before that, there was a Score de Sport, which I hadn't even noticed from 1949.
Yeah, a little cream car with the red strips along the bottom of the doors. And yeah, again, tiny little engine in those, but famously quite a few cars were extracted from when it was still Czechoslovakia, and we lost Colin Crabb recently, who was famous for going and fetching cars from what was the other side of the Iron Curtain, but it's great to have them being raced by Czech racers now.
Just
glorious
final
lines.
car to come through, I think, is the Ferrari 121 Le Mans, and this is the number 5 car coming to the line now in 59th position, and just trying to work out, yeah, the top 23 were all on the lead lap. Right at the end, the other Ferrari 121, number 50 car, that car stopped and didn't quite get the full trip.
There was one other car on the lead lap, but unfortunately they had eschewed having a pit stop at all, so they got a 2-lap penalty, and that has dropped the Porsche Laurent XK120 Roadster down the order somewhat. But anyhow, they probably just having too much fun or too frightened to come in, who knows.
Yeah, car 51 with a 2-lap penalty for no pit stop as well, so that'll drop that car. How do these cars in this grimy weather on such a circuit that's been so dry in the pouring rain, how do they still look so red and shiny? I have no clue whatsoever. So the winners of Plateau 2 are confirmed, and what a year it's been for the Jaguar. So just confirming the classification of the third and final race for plateau number 2, grid number 2, and by the sharp end of 10 seconds, Nigel Webb and Chris Ward, the W's in the wet in the Jaguar. My goodness, what a meeting they have had. 6:04.828, the fastest lap, and fairly easy for us to work out as they took top step of the podium in each of their races that they will be the outright victors of plateau number 2. And we'll see the podium, I'm sure, for that in a moment or two. Cooper in second, Mercedes in third, and as we mentioned, the mass of class winners all here fulfilling a dream, I am sure, just to race at Le Mans, just to say that you went at racing speed under the Dunlop Bridge or through the Forest Esses Tertre Rouge and all the way round the lap. There will be people who have judged their weekend in very different ways here, Bruce, but ultimately, if you've turned a few laps here at Le Mans, then you're winning at life, even if not the race overall.
100%, and in a field that has such an enormous spread of performance. You know, these cars from the 1950s, a lot of them didn't even expect to be near the front end, and they're absolutely fair. 1949 to 1956, and bear in mind that the cars from 1949 were probably effectively pre-war cars, dusted down and brought out. But there's some brilliant driving at the front of the field, and a Jaguar C-Type, of course, is likely to come out on top, and so it did. 3 victories there, a car capable of winning Le Mans. So Nigel Webb and Chris Ward, victory in the end by 1 minute and 33 seconds over the Goddards in their Cooper, and that was fantastic. A 30-second penalty in the end didn't cost a position overall for Kleisler and Sokolowski, so they ended up third overall. And the Sileckis, who were fourth on track today in their DB43S Aston Martin, fourth overall. But it really a clear win for Nigel Webb and Chris Ward. Best part of 1.5 minutes, or 1.5 minutes, a little bit of extra change. So really good job from them, and then working on down. A lot of others, all it takes is one mistake and your aggregate across all 3 will go tumbling. An odd spid hit here or there, and today's race in the rain meant the gaps between the cars were greater because getting away because of spray, having a little mishap, but really it belonged to Webb and Ward.
And the top 4 that we mentioned there, the Webb-Ward Jaguar C-Type, the Cooper T39, the Fred Goddard car, the Kleisel Solokovsky Mercedes-Benz, and the Aston Martin DB3S, the Silecki car. All of those cars won their respective classes, and in fact in the top 10 there were 8 class victors. But you know, adding them all together and seeing where people added up, if we'd run 3 hours of racing, this is effectively where these cars would have ended up. Some of the ones with the big numbers will be because they didn't finish one, other, or perhaps even all of the races. There's some non-classified cars at the bottom of the timing and scoring for the scratch. They will have either not started all of the races or been out of the parameters for classification on a rather rainy Sunday, sadly. Again, the rain has stopped. It's coming in waves from the southwest, which is roughly actually back down the start-finish straight and heading off, looking down towards the Porsche curves and slightly to the right. If you were going backwards down the track, it's just slightly to driver's right. The weather tends to come from the southwest here, and indeed that's exactly where the wind is catching the flags of all the nations represented here by the drivers. My goodness, what a world geography we have. You put the pins in the maps here. We have drivers from pretty much all around the globe. So we come now to our final televised race of the day, and it's for plateau number 3. Must compliment our production team on the little vignettes at the end of all the races, what we're calling our action clips. To put those together in a very short space of time are excellent, but also the little openers to all the different plateaus, really capturing the
spirit of the day.
Yes,
of the age.
Exactly so. And with the sound and the vision, with the little music clips as well as the old video or cine film footage, absolutely outstanding. So for Plateau 3, Bruce, what era are we moving up to here?
1957 to 1961, and to me, oh gosh, there we go. You give the shining example, some of the most beautiful cars ever made. This is Tom and James Alexander DB4 GT Aston Martin, a car I have always craved. Not necessarily in white, but of course a couple of those were raced in black and white by the Black & Decker grouping over in the States, and this is the white one, and Tom's had this for a very long time. And look at the comparison alongside a 250 GT short wheelbase Ferrari. Tick, tick, yes please, yes please.
Both 1961 cars, and again, it bears repeating. What were we talking about? That has to be. I know there's Italian influences with Aston Martin styling, particularly when you got to the styling house with Zagato, who did various things, but the Aston could only be a British sports car, and the 250F, if you knew nothing about cars, you would say, well, it's not German, is it? It has to be Italian, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. And I mean, the short wheelbase model was a car that scored some outstanding successes, but it was also in the day, it wasn't just drivers who raced GTs, it was Formula One drivers coming across as well. Of course, they'd do multiple races across the weekend, but look at the dials, look at that enormous gear lever. It's just so evocative.
Look at the rear window. We're talking about a car from the early 1960s. Look at the compound curves on that glass. That isn't an accident. Somebody drew that with a pencil on a drawing board, and then someone else, a production engineer, had to go to a glass company and say, you have to make this. Oh, no, can we not have a flat piece of glass? No, we can't. Look at the windscreen. The same sort of thing.
I think they just went a little bit to the east and got some of those fine Burano glass blowers from Venice to roll it over their thigh. Yeah. Maybe not. A little hot.
1 year earlier, the Austin Healey 3-litre. Just another great British sports car, but doing it in their own way. A car that, this one's got a hard top, could have had a soft top with a tonneau cover, and that's what the studs are for down the left-hand side. Again, a dashboard in there, which is dominated by the rev counter. Who cares how fast you were going? You wanted to make sure you weren't blowing your engine up. And even to this day on contemporary Porsches, the rev counter is the biggest of the dials, and it's right in the middle. A little bit earlier, right at the start of this plateau, the Lister Jaguar Costin with
Emanuele Pirro, multiple Le Mans winner.
Emanuele.
Yeah, well, he'll keep him in the car. He'll be jumping around otherwise. He has so much enthusiasm. Sharing with Hans Hugenholtz, fourth on the grid, the sleek Lister Costin with the Jaguar engine. They took victory in the first of the Plateau 3 races, and the Meyer and Lips Ferrari short wheelbase just in front of them took victory in the second.
Smith's gauges on that car, just great. Jaeger, of course, in a lot of the others, and these secondary and tertiary suppliers were spread across a lot of cars. Emanuele is still racing some contemporary machinery, pops up in the Creventic series now and again. Raced most, I think it was Barcelona last year. He's racing with Chris, his son. Having a great time. Chris, a very accomplished engineer, but a very good driver in his own right.
Well, what a great spread of equipment. And you've got the Morgan sitting fifth on the grid. That's the John Emberson, Nigel Greensall entered +4. And then alongside the Birdcage, the T-Post 61 Maserati. If ever you get a chance to get up close, you get half a clue looking through that enormous plexiglass windscreen. The framework inside, that's the Birdcage part. 1 million, slightly under. Tubes, tiny tubes forming that, so a completely different construction to the Morgan alongside. Talk about equal and opposite.
Look underneath that windscreen at that spider's web of tubing. The idea was that if you spread the load, you could use thinner tubing and make it lighter. You needed to have the braces, but they were super light as well. And if the bodywork was off that car, the whole car is like that. It is on its way to being a monocoque car. Effectively, they hadn't quite worked out how to put it all together and make it a non-chassis car, but those are the load-bearing areas. It was a really clever design that required absolute precision, not only with the tubes, but also in how the tubes were joined together.
Yeah, you could blow it all, but not blow the tubes, but just simply too much weld, and you've wasted your advantage.
Yeah.
A couple of British sports car manufacturers on row number 4, the TVR Grand Tourer, Guy Grant, Mark Hales, and alongside the little Lotus Elite, tiny small cars, but did things brilliantly. Car number 4 for Jordan and Traber, that's Roland Jordan and Nicholas Traber, all Swiss combination there. So the car's going out onto the grid, and there we are. We just talked through four rows of cars, 8 different manufacturers. Yeah. That's what we love.
Now, I'm not sure we are going to get the advertised départ, the Le Mans start, because of the weather, and the suggestion is with the drivers, I think, in the cars, that these cars will be coming straight around to... Oh, do you know, I say that, I am absolutely proven wrong. As I looked at the clock, I realised, no, we are. So we're going to line these cars up for the Le Mans start. Well, I'm really pleased to see that we're doing that.
Well, are we? That's the question. Just to explain, the Le Mans starts we've had so far, Skoda, Saab coming through at the back, is what they do. It's they put that they have the plan was to put the drivers on the outside of the track, the grandstand side, and for them to run across their cars, not to do the start, but to start their formation lap, because I think it would have been considered a little unsafe, particularly in the days of seatbelts, which of course they now all will be using.
A little mention for the father and son pairing, the Ashworths, in the number 42 as it is here, 5th place in GTS 11, TVR Grand Tourer Mark III, right ahead of one of my favourite cars, the Sunbeam Alpine, and it is an Alpine, not a Tiger, the Sebring body car. The Ashworths I bumped into just over a year ago when I was doing the PA commentary at Spa Classic, and had a very long chat with the whole family just as we were heading out, actually, in the car park underneath the pits at Le Mans, and they turn out for quite a lot of these races. Father and son, having a bit of father and son, dad and lad's time, and thoroughly enjoying it. The result honestly doesn't matter to them. The fact that they're in 17th position on this grid, they will be delighted with. We've also got Kyle Tilley, who I think is racing with his brother, who is...
Yeah, he was entered, the two Tillys together.
Yeah.
Kay Tilley and, rather not very helpfully, Kay Tilley.
Yeah, it's Kyle and... Kane, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And Kane runs the ERA business, effectively, with his brother. They've just got some sparkling new premises. I'm going to go and have a look over that, and I'll have a little inside story on our audio channels coming up in the next couple of months or so. And great to see those two driving together as well in a Lotus Elite. I mean, pick a car from this, and you know what, you can't. I've just seen the Maserati down in 32nd position, a 200S, but then you've got Porsche 356s, the 356C at the better place. That's the disc brake car, of course, from slightly later on. That's the Balthazar and Maris car in 10th position. But I mean, really,
but it's
absolutely.
But
the Saab 93B, that'll be a 2-stroke car, won't it?
Absolutely.
2-stroke with a flywheel, with a big flywheel, sort of almost like a hybrid. That had so much run on those cars, and of course no engine braking with it being a 2-stroke. Drove a 94 rally car many years ago, and the lack of engine braking takes a bit of getting used to. When you downshift.
Yeah, you do by the time you've got out of the car.
Yes, as soon as you're out of the hedge, yes. That's
right, so we are definitely getting the Le Mans style run across the track. Of course, Jackie Hicks famously decided that wasn't for him, and walked across and still had the audacity to go on and win the race, but it was also in
by a fairly fine margin in those days.
Yes, so he could have blown the whole chance by coming around, getting away last, but the diversity of this field of cars, John, it just makes me smile. We can see just to the south of the start-finish line is the Saab we've been talking about, not further back. You've got a little Peerless, you've got all these little manufacturers that came and went. And sadly, the bigger ones, the fact that Saab went, is one of those elements you thought wouldn't happen. But we've got some cars starting well down the order that will definitely be coming up. I'm catching the name of G. Shedden down in about 60th position on the grid. A Lister Jaguar Nobly, all the grunt, that will come up, and the driving combination with the Canadian racer Cy for Sam. That's an Ex-Ecuria Cosmas and Gregory car. That will come charging up.
Watch out for the Porsche 550 Spider as well. Dr. Fatemi in that car. That Dr. Fatemi is a very decent peddler, and that is a pretty much perfect car for these conditions with a mid-engined Porsche 550 Spider. It's only second in its class, but well down the field at the moment. I should think a clean run for that will bring them through. Some of the little Alfa Romeo Giulietta SZs as well might come through the field. Let's head to the podium for Plateau number 2. Fairly easy for us to work out the top 3. They were, in fact, the top 3 of how they finished in the last race.
So Klein and Sokolowski, they will sort of finished, they got that 30-second penalty for not quite getting the pit lane exit correctly. That hurt them, but it wasn't going to affect the overall result. And then we went up to second place for the 2 Goddards with their little Cooper. What a fantastic job they did. Well, there's only one of them right here right now. I'm late. Felix coming flying out.
Yeah. And they'll get a nice bottle to take home with them, and these fabulous trophies. I really, really like those. And after quite a long time of trying, they've got some nice car models as well from BMW. And after quite a long time of trying, it's finally the 2 Ws get the W.
Well done. In the wet, as you said, that's another W. A win, a win, a win for the Wards. And the Webbs, and out they come. So first round the corner, Nigel Webb owned the car for so long, such a history. And Chris Ward, who, you know, the track was wet, nobody told him.
No.
Didn't matter.
I worked with Chris when he was our chief instructor at Rockingham Motor Speedway in the UK. What a talent. One of those drivers that if you're not familiar with this form of racing, you've probably never heard of. There's a few of them around, but could have gone a lot further in his career and arguably should have gone. Talking to Phil Quaife earlier on. Let's hear the national anthem of the winning team. Nigel Webb and Chris Ward atop the podium. That's the overall podium for Plateau number 2, dominating this year. Andrew Mariott here. I said there as they were walking out that they've tried to win this for so long, and they've done it in style. Three victories in very different conditions and confirmed as the winners. And I'm really pleased for both Nigel and for Chris. I was just saying what a great driver Chris had, never really got the breaks in his substantive career. And for Nigel, who's owned that car for such a long time.
Absolutely. And Chris, you know, was involved with that JD Classics organisation, which had trouble. And it really did. He was their #1 driver. He drove all their various different Jaguars. And it did damage his career for a while. But more recently, he's been coaching Vijay Malai, former Force India chief, who is now racing a Fraser Nash, and they race it together. And he's really put a lot of pace onto Vijay's race driving.
So let's have a look at some of the cars on the grid. We've had a look at some down in the collecting area. 8th position, we'll pick up where we left off with the Lotus Elite from 1961. A study in lightness. Add lightness is what they've added lightness to the lightness, because they've even drilled the inside of the doors there.
And of course that is a fiberglass monocoque.
Yeah.
Really, Colin Chapman setting new standards then in lightness, as you say, John. But I think we're going to have, as we had yesterday for this time of day, all the cars lined up, and I think there's going to be a sort of pitch walkabout. And
we're going to have a quick look, and we will have the Le Mans start as well for this, our last televised race of the day. So let's get down to the grid and take in some of the atmosphere for Plateau 3.
Back on the podium with the winner, one of the 2 winners of this grid #2, Chris Ward. Chris, was it a difficult race or not?
It was incredibly difficult. Compared to this morning, it was so slippery from the first corner right the way through to the first chicane. It's just incredibly slippery, and so you had to be on tiptoes. But what an enjoyable race, and what a team effort to be able to get to this point. It's fantastic.
I asked during the race to Nigel how it was it magic? And he said, no, it's magic +1. For you the same?
Yeah, we're a team at the end of the day. Nigel drove extremely well yesterday and today, and it's all down to the effort that the boys put in at number 6 Racing and Riedling and Mauser, but also to the effort that Peter Auto and Auto Club de West put in as well, because it's just a fantastic event and one that should never be missed.
Yeah, Chris, you drive a lot in historic cars during a year, of course. What makes this Le Mans Classic so special?
It's an iconic circuit, and especially when you're given the opportunity to drive cars that were raced in period here, and it sort of sends shivers down your spine. It's a real emotional event.
This guy is a big guy of the historic racing with Peter Lotto, of course, Mr. Chris Ward.
Yeah, clip that and put it on the show reel, because Chris absolutely hit nail on head there. Thanks to Vincent for all of his hard work down in the pit lane and on the podium as well. Our winners there, Chris, half of the team. We heard from Nigel during the last race.
Well, we're looking to a Lotus Elite here. I mentioned the fiberglass monocoque chassis, and that's Robin Ellis's car, and Robin races this a lot. We see him in Peter Auto events, we see him in Goodwood and Silverstone and Donington and so on. He's a good runner. He'll go well in that car. Remember, of course, that Lotus, in their heyday, ran Lotus Elites as factory cars here and all around the UK, the Team Elite cars. And when they weren't racing in Formula One, the drivers like Trevor Taylor would be racing in an Elite.
Very famous Jaguar T-Type from 1955, and particularly famous because of the registration number. And now the interesting thing about that is that's not a real registration number. That is what was called in the UK trade plates, and that was so the car could be driven on the public road. But that's not an issued number. So I always find it interesting that that car has retained that number down through the years. My father, who was a police officer, would always tell you there was 2 types of trade plates in those days.
Yes.
White on red and red on white. And white on red, which is not the one that Jaguar has, was don't bother your head. But red on white was stop on sight. Because they were always being misused. And when I first saw the pictures of that car running, they were in black and white, so I did not realise that car was on trade plate. And it took till I actually saw the car in the flesh and also contemporary pictures of it running in Classic for me to realise that. And that saying, that mnemonic from my father came straight back to me. So, and I've never really researched, and I should do, why it was on the white on red, the red on white trade plates as 774RW, and I don't know the answer to that story. If you do, let us know.
And I don't. We should ask Nigel Webb, because he owns that car as well.
Yeah, well,
and that car is going to be raced by Andy Wallace, who won this event 2 years ago in that car. But Andy was in the studio, super interview yesterday, and
still got all the passion, hasn't he?
And he has, but unfortunately, that car, they've got a misfire, and they can't find the route of it.
Presumably they have now, because it's out there.
Well, it did well in the first race.
Yeah.
Finished second, but was a bit down the field in the second.
So who have we got to look out for here, Andrew, in terms of the...
well, Hugenholtz and Pirot in the Lister Jaguar won the first race, but I think they had a problem. The results of the second race compared with the first, the night race, were completely different to those of the first.
So are we going to leave it to Al Kamel and our timekeepers?
Do you know what? I think we might. The only person that went well in both was the Cyprus-based Spanish businessman that we've seen a lot, Guillermo Fierro-Eleta, because he had a 4th place and a 2nd place.
Kyle Tilley.
Yeah, Kyle Tilley
is starting the number 14, which he says with his brother.
Yeah. They love that Lotus.
Yeah, that'll be a good car in these conditions.
And it goes really well in that. And that car in the second race, the night race, finished 5th, which had it shouldn't be that far up.
But great car for the conditions.
Yeah.
And,
for the conditions, yes, indeed.
I remember looking up the history of the Chevron B8 that I drove a couple of years ago and found that it did the full season in its most successful year, and it came here to Le Mans, only BMW engine car. It was the JCB sponsored car, and in that year's 1,000 Ks of the Nürburgring, it finished 6th overall. So I thought I better go and of course it was raining. It was raining all the way through, and that's why it finished 6th.
Can you remember who was driving it? Do you think it was Peter Sadler?
Yeah, Peter Sadler
and Peter Brown.
And yes, I think so.
Now, I think it was. Now, Peter Sadler's an old mate of mine, and he is famous for something, or his family are famous for something.
Really?
They're the most famous manufacturers of teapots. Stoke-on-Trent. Yep. But it was enough money. He was a good racer, Peter Sadler. I saw him at British Grand Prix a couple of years ago.
So I just happen to have the history of that.
I love the Chevron
69 car.
We haven't talked about Derek Belling. There's a famous lister just here on the screen at the moment.
It raced at Le Mans but didn't finish that year.
But who? With whom?
As I say, but hang on, let me whiz down and tell you who ran it, because I know it's there.
And I can add a little something on that one. Peter Brown's son runs a radio station in southern Spain. I did an interview with him about a year ago.
Peter Brown and John Aniva.
John...
Eniver?
It should have been Roger Eniver, not John. That's be a typo.
It's a typo.
Yeah. So Peter Brown, you're right, and they had previously raced an MGB together.
Now here's a guy we haven't seen racing so far, but he is really quick. Horatio Fitzsimon races and wins both sides of the Atlantic, and be interested to see how he goes.
Thank you very much indeed to everybody who's getting in touch on @RSL_studio. James O'Donnell saying a C-type winning at Le Mans is wonderful.
Yeah.
I just can't understand why Le Mans doesn't want to build on its brilliant Le Mans legacy when just about every other manufacturer is doing exactly the opposite. Please, Jaguar, have a rethink. Nearly did a few years ago and came to nothing. Now reinventing Jaguar as a brand, being reinvented as an all-electric brand, and very successful in electric motorsport, of course, having won the Formula E championship.
Yeah, Mitch Evans, one of the drivers there. And, I don't remember who the other one. Who drives the other Jaguar?
Is it Cassidy?
Yes, David.
Not David Cassidy.
Nick Cassidy.
The Partridge family come to town.
2 Kiwis, yeah.
And James Barclay, who basically built that team, and it very nearly disappeared actually partway through its run, and they put a couple of good results together at the end of one season and decided to give it another go, and they got better and better and won the championship. And James Barclay will be the team manager of, pertinent to here at Le Mans, will be the team principal rather of the new McLaren hypercar program for McLaren United Racing.
Well, that's interesting. At the moment, he has an article every month in Motorsport magazine banging on about Formula E and how wonderful it is.
Yeah, well, he takes up his new position shortly. And
didn't mention that in his article in this month's magazine, by the way.
He's a big fan of motorcycling, as I am, and he's got a BMW, so we're going to have a ride out and a cup of coffee.
Also to watch in this will be the Alexander's father and son.
Yes,
absolutely.
Famous Tom Alexander.
Mobile phones?
Virgin.
Yeah.
Mobile phones, and very proud of his son racing alongside him.
Well, and speaking of which, how about we have a little chat with James as the crowd showing their appreciation to the drivers, and the drivers doing likewise as we're getting ready for the Le Mans start. But time to speak to James Alexander down on the grid.
Here we are on the track. Nous sommes effectivement sur la piste. On va avoir un commentaire français-anglais. Il y a quelques instants, c'est le public qui était là et qui applaudissait. Vous pouvez encore le faire, mesdames et messieurs. Yes, we've got the fans here at Le Mans Classic ready to applaud the drivers. Get ready, this is Le Mans start. On est prêt, c'est effectivement un départ type Le Mans et c'est bien car c'est Isabelle Lebon, mesdames et messieurs, qui va en effet dans un petit instant présenter ce drapeau de départ et c'est James Alexander qui sera le pilote de la pole avec l'Aston Martin numéro 50. James Alexander is the driver on the starting grid, pole position with the number 50 Aston Martin. I try to have a few questions. One question with James Alexander. Une question avec James. James, fans are ready. You are ready too. Yeah, pole position. How is it?
Yeah, it's incredible. I've been coming to this event my whole life, but now I've started to race here, and it's one of the best things. It's amazing, and the best thing is that I get to share it with my dad. This is such an emotional event for me. So to start on pole is amazing.
Ouais, James qui nous dit effectivement que c'est génial pour moi parce que être là aujourd'hui, c'est clairement un rêve avec cette voiture, avec ce public exceptionnel, ce décor Le Mans Classique. Et en plus de cela, je suis effectivement avec mon père. So come with us, everybody. Look, et regardez, Emmanuel Pirot également qui est en train de se placer. Emmanuel Pirot, ready of course for Le Mans start. This is the magic of Le Mans, and we are going to share the emotion of a start together. The last 3 minutes before, of course, the French flag presentation for the start. On va voir dans un petit instant le drapeau bleu, blanc, rouge qui sera effectivement celui du départ. Alors, regardez bien, de ce côté-ci, on this side, look at the drivers. Look at all the cars. On a effectivement la Ferrari numéro 5. We've got the number 5 Ferrari with Diego Mayer and Remo Lips for the second place. Then an Austin Hill. It's going to be really a fantastic moment of emotion, of pure emotion. Ce sera effectivement un moment de pure émotion. Et le panneau 1 minute, the 1 minute board, which has just been presented. Voilà, donc dans quelques instants, ce sera le moment du départ et ce sera absolument génial. It's going to be magic. You can share this live, of course. Tout le monde aussi sur les réseaux sociaux peut partager cette émotion. Attention, 30 seconds. 30 secondes. La préposée au drapeau bleu-blanc-rouge est là avec le délégué de la direction de course. Well, the delegation of the clerk of the race is here. Get ready, everybody. We are going to live together this Le Mans start on this side. Regardez bien, look together. C'est parti! Now, the French flag. Allez, le départ de l'ensemble de ces pilotes. En effet, on y va, mesdames et messieurs. C'est parti pour un moment exceptionnel que l'on a vécu ensemble sur la piste. Et un bon départ de l'Aston Martin numéro 50 à l'instant. Voilà, c'est ce qu'on avait envie de vivre en effet avec vous. That's what we wished to live together. And you've got a Panhard, look on this side, which had a problem during the start procedure. On a effectivement une petite française, une DB Panhard, qui a connu un petit problème au niveau de la procédure et qui immanquablement sera autorisé à prendre le départ effectivement dans quelques secondes. So that was the Le Mans start together. Back with you within the next few instants, of course, for some interviews. On vous retrouve dans un petit instant pour d'autres interviews avec le départ de cette course du plateau 3. À tout de suite.
So that was the Le Mans start being completed, and how fitting it was that we heard Bruno Vandestick interviewing James Alexander, because James, in that pole position, Aston Martin managed to get across the grid very, very quickly indeed. So he's leading the field down, followed by the Remo Lips, Diego Mayer, Ferrari as well. Unfortunately, it looks like one of the little DBs has had a problem there, and a few didn't get quite underway. And it's always quite a tricky thing. Drivers aren't accustomed to it, Andrew Mariott, but unfortunately, a few little tumblers.
Yeah, that pushed away. Well, this is the third of the 3 races, of course, in this Plateau 3. The first race was won by the Hindhaugh Pirot Lister. Andy Wallace second, presumably still with problems with the misfiring that we heard about when he was in the studio here. But then, in the second race, the Pirot car only finished 16th. Well, that was in the middle of the night, and we haven't had a chance to catch up with Emanuele to find out what happened. I suspect that he's going to be fast in this I suspect he's going to come through to the front.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, in that Lister Jaguar, you'd really expect him to be blasting up the order.
But then we got to work out who's going to win it overall, and it's quite complicated because the result of race 1 and race 2 were completely different with different people. So Guillermo Fierro Iletta.
Yeah, he's picked off some good results. He had a 4th place followed by a 2nd in the Maserati Tipo 61, which is the birdcage.
And he's won in sports cars at the Monaco Historic, one sports car race, and he's mighty in a 250F Maserati. He loves Maseratis, a Cyprus-based businessman. But of course we got some other marvellous Ferraris in here, and we've got Andy Wallace, who won this last time out 2 years ago, would appear to be the favourite, except they've got this engine problem that they can't kind of get their head round.
Yeah, well, 2nd in the opening race, as you say, not so good in the 2nd race, but he's starting down in 12th on this sort of a jumbled grid. But just looking down the order, just seeing a little Matrajet going out to the bottom right hand of the screen, so tiny, and then the Lotus Elites aren't large, but certainly some big bangers next to them too.
And there's a Saab in this as well, and we had the TR2 going well in the previous plateau, then we've got TR3s in this plateau.
Yeah. So rain on the lens, it's been blowing through since about 4 o'clock this morning. The field coming down towards the first chicane. That's the middle part of the field. But of course they're going around. The race will be 43 minutes long when it gets to be given its full start. But they've done the Le Mans start, so that's something to tick off in their book. For a lot of the people, that would have been the very first time that they got to do that. So something exciting for them and another taste for them.
I think
we're just about to go for a
yeah.
very quick interview. We talked about Andy Wallace. The fact we're about to have an interview with him, that's not good. Let's find out what his thoughts are.
The starting procedure is on its way with the composition of the starting grid in the Hindhaugh. And among these cars, there is number 9 Lotus with Didier Vest and Antoine Blanc, I should say Antoine White in English, who will be the starter with you, of course, Didier. Well, can you tell us about the story, how it is for you to be here at Le Mans Classic with this Lotus?
It's a very nice car to be here because the Lotus is quite fast in the straights. Very small engine, but fast. So we enjoy very much the event. At the present time, we are 3 in the index performance classification. So there is some sort of stress for us for that race, which is going to be quite weight, apparently.
Your car is number 9, but you finished 29th place, in fact, at the end of race 2. How old is this Lotus? I think it's a car from 1961.
Yeah, the Lotus, our Lotus is actually a French car, which was sold in France in the 61, and then racing is still many years. And well, it's a left-hand drive car, whereas all the cars usually are right-hand drive.
On va parler un petit instant en français avec vous, Didier Vest. Effectivement, votre Lotus, c'est la numéro 9. Et Antoine Blanc est en ce moment en train de se placer sur la grille de départ naturellement. Racontez-nous un tout petit peu l'histoire, l'envie d'être là, la motivation, c'est quoi?
Ah bah, qui n'est pas motivé pour venir au Mans, rouler en 2 jours de nuit sur le grand circuit. Ne connaissant pas le circuit au départ, on appréhende de s'ennuyer, tellement il est long. Et en fait, c'est un circuit magnifique avec de belles courbes, de beaux virages. Et on s'est fait plaisir à chaque séance.
Quelle histoire est là, votre Lotus Elite?
Vendu neuf en France, un des 13 exemplaires vendus neuf en France. Donc, conduite à gauche, c'est rarissime. Elle court depuis 20 ans. On a fait pas mal de fois le tour auto, ce qui est assez courageux avec une Lotus Elite. Et on prend toujours du plaisir, voiture très agréable à conduire.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Didier Vest driving the number 9 Elite Lotus for the grid tray.
But the Lotus to watch for is the number 85, Lotus 15, which is being driven by Horatio Fitzsimon, I should say, as we see them replay of them running across the road, because that car also shared with the Danish driver Holstein, had a very good result at Zandvoort a couple of weeks ago, and I suspect that he'll be climbing up the field. So John Hindhaugh is back in the booth with us, probably had a little bit of quick rillette, and
I eschewed the Mariott today.
Oh, did you,
just
John?
went for a quick chicken leg,
So
basically.
this is a replay, John, of the Le Mans start.
Who got the best start this time, then?
Well, it was a very good start from the pole starting James Alexander in his Aston Martin, but a lurid slide across. I think it might have been Hans Hugenholtz and Alistair. No, theirs is a Costin. There was someone on Alistair Nobly further back, getting it very sideways. There's others had to adjust. 4 or 5 cars didn't get away. And just to clarify, I'm sorry I gave you the spooks there, Andy Wallace fans.
Yes.
We were told car 29. I threw to car 29, but it was actually the car that finished 29th, and it was car number 9. So anyhow, but you know, it's great fun seeing these starts. For the start, the Le Mans start. People won't have done it before. It was down at about 12th, 13th position where it headed off, about 6th to Healy that went sideways, but it put someone else off in avoidance, so maybe it's a good time.
Wow, who was that coming up from the back?
From the back, Mr. Rocket, I think.
Yeah, and that was the unusual version of the Le Mans start, which included a steam catapult.
And it was Anthony Schrauen who got so sideways.
He's pretty quick on that list, though.
He is.
Well, as we're just getting these cars back in order on their formation lap, the 43 minutes will not start till they come round. This time, the Le Mans Classic, a joint venture between Peter Auto and the ACO. Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO, but here as a driver as well.
Pleasure to meet on the pit lane Pierre Fillon, the ACO president. Good afternoon, sir, Mr. President. How is it for you this afternoon? We had the pleasure to present to the fans a Le Mans start, which is always a magical moment.
Yes, it's an amazing moment. It's so many memories, and for all the fans to see this Le Mans start, it's something very special.
We've got to take care with, I think, a bit up. Mr. President, yesterday you drove an Audi. Today, a Lotus, which is, of course, a totally different car.
It's a totally different car, but I think the Lotus is more easy to race on the wet. So,
Président, effectivement, hier, on a eu le plaisir de vous retrouver avec une Jaguar. Là, vous êtes avec Michael O'Sullivan et une Lotus Elite. Évidemment, c'est un type de véhicule complètement différent, un pilotage différent.
Oui, c'est un pilotage un peu plus rallye, surtout quand on se retrouve dans les Porsche. Mais sous la pluie, c'est extrêmement léger, donc extrêmement agile.
Et on peut saluer avec vous les fans également qui sont là, conditions complètement différentes. Au ciel bleu et aux belles températures d'hier, ce dimanche, on a les nuages, la pluie aussi, mais ça reste magique.
Ça reste magique et c'est exactement Le Mans. Voilà, au Mans, on a du soleil, on a l'été, mais on a aussi beaucoup de pluie. Donc pour les fans, mais voilà, ils ont vu ce que c'est qu'un Le Mans, j'ai envie de dire presque normal.
Absolument. Merci à vous. Thank you very much, Pierre Fillon, the ACO president.
So as the cars form up behind the BMW safety car, M3 and M3 Tourings being used to not only as our starting and intervention vehicles, but for some very, very fast laps over the last few days. I think I might have misnumbered the Touring actually. It's an M3, not an M4 Touring. Pesky car companies changing their numbering systems. M4s always used to be the 4 doors. Andrew, the lineup here.
Yeah, well, someone I'm really going to watch for here is Nigel Greensall.
Yeah.
And John Emberson in the Emberson Morgan +4, right up at the front. I mean, Nigel is such a fierce competitor. Races every weekend, 100 races a year, you know, both sides of the Atlantic. And he's going to be good in these conditions. But yeah, it's pretty difficult to read about this because the Pirro car, John, won the first race, but the second race had a problem and finished 16th, and has got a lot of time to make up. But in theory, he's the class of the field.
Yeah.
Another one, I think I mentioned we needed to look out for Cypher Sam Gordon Shedden starting their list down in 60th position. I noticed just 2 positions further back, the Halusa Ames Ferrari GT short wheelbase bread van. That's I've seen race over the years. That's very quick, so we'll look for that. Has it had a problem?
No, but it raced here 2 years ago, but 3 years ago it had a massive accident.
It had to be rebuilt, didn't it?
A bit rebuilt by Miles Griffiths and his crew.
Pretty much total rebuild on that car.
Yeah, well, I think the bill was
lots and
lots.
Yeah, a lot of bread.
Shake all the noughts out of it.
I suppose, you know, there's people out there, so what are they talking about? Bread van, what are they talking about?
Yeah, what are we talking about?
we're talking about a car that had a special body on it. Well, look, but the Count Volpe decided he wanted a special body on this Ferrari 250 GT, make it more aerodynamic. So they came with a cam tail, and it's got a big plastic perspex window in the back. And the interesting thing is,
almost like a shooting brake.
I was going to say, shooting down the Mulsanne brake. That is.
Quite a lot of people copied it afterwards, and there was other bread vans. I think it was a Lotus Elite.
There was a Lotus Elite. I've seen it race at Goodwood. I've seen the Ferrari bread van at Goodwood many a time. So it's something extra to look for. Oh dear, one of the listers is out of the running. Is that?
It's the number 82. It's the number 82.
Yeah,
which is Athimol Bourguignon. That's a Cooper Monaco. Oh, it could have been actually a Cooper Monaco. Yes, it was. Sorry, I just said it was pushed away. I saw a different angle. Shouldn't have jumped before I identified.
Should have been a really competitive car.
Yeah.
But anyway.
2-litre car, that one. From.
They had all sorts of different engines.
Yeah, again, it's we've got a theme going, haven't we? We've had these various themes going. Different bodywork for from different manufacturers and different coach builders, and perhaps even for different races. There's a Sunbeam Harrington, a Sebring Sunbeam in this race as well, I think. And we've had a MGB with the Sebring body. There's an Austin Healey Sprite Bonneville in this one as well. The safety car will come in at the end of this lap to commence our final televised race of the day. But if you're here at the track, please do stay on, because we have the second of the Endurance Racing Legend ERL. Yeah, that's the blue Sunbeam that we're talking about, Sunbeam Alpine.
Track conditions beginning to dry, but if you're out there, you know it's still full wet underneath. So Aston Martin and Ferrari on the front row, Austin Healey and Lister on the second row, Morgan and Maserati on row 3. The rest need to keep up.
Well, I think it's Pirro as well in the Lister.
It is.
So
yes, it is. Yeah, we saw him in the collecting area, Andrew.
He's going to be hurtling through. The TVR there.
It works for me. Well, I wish
Bruce
mine did.
owns a TVR. He wishes he didn't.
Not at all. Not at all. When it works, it's good, but it's a static display at the moment. A daily reminder of my failures.
Watch out! Watch out for the class-leading Sunbeam Alpine Sebring Roadster. That's the number 52 car in 19th position, and then just ahead of that is the TVR Grand Tourer Mark III.
And Andy Wallace just coming through, background of the shot, just outside the top 10. He's starting down in 12th, but bear in mind there were problems. He came second in the opening race, just 7-8 seconds down on the Hugenholtz Pirro Lister that's starting so well on the grid on 4th.
Now the countdown clock has started, interestingly. The lights are out on the BMW safety car. As it comes in, it'll cut off at the very last minute into the pit lane, and we've got a definite break. It's almost like a split grid here. So the safety car indicates and turns hard right, and the top half dozen cars will actually start line astern, and then there's a gap back to the TVR Grand Tourer Mark III, the Grant and Hales car, the number 53, and they will have some time to make up. Maybe just thinking, I don't need to be in the spray of that car ahead, and let's see how it goes. The Aston Martin has disappeared into the distance just a little bit. The unusual white colour, not often you see an all-white Aston Martin. And which of the Alexanders did we see?
James
It was James, the son.
Yeah, son of, yeah.
Tom will be looking on proudly from the pits, particularly.
Absolutely.
Look, the field coming down, well, the
right,
early part of the field, I was going to
say,
it's a mottled sky. Depends which direction you look. It's very dark to the south of the circuit, and as John points out, the wind and the weather comes from the southwest. Will they get through? A lot of spray still being kicked up at this point. There I was saying the bottom half of the circuit was dry. The top half, when I say the top, I mean the part closest to town. Pirro finding the drier lines, or sometimes taking the higher line is what you want, but all those years of experience of how the tarmac works for you at Le Mans certainly have been banked and are now being used by that Italian great.
He'd be loving this.
About to come up to pass the wonderful Acura Francoshaw coloured Ferrari in front of him with
the yellow noseband.
Yeah, so I've seen a wonderful painting of that car actually. by a man called Jean-Yves Tabelot, who is now a professional motor racing artist, but was the gearbox engineer on the BMW that won Le Mans in 1999, believe it or not.
The one and only time that BMW have won outright at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Hidden talents, hidden no more. So the Austin Healey absolutely going very, very well indeed. Oh dear. So not everybody got to get away from the grid or even from the pit lane in their listers, and that was one of them.
That was the Chevrolet one, bad.
The Chevrolet, that was the Martin O'Connell Wolf Zweifler car that hasn't had the meeting it would have wanted. James Alexander led away from the start, led away from pole position, seems to be making his break 4 and a bit seconds clear, but we have the field really rather fractured. That first sextet absolutely rocketed clear.
So you said that there's been distinctively different results, Andrew, in the first two of the Grid 3, the Plateau 3 races, but the Pirot-Hugenholtz car did do okay to start with. They must be in with a chance if Emmanuel can build up a big enough lead here.
I think you're right, John, yes. I mean, he finished 16th in the second race, and I ought to check how far down it was. In fact, I will do that in just a moment. The one to watch for is the Maserati of Guillermo Fierro Eletta. He's the only person who got 2 top 6 results in both races. I think there's Wallace just going through our picture, and Andy Wallace is up to 9th place. I wonder if they finally chased down that misfire that he told us about.
Yeah, so galling for them from literally the first time the car went on the track at this meeting. Went from going very well to not going very well at all, but he's trying to find his way around. Windscreen wipers on those that have them, moving around a little bit at the moment. Only those really in groups of spray. I think running on your own, John, you're able. Your screen is dry enough at this point on the circuit coming to the second chicane.
Well, looking at the MG there going into the second chicane, the driver there with a very small Brooklyn-style aero screen doesn't even have his goggles on. So I think he's spot on there, Bruce, in terms of what is being thrown up is coming from the tyres of the cars ahead.
Tyres, not the sky, but that's now. Who knows in a few minutes' time.
4 across the track.
Yeah.
So the Lister Jaguar in the second race dropped 1 minute 30.
That's not insurmountable.
And how much did how much did he win the first one by? That's the key, isn't it?
He won it by 8 seconds.
Right, so he's got
about 1 minute and 22.
Yeah.
Right, that's very interesting. But in these conditions, as we have mentioned throughout today's coverage, with the difficult conditions, bigger gaps will grow for drivers who are more comfortable with cars or have more experience in the wet. It's the simple arithmetic.
So it is, but also bear in mind we may have slow zones or waved yellow flags, and if you're in front of them, your gap is going to grow all the more. So for those at the front end of the field at the moment, that's the better place to be. Or is it? We'll find out.
Have we had a slow zone today?
As I say that, I realise that was
bizarre, isn't it? In some of the more difficult conditions, the drivers have been behaving themselves, maybe driving a little more within themselves, or maybe just the adrenaline of driving at Le Mans has subsided a tiny bit, and people just thinking about what is going on. So Emmanuel Pirot up into 3rd position at the moment and trying to chase down the 2 cars ahead, the Austin Healey and the Aston Martin, in with a real chance of taking this plateau. So Pirot in the car, Hans Hugenholtz then in the pit lane with Bruno. Let's have a chat.
Hans Hugenholtz is in the pit lane. Emmanuel Pirot is driving the car with number 64, the Lister Jaguar. Well, apparently, Hans, you are very elegant, but no race suit. Does it mean that Emmanuel Pirot is going to drive all this race?
Emmanuel is going to drive all this race, because overnight in the very wet, slippery race, I wasn't doing very well, so we lost quite a lot of time. And with Emmanuel's experience here at Le Mans, hopefully he brings it back to the podium.
What do you think of his start?
His start was fantastic. I mean, he's such a professional. It's just amazing to be driving with him.
Will you leave Le Mans Classic today with good memories of this weekend, even if it's a little bit wet today?
Yeah, it's. I don't like the wet too much, but you know, being here is so special. So Le Mans Classic is special, the normal Le Mans is special. Always love to be here.
Un mot en français avec vous, Hans Hugenholtz. En effet, je faisais remarquer que vous êtes en tenue civile. Ça veut dire que Emmanuel Pirot va piloter toute la course là.
Oui, c'est Emmanuel qui est le professionnel. Moi, je suis l'amateur et je laisse le podium à Emmanuel.
Bon, vous partirez en tout cas avec de bons souvenirs de ce week-end fantastique.
Absolument, absolument.
Excellent. Hans Hugenholtz avec Emmanuel Pirot sur la 64. On the 64 car, Emmanuel Pirot is driving, but if this car is on the track, that's thanks to Hans Hugenholtz.
Yeah, good point, Bruno. Absolutely right. Now, this is smart because not having to change then, there still will have to be a pit stop, and we've got the yellow flags out at Marshall Post 20, and that is down at exit of Mulsanne corner, so that is facing the wrong direction, I reckon. I had to do that from memory there, I couldn't find my track map, but that little load, yeah, absolutely.
Navigational error. I think not.
Bruce, you are so diplomatic. I can see why you've done so well. So Pirot in that car for the whole race, and we've also got another one.
Another elite.
Another elite, the number 77 off as well at the same sort of area. That one's behind the wall.
Car to watch for is number 85, Jacob Holstein, but with Horatio Fitzsimon in it. Drove it so well at Hockenheim a couple of weeks ago. Just was in second place in the end in the race there in the Masters Series. I see that it's probably the second fastest car out there at the moment. So I expect to see Horatio blast past the Morgan any moment and to get up into certainly the top three. So that's one to watch for, the 85 car.
Well, you called it, he started down in about 16th position,
Yeah.
so he's up to 6,
yeah.
so one direction of travel. But James Alexander leading the race by the best part of 11 seconds now. Advantage of starting from pole is good, but he was quick across the car for the Le Mans start, and as soon as he got going, he's stretching clear of the Austin Healey of LeBlanc and Van Lanschot. But the Fiero Iletta, exactly, the Maserati has just passed. Pirot's Lister Costin, and Andy Wallace making up ground. He moved from 12th to 9th. He's chasing after the Ferrari that started second on the grid, the Diego Meyer and Remo Lips 250 GT short wheelbase. So again, can we gauge looking at that car? Is it misfiring? You can't from the outside.
I love the fact that Will Archer coming into the Daytona chicane there, as he turned in, he took the last look in the right-hand mirror as if he was on a motorcycle and doing the little over-the-shoulder, or if he was driving on the, just in case. I don't know what he thought was going to be catching him up as he's carved his way through the field. But that's just muscle memory. He was just checking to make absolutely certain he could get to the apex, and he actually is now being caught by
Fiskin Cow in Z-type. No, it's the Tilly Tilly. No, it's not. It's
we've got an intervention vehicle out on the track.
I believe that car's still got a misfiring problem.
I think so too, because he would have gained more by now, wouldn't he?
Yes, that first sector for this lap, he lost 4 seconds on the Aston Martin DB4G, that GT.
Yeah.
Many DBs, not all out on the track. Maybe they're going the way of the Lotus Elites, or some of them in this race. And as you can hear, a mighty V8 rumble it does not have.
Oh, what a horrible noise.
Ding, 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 ding. Small engine car, small bore exhaust pipe.
Oh, there's the Peerless.
The Peerless, one of its own. That's Neil Horton, Celia Stevens.
Yeah, that's a small British manufacturer, a Slough maybe. It became the Warwick, or the Warwick became the Peerless. I can't remember which way around it was. I love the design of it, actually. It's one of those many small manufacturers there were back in the 60s in Britain, but there was probably 20 of them.
1958 car, and sort of aping the American style fins at the back there, but in a slightly more British, understated way.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit like the Mark 1 Sunbeam Alpine. They were they got smaller as we went through the 60s, from the Mark 1 to the Mark 5.
Fins ain't what they used to be.
Well, it did. Oh, that wins it. That wins it, Mr. Jones.
Wow. We haven't finished yet.
We haven't talked about the Healey in second place.
No.
Two very well-known racers, used to race Aston Martins, two Dutch bankers, I think they are actually. But
Carsten LeBlanc, he's been in a Healey for years now, hasn't he?
And always with Van Lanschot. And I think they own the Nicholas Mee Aston Martin operation for a while, and maybe still do. Oh, another shot of the Peerless. Look, nice colour.
There's a hint of Aston Martin about the rear haunches on that. If you take the fins off, and the front, I can't. It's reminding me of something at the front, and I can't quite place this. It's almost sort of
Well, I tell you a car that
Farina Oxford or something like that.
You could also push it the other way, slightly later in life, the very early Gilburns.
Oh,
Wales's
there you
sports
go.
car, the
There
Gilbert
you
Invader.
go. Well
I think
done.
apes that grille shape.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying
Wow.
about that game we ought to have? Cardinal, identify little car parts from
Very
the
well
50s
done.
and 60s.
I did the Motoring News road test for the Gilburn, whichever one it was, and it basically had a V6 Ford motor in it. It was a terrific handling car, wonderful. I remember driving into Alton Park once and thinking, you know, they've done a really good job.
Yeah, you thought they would have challenged the Reliant Scimitar in many ways.
Yeah,
They were sort of-
I had one of those as well.
So did Princess Anne, apparently. I don't think very many people know that.
So
Very
bonnet
good
up,
driver,
unfortunately, for the Austin Healey with many drivers on board. One of these crews that have 4 drivers trying to share the 3 races in the plateau, but this one seems to have come to a bit of a halt. Car 55 again, let's work through some manufacturers. It's blue, it's low, it's French, it's DB, it's the HBR Spider, several of those in this race. Completely distinctive. I love the fact that cars can look so different from each other.
The Princess Royal, I should have said. by the way.
No, but she was Princess Anne at the time.
Yes,
she
true.
was.
My father had to work protection on her once, and he did say she was a spirited driver and very accomplished behind the wheel.
Let's just finish off the peerless story. I was right. In Slough, built the cars for 3 years. A man called Bernie Roger was behind it. It collapsed. It was reborn as the Warwick in Colnbrook, which is, of course, where McLaren were.
And where the RSE MSA used to be as well,
indeed,
before
yes.
they moved up to Bicester Heritage.
Yes.
Or Bicester Motion, actually, as the whole site is properly called. Hello to the guys there, particularly the guys at Historic, who I absolutely know if they are in there today that they'll be watching that. Hello to Ferg, Andrew, and the rest of the team, and to all at Mr. Motion.
I suspect there might be a Silverstone. What's going on there?
Well, it's not a classic event. That's in a few weeks' time, so I'm sure they'll actually be
single-seater
working.
Yeah, probably are.
Splash of rain due later on this afternoon. Hopefully it'll be relatively dry for our drive back home.
Right, we've been talking about Guillermo Fierro Ileta, the Maserati Tipo 61, the birdcage. He did get a short while ago ahead of Emanuele Pirro, the green and yellow stripe Lister Costin, but coming through, he wanted Lotus Motion. It's the Holstein Fitzsimon Lotus getting in this battle for 4th, 5th and 6th positions. Importantly for his car position number is getting smaller and smaller. He's about to pick off just here, maybe just bide his time.
Rouge.
But the moment will be coming. After Tete Rouge, better acceleration from him. He was earlier on the power coming out of that corner, still going through the corner. The amount of spray, that's not the sort of place you want to be changing the angle of your car.
Yeah, I think that was standing water, Bruce.
No, I agree, but he looked like he's going on the outside line. You could see the front, the nose of the car going. Unfortunately, the tail followed it on the Lotus. Already he's made the move, but his intent was absolutely clear through Tete Rouge.
Do we think that Jaguar Lister Costin and Pirro is not perhaps at full bore?
It could be. It could be.
Birdcage going back ahead, retaking 3rd position in the overall standings.
On power, of course. And Horatio going to try and dive down the inside now. He's never raced here before, and he's so excited about it. Lovely young man.
Not there, not there.
Oh.
The impetuousness of youth.
He's used to racing Formula Juniors and them swapping places at every corner.
At twice a corner, I think it's written into
maybe.
the regulations.
Could be right.
Supplementary regulations say now twice every corner. So the low-slung Lotus ahead of the low-slung Maserati Type 61.
Just in the background, just seeing the 2 Morgans, and we've had the Keith Arler's James Billy Bellinger model, that's car number 24, going ahead of the Emerson Green car.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've been long-time supporters of Morgan's, Keith Arler's in particular. He's also got that King Cobra Cooper machine, hasn't
he does, indeed. You don't always get to see, you see him much more in Morgan's. Oh, gosh, the exuberance of Horatio Fitzsimon sideways coming out of the 2nd chicane, accelerating away, and the Maserati can't use its power to get past him again because he's just got to... Oh, no, hold on. Lotus moment, looking down in the cockpit with some figure. What has gone wrong? We had the mobile phone escaping yesterday with one of the drivers, and that required an early pit stop. That was Yves Samama, wasn't it, in the toy?
It was. I think
cost him a decent finish.
Yeah, you know, and in the 3rd race he didn't finish. So, he was. We thought he might win that category. Oh, nice little sprite there. Look.
The little smiley grill on the front. So
No bug eyes on that one though.
they're taking more of a sort of Sebring lead there. A couple of MGAs racing together. Lotus Elite. That's absolutely as it would have been in period. We don't get too many gold over green racing cars, but there's one for you to enjoy.
Absolutely gorgeous sound again. Sort of pea shooter exhaust, but provides a really raughty little engine note from those smaller engine cars.
I'm feeling sad. Do you know why? I'm looking at this race and I'm seeing all these British-built sports cars owned by British companies.
Don't exist anymore. Or at least if they do, they're not British owned.
Yeah.
The good news is that the current owners of Lotus have poo-pooed the rumour, or have changed their mind, depending on how you look at the story, with some government assistance being laid on the table, and that the Hethel Lotus concern is, for the moment at least, still safe. It's the Geely Chinese company that runs it now. I am receiving some also some sad news, which is pertinent to here, that Tom Miles, Aussie Motorsport protagonist, who raced Mustangs here at Le Mans, been racing Mustangs here at Le Mans, has been killed in a road traffic accident whilst out cycling. Don't have any more details than that, but we pass on our condolences to family and friends. So terrible news to hear.
Not the first time.
No.
Remember Bob Wallach, of course.
I was there.
Sebring, yeah, me too.
Yeah, I always make a little point of stopping off at his memorial, which is on the Google Maps, by the way, if you want to do that when you're heading through. Jaguar in the pit lane, and the number 71, one of the cars I mentioned earlier on. That's the two Ashards, the TVR Grand Tourer, one of a couple of those cars. Let's head back down to the pit lane. Bruno dodging the showers with another driver interview for us.
We shall take news of a blue French car, a light car, which is DB car 62 with Arnaud Dupin. Arnaud, you have just finished your stint. Well, tell us about the driving conditions, and I should say the drivability of your DB. How is it?
Yeah, it's a Le Mans condition. It needs, you have rain. Well, the car is really easy, but we have too many cautions, and I lose my car on a Dunlop. But it was a fantastic race because Le Mans is mythic, and with a car like this, it's a French car who win in Indies. So we don't win in Indies this year, but probably next time, because it's fantastic in Le Mans. All the public, all the driver, all the condition.
Alors on va mettre avec vous un petit instant en français en lumière cette fameuse DB. C'est vrai qu'une voiture made in France, très légère. Comment s'est passé le départ et quelles sont les conditions de pilotage?
Alors un départ Le Mans, ça nous rappelle quand même des choses très fortes au Mans. Rouler en DB, c'est français, c'est au Mans, et c'est une voiture qui est absolument extraordinaire. Elle a une tenue de route fantastique. Bon, le pilote l'a un peu perdu dans le Dunlop avec un excès de confiance, mais c'est quand même une voiture avec laquelle on a pris 192 dans la ligne droite des Hunaudières. Alors mêlé à tout ce plateau, c'est nous rappeler aussi qu'il peut y avoir des petites voitures au milieu des Jaguars type C, type D, qui sont des voitures extraordinaires. Voilà, c'est Le Mans, c'est fantastique. Ce sera tous les ans, mais nous on ira tous les 2 ans puisqu'il y aura des plateaux spécifiques. Merci pour toute cette belle organisation et merci au public parce qu'il nous donne vraiment la sensation de se surpasser.
Absolument. Thank you very much, Arnaud Dupin. And now Philippe Boudvin is driving the 62 DB on track.
Just looking at that little DB, particularly from the high camera when it was sitting in the pit lane, around about where the Lotus Elite is now in the pit lane, I looked at that and that looks a really modern car. And we were talking when we came in, there was a Matra Bagheera coming through, and the follow-up to that was the Matra Murena, which had the 2.2 engine. in it at one stage. And the back window and the back quarters were like, oh wow, I've seen it. And that absolutely looked like that to me. This is a car from, what, 50 odd, 60 odd years ago. Incredible design on that little DP. Really like that.
One we've missed a little bit, really coming up, there's Joe Macari in the Ferrari 215. There's about 4 drivers named for that, and we're not sure who's in it, but it's up to 5th place now.
Also entered with Philip Kaduri, Evgeny Kiriev and Nicky Pastorelli, who prepares the car.
He's just done the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
He's the first person to drop under 6 minutes in these appalling conditions.
Coming to the end of the pit stop window as well, by the way, which is why everybody's diving in.
Yeah. Well, phenomenal performance by the Austin Healey, though, of Gaston LeBlanc and Christian Vandersloot. I mean, how do you make a Healey go quicker than a Lister or a D-Type? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Both of those first 2 cars have yet to stop, Andrew.
Yes, but look at his sector times. You know, he's right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And faster than Emmanuel Pirot in the costing. Spin for the Porsche 3. Oh, now that's an interesting, but that's Porsche because that's
a coupe, a speedster version.
Correct, exactly so.
With an all-Mexican crew. We don't have so many Mexicans in this race. Okay, don't want so much air coming through the car. No,
that's enough.
Obviously not running hot enough.
6/8, 3/4 was what the computer said. Of course, there's no computers whatsoever.
Peter Vergely's car races a lot of historic stuff.
A lot of huge racing family that.
Yeah.
2 or 3 of them race.
So the leader in the absolutely pouring rain out at Arnage, single wiper on the Healey, classic British sports car in classic colours, and just listen to that edge. He's not hanging about.
No, that's someone who really understands his car in all weather conditions. All the years of driving full 3-litre raw. This was the muscle car of the day. You know, the muscle car of choice, the late 50s, early 60s, and so much success also, John, on rallying as well. Normally had them replete with a bank of driving lights as well.
This is the most famous Healey DD300 raced, if I remember rightly, by John Chatham over a number of years. It's been the subject of a book by Porter.
Porter Press.
Porter Press has done a book about this car. Raced at Sebring in years gone by. Jack Sears raced it.
Will need to pit this time around, as will Emmanuel Pirot. Pirot will stay in the car. I presume there'll be a driver change for the Healey.
So the DD3000, people who raced it, Jim Clark did a race in it.
DD300, yeah.
Sterling Moss raced it.
Yeah, rings
Wizzo Williams, Jerry Marshall. Fantastic car, and I'm sure he's going to get a podium. Terrific job right there.
Yeah, it looks that way, and if you haven't had good results in the first 2 races, you're just racing for honour in this 3rd race, but why not go for a podium?
356B in the pit lane, the Julie family. That's another one of the hardtop coupes in that GT silver, or the colour that is now called GT silver. All of the Porsche Carrera Cup cars are supplied originally in that colour nowadays.
Well, this is an important replay. That was the moment, the battle between Guillermo Fier-Ileta in the red Maserati and Horatio Fitzsimon. I have half a feeling that Hiroshi has not handed the car over at the pit stop. I haven't had a close-up shot.
No, sure he hasn't. Sure he hasn't.
So remember, he got up to 4th place on the track before the pit stops, and when the cars have completed this lap, we'll see where they all slot in with the pit stops having been done. And where will this car, the Austin Healey of Carson LeBlanc and Van Lanschot, go back out onto the circuit?
Now, is there going to be a driver change? Yes.
Yeah. Who's waiting to get in? Could you please get out so I can get in? No, stay in.
No, stay in.
Christian Van Lanschot.
Yeah. Stay in was quite clearly the indication there. Meantime, the Aston that was leading the race, this is the now Tom Alexander driven. Did he change over?
No,
I don't think he did.
They've taken the same choice.
So they're going to take the lead here. They are going to take the lead, having made their pit stop.
Yeah, before the pit stops, last time I checked, it was about 14, 15 seconds clear. And actually, in these conditions, a driver going out in the second half of the race is going to take part of a lap, particularly to gauge the experience. So what sort of level of grip am I likely to have, and where are the puddles? Keeping your start driver in definitely is an advantage.
Just looking at the front of that number 50 Aston, for a moment I thought it was a contemporary Lamborghini. It had such a small number plate on it. Absolutely not legal in the UK. Tisk, tisk. Fortunately, there's no penalty for that. Well, we think there was no driver change for the Austin Haley. Let's find out down in the pit lane.
Christian Van Lanscott, you are ready to take the wheel, but Karsten Leblanc is always in the car. Why? What about the strategy?
For this session, he's been flying. It's unbelievable. It's not supposed to be the fastest car, but in the rain, and he's been doing such a great job. And I had more time in the previous sessions, so I gave him the chance because he was just amazing. So this is an amazing result.
Do you believe possible the victory?
Well, we can't win overall, but maybe it's going to be close. It's going to be close.
Un petit mot en français avec vous. Alors, vous n'avez pas piloté, mais votre voiture est en tête.
Pardon?
Vous avez effectivement, vous étiez prêt à piloter, oui, et vous êtes finalement resté là. Votre voiture était en tête avant l'arrêt. Was leading race.
Oui, mais c'est la raison que Karsten est resté dans la voiture, parce que il roule comme un pro.
Absolument. Karsten Leblanc is driving the car, and why not the victory of these Dutch drivers at Le Mans? Why not?
Little moment for Pierre Fillon, who's just taken over the Austin Haley at number 72, also down at Mulsanne corner. More sideways moment, but I was about to say beautifully caught. Keep your foot in, keep your foot in, and out the other side. Yeah, that was about momentum and belief. There's two-tone green, number 43, MG. Another one with a different look from the bodywork, but still with the octagonal badge on the front that marks it out as a Morris Garages product.
I'm just wondering if Nigel Greensell has just got into the Morgan +4, because the car has just gone purple in sector 1, faster than anybody throughout the race.
It's a minute down on the race leading Alexander DB4 GT Aston Martin, but yeah, it's picking up its skirts. 4th, 5th overall, 2 seconds down on the Arla's Bellinger Morgan, so they'll have that little inter-Nissan battle, and then we'll see where Nigel Greensell gets to after that. 10 minutes, 12 minutes actually left on the clock. So conditions still wet out on the circuit, but the good drivers, telling us why they decided maybe to keep the start driver on board. They're conversing with what the conditions are now, because from the pit lane, such a long circuit, 8 1/4 miles all round, and not knowing what it's like down at Mulsanne isn't too much of a helping hand.
Getting a number of improvements since both sector times and lap times since the pit stops, which either means that the conditions aren't getting any worse and might be getting any better, but I'm not really seeing that from the pictures we're getting from around the circuits, and an opportunity here with 11 minutes left of our final race here on the international stream to say thank you very much, particularly to our camera operators who have been frizzled, boiled and now soaked across the last few days, and also to our production team here on site. Fabulous collaborative working with our French colleagues and our PA colleagues as well, Vincent and Bruno, but particularly to all the hard-working team in the truck who've kept us informed of what's been going on. It's been really, really impressive and thoroughly enjoyable for us, and I hope you've enjoyed it as well.
In the truck is a man operating a machine, or maybe a lady, called the EVS, which is the replay machine. At the end of each race, it had a lovely little section of the best shots. Yeah, vignette is the right word, John. Beautifully done, and that's done so quickly. It needs a real talent to do that. So, talent to drive these cars quickly around here. Talent in the TV truck. Not so sure about the commentary box.
Yeah, sorry, we've let you down. Look, just three blokes talking about cars.
Yeah. The Peerless is in,
and thoroughly enjoying it. And it should be mentioned that Andrew and Bruce on a bit of Thursday and all day Friday clocked up more than a lap of the Le Mans 24-hour circuit in steps around the paddocks to go and talk to as many people and look at as many people's cars as possible.
And that's why we can bring you more information, up-to-date information. That's why we have to be at the track, of course.
Now that Healy being pushed off to the side by our hard-working marshals. Takes a village to put on this event, and the marshals, the track workers, security, everyone has done their job with a smile. We've been parked out of the airfield, walked in, and the guys doing the security and the pat-downs and the bag checks, and the ladies and gentlemen checking our passes with my very poor 50-odd-year-old schoolboy French have done everything with a smile on their face and made us feel welcome as well. All part of the atmosphere of the event.
The thing was, John, they knew we were reporting. They didn't have to look properly because they knew we hadn't got some explosives in there, didn't they?
So let's go down to the pit lane. Bruno's picked off another interviewee.
Yes, with Jean Goutal, who is in the car. Jean, comment c'est? How is it?
Oui, comment ça va? Je vous entends pas.
Voilà, c'était juste un tout petit mot, one word with Jean Goutal, ready to restart, of course, with his number 60 Alpine, driving the car a little bit late in the procedure, but now back on track with this very superbly designed Alpine car, number 60.
Another one of the French cars, Bruce, that were designed specifically for the Le Mans 24 hours and the various indices down through the year, thermal efficiency, index of performance, generally speaking small engine cars that were aerodynamic and could get to the end, and there was an algorithm, in any other words, to be able to work out where they were, and it punched out a number at the end, and there was some stunning little cars that raced down the years for that, well into the end of the 1960s, early 1970s, wasn't it?
Yeah, very, very much a thing of the 50s and the 60s, and sometimes you had to scratch your head and work out how these cars could be on the grid with the big bangers from the front-running teams. But it was a feature here, and for a lot of manufacturers, that was what they hung their hat on.
Yeah.
And, you know, they would go and see, but the little aerodynamic ones, they often had some tiny engines, didn't they, Andrew?
Yes, but there was a big collection of these Alpines that was just sold very recently through the Ascot collection, and one of them made an astronomical amount of money. I need to check it, but it was like £500,000 or something.
Good Lord.
Two Morgans together. Look at this.
Together, and we think the Nigel Greensill one that's just on the left-hand side of the screen, and it's just moved past the Arles Benninger one. It's been coming, it was catching, and made the move quite easily out of that final corner. So they have swapped positions for 4th and 5th.
There's been a coming together between the Fiskin Jaguar E-Type number 34 and the Meyer Lips 250 that has been noted. That was at Mulsanne Corner, the right-hander, at the southernmost tip of the circuit.
Yeah, both those cars were sort of making up ground in the second half of the race, and this quite often happens. You're just trying to make your mark as you pick your way up the order, but slippery conditions, certainly not easy for anybody out there at the moment.
9 of the top 10, Bruce, 8 of the top 10 are class leaders. The highest second place car, if that makes a sense, is the number 24 Morgan Plus 4 Supersport, and it's half a second, 8/10 behind the Nigel Greensill car, another Morgan Plus 4, and they're battling for the GTS 11 category lead.
Well, of course, the driver of the number 24 Morgan knows about that because they've just been passed by the 31 Greensill coming through, but they're still right at the sharp end of the field.
There are the two cars going through Turt Rouge now.
Not far behind Fitzsimon in the third place Lotus 15, so could yet close on him again. He's gone past them, but they're staying.
Talking Lotus, leading Lotus Elite is Kyle Tilley with his brother, and we just had a text from Oliver Bryant.
Hello, Ollie.
Ollie was racing the Porsche 910 with Phil Keane. It stopped last night, so he's on the way home, but he's listening to us, and he says, great job, guys, and he's cheering on Kyle and Kyle Tilley.
He races with them quite a lot.
Yes,
he's particularly good in the Porsche short wheelbase cup car, but to be honest, Ollie Bryant's good in everything. So
yeah, well, they lead the championship, which will continue, of course, at Imola.
Yeah, Imola in a couple of weeks' time, and we'll have full live coverage for you in vision as well as sound via the Peter Auto YouTube channel. Safe home, Ollie. take it steady in the weather. See you in Italy in a couple of weeks' time. 3 weeks, I think, 3 weekends time.
So I feel with just under 5 minutes remaining, we have to turn the spotlight onto Mr. Mariott. Right, let's do some numbers here, Andrew. Fourth place. This is really putting you on the pedestal, right? Yeah. Fourth place in the opening race for the Fiera Eletta Maserati.
Now in
second place in the second race for the same individual. He's sitting 6th at the 7th, 8th at the moment, but he's 2 minutes down.
Yes, suddenly he's 2 minutes down, and I just wonder about that Aston. I'm not quite sure.
Well, I think the Pirot car's struggling as well, because Emanuele's car's, his lap time's now nearer to 7
what was it? What was it reckoning about that? A minute and 20 odd seconds?
Minute and 22 seconds.
Yeah. So let's have a look at that. This is going to be a tricky. It's going to be close too.
Yeah, and also obviously with the Diego Meyer and Remo Lips car under investigation at the moment. That's that could be another issue as well.
It is. It is putting some very, very good lap times in. Only 2.5 seconds away from the Lotus 15 in third position. This is the number 5 Ferrari we're talking about, the GT short wheelbase car, the silver car with the yellow lipstick on it.
That one in the night.
Yeah.
You see, but I'm not sure what did it do. And it was 6th in the first race.
There's no clear pattern.
No, there's no clear
one.
pattern. I think that it's got to be on a podium anyway.
Alfa Romeo Giulietta SZ Coda, the number 59 car, pit stop under investigation. I think they might have been a bit late in that. Yellow flag, Marshall Post 6. That's just coming down into the Forest S's, early part of the lap. And that very quickly clears, so somebody has just disappeared off track and rejoined. It was the number 11 car. We're hearing from race control. No harm, no foul, pointing back in the right direction now, back on its way. With a couple of minutes to go, let's quickly head back down to the pit lane. Bruno in relatively dry conditions in the pit lane.
Yes, I've got the pleasure to meet Marc Holz in this pit lane, driving with Guy Grant. I should say a French name, but he's not French. Marc, tell us about the situation of the TVR, apparently on the 37th place.
Yes, would be nice to be a bit further up. We were further up last night, but the car's owner, Guy, he's not so keen on the wet.
How is this weekend for you in the global way? Are you satisfied?
Yeah, it's been great. I had a class win last night in E-Type, Type E, and it was a good race last night in the wet, in the TVR, so I'm having a great time.
You speak French a little. Type E, a good night at Le Mans, alors.
Did I get that right?
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Marc, also one of the British passionates of Le Mans. Thank you.
I always think it's very lovely for the French to hold Britain's favourite motor race for us. Absolutely incredible British support for not just the Le Mans 24 Hours, but the Le Mans Classic as well. When we were driving down on Thursday, it seemed that in fact, it was unusual, Bruce, to see a non-British registered car actually drive by us as we came down in the Mazda.
Yeah, and I think literally every fourth bridge had someone hanging over it taking pictures and footage of the cars coming down. Not just the police this time, but it was, real fans. They've understood people don't just come down in any car, and a lot of people have mates that have similar cars, and they come down in groups. It's a moving motor show, always has been.
Very quickly, I'll finish off that Alpine story. It was the Alpine A210, which is in an earlier race that was sold as part of the Gerard Gombert collection. It made 872,000 euros. Thank you, Peter Dron, for that information.
Right, last lap, and the race still being led by the Alexander, but we think it's just James Alexander. DB4 GT, because he certainly had an orange helmet as he ran across the grid at the start of the race. Orange helmet on board. He's 23 seconds clear of the brilliantly driven Carsten LeBlanc, Austin Healey. And the spray is so much more than it was, but sun is starting to bounce off the flanks and the nose.
What's interesting about that, he put that car's fastest lap of the race in last time around, and the overall fastest lap of the race, a 5:49 6.6. There's been hardly anybody. In fact, I think that is the first sub 6-minute lap since the start of the race.
It's 12 seconds faster.
And that is the Ferrari in third position. They've got a lot of time to make up. But my goodness me, that is an impressive time. But for James Alexander, what a great run this has been. And Bruce, you were right. It was almost like he was driving offline to find more wet. There was so much coming off the tyres of the off-white Aston Martin.
Well, look, at the start of the race, we commented there was dappled sky, the clouds, and I said, but the weather's at the southern end of the circuit, and right now, James Alexander, yes, as he came down the Mulsanne Straight, the car, there's much more light on it, and he's having fun still to go, but that lap will be Remo Lips. I can't get over that. 5 minutes 49 seconds in that Ferrari short wheelbase at this stage in the race. But it is improving, but you really still got to be super, super bold.
A little bit of a problem with the boot lid on the DB4 GT. So a fabric strap has been employed, very period. And just to make sure that they don't upset the local gendarmes, it's gone over the F of their number plate, the final letter of their number plate, so they have put that on in white marker, which, you know, attention to detail.
Exactly so. So just remember, if you're just joining us for the first time here, we're getting close towards the end of the Le Mans Classic for 2025. We're going to have it every year from now on. That is fantastic news. But this is the final race of the third plateau of cars. These are the ones between 1957 and 1961. But to come out with the aggregate victory, when all three race results are combined, you've got to go well across all three. This Aston Martin will take victory, barring disaster in this race, but who's going to take the overall victory? Only Andrew Mariott knows.
I don't, that's the trouble. We'll see, though, and if we can't bring it to you before the end of the broadcast, you'll be able to check it on Alcatel, just as John's told us.
Alcatel timing all throughout this whole season here, and that's been a fabulous addition, along with the streaming pictures. We'll be back in a couple of 3 weekends time on the official Peter Auto YouTube channel for our coverage from Italy and the different challenge, very different challenge of Imola. That's hilly track, topographically challenging circuit, and looking forward to that one immensely. Last couple of corners now for the Aston in Old English white, then heading towards the Ford chicane. Windscreen wipers not being required, and the windscreen wipers just picking up the sunshine just a little bit as they come through. Much drier at this part of the circuit than it is over on the Ligne droite en arrière, the Mulsanne Straight as we call it, us Brits. And here comes the Aston Martin then. James Alexander comes through to take the final checkered flag of our broadcast, and the time's ticking away now, and this is going to be crucial as to where the next 4 or 5 or 6 cars finish in relation to one another, Bruce, because that is where this whole plateau for the three race aggregate is going to be decided.
Yeah, and on that final lap, James Alexander, though still going quickly, backed off a little bit. I don't think it's going to cost them overall, because I don't think they've had enough top results.
Correct.
But you can only afford to
yeah.
back off if you've got a cushion. But Carson LeBlanc drove it solo. Christian Van Lanschow didn't get onto this number 51. Austin Healey decided that Carson was doing such a good job, and every time the cameras caught that, Austin Healey was being driven
choice.
with full vigour and great skill.
So he's finished now 24.5 seconds down on the DB4, but we reckon the DB4 is not really in with the shout, barring something very bizarre happening, and everything's provisional until it isn't. Here's the short wheelbase.
It's had a little bit
Ferrari,
of a bite though, hasn't it?
And that was the car that is being investigated for the incident with the Jaguar E-Type, the Fisk and Cowan's car, the number 34. And that has had some contact to the right front of that car. That's 56 seconds back from the Healey. So that has to go into the calculations. The Lotus 15 is a further call it 5 seconds back, so that's over a minute back on the Healy for the 15.
Yeah, and discount the Hugenholtz Piro car because that's 3 minutes down. But that Aston, what a fabulous job by young Tom Alexander there. In a car raced in period by Innis Island, a car that raced a lot, very successfully in the States, in places like Sebring. So it's a car with a great history too.
Yeah, as I said, that was a car that was entered by the Black family of Black and Decker. They had one in black and one in white.
Duncan Black.
Duncan Black, thank you. It couldn't come to my lips at that moment.
And Bob Grossman raced it a lot as well.
So top 7 have come in after the Holston Fitzsimons car. The Emerson Greensall Morgan +4 takes the GTS 11 category. The top 4 all class winners as well by 9.5 seconds. So having got past the Arles Bellinger +4, pulled out nearly 10 seconds. Then another class winner in 7th is the Fiskett Cowans 1961 3.8 E-Type. That's the GTS 7B2 winner. 8th for the Ferrari. Another Ferrari 250. That's a 2nd place in their class. To the Austin Healy that finished 2nd for Joe McCowry, the Kadori, Kiriev, etc. car. And rounding up the top 10, the Birdcage Maserati wins its class, and the 356 Balthasar Maris Porsche 356C. Well, the disc brake car coming through to 10th position for that smaller engine Porsche. So those are the cars through for the top 10. The top 12 gone through now. Pierre Fion's gone through. He's finished 13th and 4th in class in the Austin Healy. The brothers Tilley have gone through to win their class in 12th position. And now it is down to, quite simply, to the calculations. Here's Andy Wallace coming through to finish in 774 RW, still on its trade plates from 1961. Got to be so many offences there, really.
have there not, but the sky darkening, and you know, Andy Wallace told us from the outset this car could have gone better, but it's had a misfire. They've been chasing it all weekend.
Still going to win its class, Bruce. I think it'll finish 17th overall in the race. The famous white helmet with the blue and red AW and band around it.
Going to take a punt at the overall winner is the Mia Lips car.
Right.
A seventh, a win, and the 3rd now. And
but with the sword of Damocles hanging over it, with that contact with the Jaguar E-Type.
Yes.
That was the car that was noted down at Mulsanne Corner. So that is very much provisional on so many levels, dear viewer. Again, thank you for joining us, and do stay with us for another 5 minutes or so, maybe a little more, whilst we see the rest of the cars across the line. There's only a handful to go. Then we'll give you the results, and after we've shown you a few highlights, we should be able to give you the Plateau 3 overall results for the 3 races combined. And of course, in true Le Mans style, as we finish the final Plateau race under the Dunlop Bridge, we have sunshine. Just incredible. This place continues to deliver, and once again, it has given us everything. So a great run to this race win by James Alexander. Tom, his father, didn't get in, but I am sure he is basking in the reflected glory and very, very proud of his son as he talks to Bruno in the pit lane.
Son is back, and we've got the pleasure to be with a happy dad, Thomas Alexander, with James Alexander. Tom, the 50 Aston Martin was in pole position, and at the end, the 50 Aston Martin is the winning car. Can you describe what you're feeling at the moment?
Oh, really, really pleased for James. He did a fantastic lap yesterday, the fastest lap. So he wanted to start the race and do the classic Le Mans start. So he got to do that. And yeah, I'm so pleased. He's a brilliant driver, and it's lovely racing with your son.
You didn't drive yourself for this final race, but you said that you had a very good experience during the Le Mans night.
Oh, it was fantastic. I drove the first two races with my son, but in this one, he wanted to start the race because he had the fastest lap. So he did both sections, which was great.
Congratulations to you, Thomas and James Alexander, the winner of the final race for the Great Three.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. I don't think they've done quite enough to get in the reckoning for even a podium in Plateau 3. But that is a great result. We're going to do a bit of base 60 arithmetic here in the booth. We've got the results to confirm, and also with a bit of luck and a fair wind, if the rain stays away, we should have the Plateau results coming up next. So, depending on which way you look, it's a really lovely afternoon, or Armageddon is about to strike at Le Mans. Confirmation of the results as they stand at the moment. We are still waiting for a decision on that incident between the Ferrari 250, number 5, and the 34 Jaguar E-Type. Now, we didn't see it, so we cannot pass comment on it ourselves. But the win, undoubtedly, for James Alexander. His dad, Tom, in the pit lane, just loving that, lapping it up. And what a drive it was for James in very difficult, changing conditions. It was wet, wetter than wettest. And basically, just throw those three terms up and down and see which one fell closest to you throughout the race. Then the Austin Healey and the Ferrari. Those are your top three going through down towards the top 50 here. Plenty of class winners in there. We started 66 cars, not all of them getting to the end. In fact, actually, we started 61 cars, my apologies. The Ashworth number 42 TVR, which should have started well up actually, didn't actually take the start, so I'm a bit disappointed not to see those guys out there. Here's the overall. So it is the number 5, the Ferrari, so Mariott gets it right, subject to what happens in the stewards room, ahead of the number 61 Birdcage Maserati in second, and on the podium, due to that great drive by James Alexander, up into third, and they were only 9 seconds away, but they were 2 minutes 23 seconds ahead of the Maserati. Now, we thought James might have backed off a little bit there. He might be ruining that now.
Did you see how close it was? The top three was only 6 or 7 seconds. Saw that Andy Wallace actually finished 5th.
Yeah.
Overall, and
good in a car that hasn't run properly all weekend. Yeah. That's actually a really,
but he'll be
really good result.
Yeah.
So running through the rest, these are the aggregate times. So now we'll have to say that that is provisional for now, because we don't know the result of what's going on in race control and the stewards' room. With a bit of luck, we'll be able to tell you that, or bring you the Plateau podium before we go off air. Joe McCarry further down, problems with that car in one of the earlier races, although Joe drove well in the 68 Ferrari. This time around it was 6th position, but didn't get enough results in the earlier 2 races, and that's why there's so many of these cars that aren't classified. So sum that one up, gentlemen. Bruce Jones, your first time here for a wee while. Things have changed, bigger grids, lot more spectators here. 2025 Le Mans Classic.
It's changed out of all recognition. I just think it's a phenomenal event. Day, night, day again in terms of the racing. Wet, dry, wet. You never know what you're getting, but the whole show has expanded. It was 9 years ago I was here last. We even had weather a bit like this, with the weather changing all the time. But I think the level in each of the plateaus, the 3 different support races, has gone through the roof. And the fact that from now on, we're going to get it every year, it's magnificent news.
Yeah, absolutely massive event. I was here 2 years ago and 3 years ago, but this was bigger than those. Great racing, wonderful to see a lot of British drivers doing well, and British teams also.
Yeah, and the crowds have stayed despite the lack of sunshine today, although, of course, bizarrely, and what a country place this place can be. But the sun shining beautifully on the start-finish now, and what an organisational masterclass this has been by the ACO, and to the ACO and Peter Otto. Plenty of people working very, very hard indeed. My thanks to Andrew Mariott and to Bruce Jones. I'm John Hindhaugh. What a Le Mans Classic 2025 this has been.